morning, good people. Nicolás Eliades here, reporting live from the Blue Zone in COP26 for COP26.tv. Right behind me, you see, I wanted to show you this. These are the screens where people stand in the morning to see what's happening. Today is Gender Day. And so there's a lot of conversations around the concept of gender. In fact, Amal, the little orphan puppet girl from Syria, who walked all the way from Syria, is here. She was just in the plenary, and I had to sneak a shot of her inside. Just take a quick look. Hello. We're in a plenary session right now, and behind me you can see little Amal, who is the little orphan from Syria who walked all the way across the Middle East and Syria, Turkey, and Europe to come here to remind us of the plight of the Syrians, of refugees, and of course, climate refugees. Today is Gender Day. And so, a lot of the plenaries revolve around the thematic of the impact of climate on women, and especially girls. And this can be seen in different matter of things, which we're discussing in the place. But I just wanted to share what the inside of a plenary is like with you, so you have an idea what it feels like to be in COP as well. Nicolás Eliades, COP26.tv. So that was that, and I did try and sneak behind stage to interview her, but I was very politely asked to leave because it was a security risk. I'm going to see if I can swing by and find her somewhere, but she's on her way to the green zone. So if you guys are in Glasgow, go meet her. She's quite extraordinary. I mean, she's very realistic, I must say. And of course, the message she carries is particularly beautiful. So, yeah, let's take a little walk around here. This is where, you know, the media stands. You've been here with me before. And I've got someone over here I'd like to talk to. So why don't you come? Hi.
Hi, Nick. How are you doing?
Fine, yourself?
Good.
So tell us our friends over here.
Hey, this is the one you got to interview over here.
I do.
This is Sophie Soares. She's going to get up on stage. And
Hi.
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 How you doing?
Hi.
We're on air right now. Can I interview
We're on
you?
air.
No, right now I'm
No, she's going to live on stage.
Grab me afterwards.
I
But
will.
she's...
Thank you.
And that's how we organize interviews, people.
No,
But let's talk to Kathy here.
Yes.
So Kathy, tell me about
So,
yourself.
Catherine Cunningham. I'm working as the executive producer of the Nature's Newsroom here at the COP. The first time that we have, sort of nature front and center to the negotiations. And as Lord Zach Goldsmith has suggested, that we want to put nature at the heart of the negotiations, and I think they've done that quite well. So, I know it's exciting to share with you another day what we've been doing in the newsroom, but I think today's focused on gender and innovation. So what I might want to do is just shift us around here. So we have this backdrop behind us of this beautiful image. Can you see of this woman nurturing the soil and educating her daughter on how to plant trees and how to care for the natural world? I think this is really the value that women bring to these conversations, that we have this sense of community, we have this sense of sharing, education, intergenerational perspective, and it's really exciting to see that it's still a buzz. This is sort of the second week of COP, and a lot of financial commitments on the table, deforestation, addressed, the method. 100 countries signed up to this pledge to reduce methane emissions. And so, we've accomplished a lot in the first week, somehow looking at carbon as an offset, an opportunity for new business and market opportunity. And now this week's all about the people and about how we actually collaborate to innovate forward toward designing this net zero, carbon zero, nature positive, zero waste, inclusive future. And I think women have a large role to play there. So I love this picture behind us also because the two people that are sitting together this woman, obviously from representing an African nation, sitting at the table below us, speaking to a to a white-haired man. And I think it's really all about a dialogue. You know, the demographics of this place have really shifted in the past years. Now we have many more business interests at the table. We have civic society represented. Indigenous voices are really strong. Today's a focus on gender and innovation, so innovating forward with a female perspective as well. And so I think that now we're moving toward that inclusive world.
So that's very interesting. And so you've been to these events before, and do you feel that this is? I've heard it said several times. In fact, it's just as recently as yesterday. This is the least inclusive COP there has ever been.
Oh.
What do you say to that statement?
Well, let's see. I think because of COVID restrictions, I know the numbers are reduced for different delegations. But I also know that in a sense that there was a flip from some of the large organizations that represent like the nature community, for example. Some of those larger green groups didn't get the numbers that they were looking for their delegations, but yet then a whole UK student and activist community was able to then come in and reserve a number of slots. So I think there was a concentration by the UK government and by the host to try and bring in maybe not as many people, but a number of different perspectives. And I mean, it's undeniable if you look around the space, there are a number of Indigenous people that have been able to participate.
Well, I was just going to point out, look, for example, in the mosques tell a lot of stories. So, for example, here behind me is a girl who's wearing an LGBTQ flag, and then you've got other people, and we're talking to an Indigenous girl. I can't think you can see we missed her, but I just wanted to point out, that with that which you just said, that there is, after all, quite a variety of people.
Yeah, I've been coming to these COPs since Montreal in 2005,
wow.
And I can say that certainly there is a different buzz about this place. Even the spaces that are created, the activation zone, for example, is really dedicated to those conversations with delegates and civil society. You know, certainly the negotiations are happening in the rooms as they need to in order to get policies passed. And, you know, I think a lot of people beat on the UN as a global organization that's really heavy and slow. But imagine, you know, they have to come to a universal agreement where the whole world signs up to carbon reduction and signs up to emphasizing the importance of protecting nature, restoring degraded lands, rejuvenating our soils, and really focusing on the people's perspective. You know, what now I feel this. Yesterday was a focus on Adaptation Day, and we did actually have Barack Obama in the house.
Yes, we did.
Which is something else we wanted to talk about. I know. So just in a second, I'll share. But you know, when we think about the focus on or the climate dialogue, how it's shifted. You know, first we were mitigating climate impacts and looking at emissions reductions and new green technologies. And then we started to move into this space where we're looking at, we're talking about adaptation and how we're going to build resilience in communities. That's still certainly a focus of this COP, and we're still looking for the delivery of $100 billion, a commitment from developed countries to developing countries, as well as this loss and damage focus, that those countries that are most vulnerable to risk and food security, I think it's something like in that order of 435 million people that really are living in abject poverty. In a world where we are essentially a global community, that's just unacceptable. And I think that for the first time, I've really seen this emphasis on looking at our participation here as not just delivering finances for new innovation, new technologies, but actually to new models of funds that will help support directly people on the ground who are suffering from climate change or climate-related disasters, and then also to get ahead of the curve, so we're not just focused on building a sort of band-aids into, or what you say, reacting to a crisis, but building resilience into communities and early warning, let's say, protocols. And I think what's also interesting to share is that, you know, there's quite a lot of, you talk about inclusivity, there's quite a lot of voices that are not necessarily in the blue zone, in the negotiation space, but they are very vocal out in the streets, in the community, again, in the action zone. And I think that, that those messages from the people have been heard. And I would love to see that the energy shifts from less of aggression and anger and anxiety and, sort of, a sense of that nothing's happening in this space, or not enough. I think that it can't be ignored that you had $174 trillion committed of access from a number of different portfolio owners' investments in decarbonizing, their portfolios. And I think that the whole focus on deforestation and deforestation-free finance, again, 8.7 billion, I think, deployed or committed. And so, yes, I think we've got to push on negotiators. I think we have to continue to, think in an ambitious way. I'd love to see that action or that anxiety shifted into more agency and hope. And I think that now to Barack Obama yesterday, it was just a brilliant placement of his presentation in the program, because he spoke as a true statesperson. He spoke as someone who is giving guidance to the future and delivering agency to the youth. There were hundreds of youth in the audience, and they were all really listening to this person who obviously has been front and central to these negotiations over the past few years, and no longer, but somewhat of an elder, someone that can speak about what we can do to create agency, to use our personal power to effect change. And, he spoke to a silent audience that was hungry for this sort of insight. And what he shared was, you may or may not like politics. You may have certain opinions about things in different governments that aren't doing enough. So vote. You really do have power as a citizen to vote. He said also, use your voice to educate, your friends, your family, but educate yourself first. Make sure climate literacy has been a big play here at the COP. And the earthday.org community have been really focused on compulsory education in climate literacy globally. And I think this is a really smart move by international governments to think about how they can integrate a converse climate into these schools. Because there's also, a lot of anxiety and despair among youth. And this energy is certainly not the kind of empowered community that we want for the future. So he spoke about education. He said, learn yourself, learn the issues, and learn what you can do in your lifestyle, in your community, in your home to make a difference, and then teach others. And I think, our strength as humans is that we are uber social. E.O. Wilson speaks about this, just like the colony of ants, we talked about this earlier, that we have the ability to create social movements. We have the ability to collaborate around issues that we care about and act fast. And we have a decade now, we know, to really turn this climate narrative around. The science is clear, it's more robust every year. The Global Commons Alliance just released their new report on 10 new insights on science, from a science perspective, how we can quantify our carbon assets and offsets. And so we know that it's possible scientifically. It's whether we have the political will and we have essentially the people behind those public policies to be able to really transform our society. We're in an epical shift. We're in this new era of the Anthropocene. We are the central characters of our own narrative, and we can impact change if we, again, educate, vote, and then put ourselves in positions of power where in our businesses, we select the people we want to work for, we select the different companies we want to support, and the products we want to buy. We are consumers, clients, and citizens of this world.
And we have power.
And we have power. And it's all about how we can use that power in a positive light and in a collective way, opposed to, and this is what Obama was saying yesterday, he said, my grandmother says, if you you shouldn't ever sulk. Go when you're upset about something, don't sit and sulk. Go do something about it, and do something in service to society. Do something to help other people to make a change in their lives too that's positive. So don't tweet, and attack people. That doesn't really create collaboration or make anyone, feel a sense of agency themselves to make a change. Really try to shine the light on what's good and let that grow.
Well, thank you very much. Those are very wise words, and I really love that unpacking of Obama's speech and also of the day. Thank you very much for that time. Actually, now I have a very special guest that I interviewed on Friday, Tracy. She's a journalist for the Canary, and she has attended these very interesting side events. There was a tribunal. She's going to talk to us a bit more about it.
All right.
Thank you for your time.
All right, cheers. Thank you.
So I'm going to leave you with that interview, and thank you very much, Kathy.
Cheers, bye.
And yes, hi, yes. Well, we're going to go to that interview with Tracy from the Canary, who will tell us about her experience. She was speaking to me last Friday. She's going to tell us about the experience she had at a side event outside and how there are missing voices at the table, but what that actually means.
Cool.
Hi there. So, in this pre-recorded one, I have the privilege of sitting next to a journalist from the Canary who has actually lived the whole COP thing inside and outside, much as this channel is doing for yourself. So I wanted just to connect with her and see what her experience has been like. She's been covering a very interesting event outside, but I'm going to let her introduce herself and let her talk about it a bit. And so Tracy. Hi.
Hi.
So, you are a journalist?
I am, yes. I'm a journalist for the Canary. I'm also a freelance journalist, but yes, here I am reporting for the Canary. And I have been here for the last couple of days, spending part of the time inside the conference at various events here. I went to a wonderful event yesterday led by Indigenous peoples from Turtle Island, as they would call it, which is what we might know as North America. And then outside the conference, I have been going to trials, essentially, to tribunals about the rights of nature. So there have been 2 tribunals over the last couple of days with different focuses. The first one was about essentially what are seen as false solutions to the climate crisis by the people who have led the tribunal, so by the people who have organised it. That is largely a collection of Indigenous peoples and local communities and organisations from various parts of the world, including the Global South. So they were essentially putting on trial the various solutions that are being offered right now in the official sphere, including in COP. So those are solutions like capturing carbon and storing carbon, and geoengineering, whereby we manipulate and play with the planet to bend it to our will. So they looked at those various solutions and assessed them, essentially. And they also, so a lot of those solutions, so-called solutions, can be ways whereby we continue to do the destructive activity.
Sorry to interrupt that interview, but we'll launch just after this. I just happened to run into the Minister of Environment of Iraq. So, hello, Mr. Minister.
Hello.
How are you?
Fine, thank you. Fine.
Could you tell our audience your name, please?
I'm Dr. Jasmine Falahi, Minister of Environment, Republic of Iraq, Special Convoy for my Republic on climate change.
And tell me, first of all, what is the impact of climate change on Iraq?
I think my country is one of the most 5 vulnerable countries in the world toward the climate change. And as you my country passed through a decade of war and instability. In addition, we are facing the terrorist effect of the ISIS, and this will make a huge depletion to our financial resources. In addition to that, one of the most important challenges that we are faced because of the climate change, successive increase in the temperature, successive degradation of our water resources. More than 90% of our water resources coming transboundary, and I think the drought and the land degradation and the sandstorm was one of the most important challenges that we put it as the main priority in my country. In addition to pollution and other environmental challenges, the impact of climate change associated with the successive increase in the population and with the degradation of the land, especially ready for agriculture, so that there is insecure water security, and it will impact the food security. This, at the end, it will impact the national security of my country.
Now, Iraq is a country that depends on oil for its income. How does that play into its NDCs, its climate pledges, and the roadmap part of it? And how do you see the future of oil, and what should we do with that? I mean,
yes, of course, my country representing one of the oil-producing country, and really in its economy depend mainly on oil production as a main source of economy, and also as a main source of energy. And as you know, decade of war and decade of instability, it will make a huge and massive destruction to the infrastructure, and associated with the financial depletion to our financial resources. It means that we have special circumstances and there is a special demand for my country, so it needs special attention and exception. That's why we are classified as one of the most 5 vulnerable countries. And in spite of all these things, my country make the accession to Paris Agreement and the ratification of the Paris Agreement. And I think it will take all the legal and institutional process, and now we are considered as one fully legal parties of, and this is a very important message from my people. In spite of all these serious challenges, we are working with the international community in order to make a climate action. In spite of the mitigation of my country, it represents less than 0.02. But I think we should work in a but differentiated responsibility. The developed countries, the richest country, should support the developing and underdeveloping countries to encourage them to adapt their infrastructure according to the international criteria.
I see. And when does Iraq intend to reach net zero?
Of course, we are doing our best in order to adopt our commitment with the NDC. And our NDC really, it has been divided in 2 parts, 20 to 25. It means an integration of the NDC in all our national plans, and a reduction of the mitigation from 1 to 2%, depending on our national efforts, and 13 to 15% depending on the support of international community. The second part of NDC from 2025 to 30, it focusing upon the technology transfer, and I think this is a very important NDC and Iraqi commitment towards the climate change and Paris Agreement. We hope that there is a real policy to implement the Paris Agreement. What we see during all these COP, especially this COP, there is special concern to make the developing and underdeveloped country, they should be contribute to adopt the Paris Agreement, but the developed country, they didn't do much more than talks. We didn't touch any real support. So I think common but differentiated responsibility for more than 300 years of industrial activity that should be responsible for this, and they should support the developing countries in order to encourage them to make a good infrastructure regarding climate change.
And what does that responsibility look like? What must they actually...
A green climate fund.
A green climate fund?
Yeah, and other financial fund.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Minister, thank you very much for your time. I won't take more of it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Shukran.
Goodbye. Sorry to interrupt the interview, but that was, one of those things that you have to just jump on when you get it. And we got it. So I'm going to now leave you back with Tracy, who had a fascinating chat with me. And I do hope you enjoyed. And in the meantime, I'll scout for some more interesting interviews for later on today.
The planet to bend it to our will. So they looked at those various solutions and assessed them, essentially. And they also, so a lot of those solutions, so-called solutions, can be ways whereby we continue to do the destructive activities that we're currently doing. So, for example, carbon capture and storage, if you can, which is the idea that you can capture the carbon from, let's say, burning fossil fuels, store it underground or under the sea, and that you can argue, therefore, that we can continue burning the fossil fuels because we're capturing the carbon and storing it. So, because the carbon is, of course, the issue. So within the tribunal, they also looked at those destructive practices because part of those solutions that they were highlighting will or can perpetuate the continuation of fossil fuel use and destructive extractive industries. So there was a trial on that, which was wonderful. And then...
Hold on a second there.
Sorry,
a trial? How a trial? Like with a judge and a jury and then a hammer? And
no hammer, but yes, there were various figures within it which were... that had that legislative bent. So somebody leading a series of judges who at the end of the sessions judged the arguments that various witnesses were making. So the witnesses focused on a different aspect of those solutions, like I mentioned. So one would talk about carbon capture and storage, or they may talk about more than one, but there were witnesses and judges who in the end kind of assessed the arguments.
who were the witnesses and who were the judges? I mean, I hate to be facetious, but who died and put them in charge, essentially?
So the judges were largely lawyers, for example, who were involved in ecological and environmental law. So
real lawyers. So the whole thing was
lawyers.
real.
I can't remember whether they were all real lawyers.
Okay.
But yes, there were a lot of them involved. So there was a legislative background to a lot of the people who were within the judge or the panel position. In terms of the witnesses, they were people who were representing indigenous groups. So, for example, yesterday the second session was on the Amazon and the destruction that's happening in the Amazon and how it can be protected and preserved. And there was a gentleman there who was a representative from Koika, which is the indigenous, it's an organisation that represents a vast range of indigenous organisations and peoples from the Amazon region. So a lot of the witnesses were people who were living through or with the situation in question. Some of them, I believe, were from organisations as well. But yes, that was the general format.
Well, what was the purpose of this? Just was it a mock court case? Is it a role play?
Essentially a mock court case, but I believe to raise the issues that people in here are also talking about. So we're all talking about the climate crisis and how to resolve the ecological emergency and environmental emergency that we're in, but it was from a very different standpoint. And I would say the central difference between what I witnessed in those trials and what I've witnessed in meetings or events here is that the title of the event was the Rights of Nature Tribunal, and with different focuses each day, but the rights of nature were at the forefront of those discussions. Essentially, nature was considered an entity that deserved representation, that needed to be considered, and all of the discussions were built around that. And I would say that is what's missing from here. So there are obviously a lot of organisations. There are, I'm sure, lawyers here. You know, there's the same, and lots of representatives of communities here. But just in terms of the formal events and the formal narrative that's coming out of COP, I don't see nature at the table when they're talking. Like every day there's a new alliance that's announced, and you know, wonderful things. Sometimes, you know, yesterday was the Energy Day, and there's a lot of talk about phasing out coal and moving on from that, and even a little bit about removing financing from fossil fuels at large on an international basis, which is a great step forward. So there are alliances always here, but at the table in the alliance here is never nature. So the earth doesn't sit there, but in those tribunals, the earth was represented by people. People obviously had to speak on her behalf, but
so it was in a sense the embodiment of nature, as a personification of nature, and making it a being of its own.
Well, giving nature a voice.
I see. I understand. I'm not sure if you're familiar with New Zealand's. They passed a law that converted rivers into nature.
Yeah. There's a few countries, I think, that have given legal standing to an element of nature within of the territory within their various countries. I can't remember all of them right now, but yeah. So there's definitely some movement towards doing that. Personally, I would say not enough, and I certainly think it's something that should be here. I just, like, within COP, a lot of the dialogue that you hear is about how we can, like, nature is mentioned, and the earth is mentioned, and biodiversity is mentioned, but it's what it can do for us, how we can use it, you know, how useful it is. Whereas within the tribunal, and, you know, at large within civil society, certain civil society groups, there's a sense of autonomy and respect towards nature, not just what can it do for you. And I do think, in terms of solutions moving forward, that is probably respecting, giving nature rights, thinking about its needs as well as our own is a more productive way to progress.
Non-CB said natura, not for yourself but for school. I mean for nature.
Say that again, Dolly.
There was my school, actually, when I was in school in Cyprus, the slogan was non sibi sed scholae, which meant not for yourself but for your school. So this could be an interesting slogan for non sibi sed natura, not for yourself but for nature.
Yeah.
You know,
indeed.
That is a fascinating concept. And so you would feel that nature is missing at the table. Do you think that are there voices missing at this COP? Can you hold that? I want to just check to see if it's
So, yes, today I believe is Communities and Young People Day at COP, and the young people are all outside COP. They're doing a march and an event in the streets around COP. They're not here in the venue. I mean, there have been some young people around, but I would say their voice isn't heard enough either within the conference. There's been some progress on that, but and there's a day that's named after them, but...
And it's interesting, though, that there's no day named after Indigenous people, and I believe that nature is tomorrow, Saturday.
Nature is tomorrow, yeah.
So, on Saturday, and I wonder if COP will be... Already I felt that COP was much less full today than the other days, especially Monday and Tuesday, which were just, just overwhelming, almost. But, I mean, I find that interesting that, those voices, the youth, Indigenous, and nature's voice, which is, it's a funny thing to think about nature as a being, for some. And how does one actually represent natures at a table when nature doesn't really, sadly, have a voice? So perhaps, would you agree that those people outside, those voiceless people, the youth there, and the Indigenous folk, are the voice of nature, perhaps?
Yeah, I would. I mean, for young people, they are the voice of the future, essentially, as well, because it's their future that the decisions right now are dictating. But yes, I mean, particularly within Indigenous peoples, I'm no expert, but when they speak about nature, they talk about it as their sister, their brother, their mother and their father. Mother Earth, Father Sky. So it is. They are the voice of nature because they believe there's a relationship. The way they view it is that there is a relationship happening. It's a familial situation. So they speak on behalf of nature as their sister, brother, mother, father, and that, I think they recognise that it is a relationship that the two parties depend on. So it's not without self-interest. They realise that nature gives them lots of things, but as part of that relationship, they give back to nature as well. And in terms of Western discourse, that what you can give back to nature doesn't come up very much, and it's not coming up much from what I can see at COP either.
And how has the COP, maybe just to wrap it up, because I know you've got another interview to go to. How has the experience of COP been to you? How do you feel about it? Do you think it's something positive, it's something that should happen, or how do you feel about it?
I do think it's something that should happen. It's been as expected, from what I hear from a lot of people, a mixed bag in terms of outcomes. It's not every decision that's been made has been cheered. But I think one of the most important aspects of COP, from what I can see with my limited experience, as this is my first COP, is that it is a place where everyone can come together and at least try and demand some representation, and for their voices, for the people who are in here, for their voices to be heard. So I think that it's very valuable in that way, that it gives people a platform, and people from all over the world a platform to be able to give their opinion, their demands, and their solution. Their input into what should happen. Whether their input is then taken on board, because the decisions are still made by a select few. But yeah, I think it is a valuable thing to have. And I mean, obviously there's been, as a member of the media, there's been a lot of media coverage of COP, and that is really important as well in keeping it in the climate crisis and the biodiversity crisis in the minds of the general public. So I think it's valuable in that way to have a kind of, a concerted time where there's talk about this in the media.
And with the final thought, I was speaking on the show to Paul Davidson, who is the presenter of Outrage and Optimism in a podcast, and he said the media will determine whether this COP will be successful or not. In a sense of like trial by jury. As a journalist, what do you say to that?
Well, that's it. That's true. Yeah, that's that. I would largely agree with that, and that's not just true of COP. That's the media has a huge influence over how, you know, every aspect of society is viewed by the general public within their scope. So yeah, I think that is in no small part true. However, the decisions that are made in the corridors of power here, or the meeting rooms of power, that is also important. So yeah, I think there's a lot of things that are important here, but the media is certainly one of them.
Well, thank you very much, Tracy, for your time and that very valuable insight into what must have been a fascinating experience in the tribunal. And also just to remind you guys that what happens outside these walls is also important, because that puts pressure on these halls of power to actually get their ass into gear. So, Tracy, thank you very much for your time. And I look forward to connecting with you again very soon.
Indeed.
Have a great day further.
Thank you.
Thank you. I hope I got it.
3, 2, live.
Thanks for that, Nick. Good to see what's going on the inside of COP. It's Fergal here, word on the street, what's actually happening on the streets of Glasgow. Bit of a difference to yesterday's washout. It was cold, miserable, damp, soaked through the bone. Today it's now a nice blue sky here in George's Square in the centre of Glasgow. There's quite a lot of different activities going on here today. We've got a group here we're going to have a chat with now that are over from Northern Ireland, Extinction Rebellion. We've got some people with some giant plant-based treats with a big inflatable cow. I've been chatting to some police liaison officers with some interesting stories about the policing. These guys are engaged in a very, very heavy conversation. Don't think the police are going to try let me talk to them, but I did try earlier and everything was no comment, but I think we'll have a chat with the liaison officers. Yeah, so just COP26, interesting night last night. On the way home, I came across a police cordon literally right in front of where I was staying, and there was a private dinner going on for some of the global elite from the oil and gas companies, and with the former COP president Claire Perry was actually there. So she was part of the delegation. There was quite a few arrests, there was lock-ons, so hopefully we're going to see some of that footage later on today, so stick around for that. Also went to a reparation talk, so there's lots and lots of fringe events happen at COP. So you've got what's happening in the blue zone and the green zone, a lot of disappointment going on there, but from the outside there's a multitude of different groups getting together and having kind of citizens' assemblies, having conferences about different things. So I went to one about reparation and about the Stop the Manganese. It was by the Scottish Greens who organised it, and they had somebody from Kenya come and have a talk, and somebody actually from the front line in India, a human rights lawyer, and talking about the actual devastation that's actually happening there and about reparation. So getting to learn a lot, getting to meet a lot of people. So yeah, it is actually really, really good out in the streets. So I'm going to have a spin around here. You can see we got some people in green and blue behind me. And there we go. So we've got no fossil fuel. We've got hot air rising. And from doing Gaelic, 17 years in school, and being from Éire, I know what Éire is, but I won't ruin the surprise. We've got banned petroleum licensing. Okay, we've got some green-looking people, blue-looking people. Scary. Got not much COP. Oh, there we go. We got I was going to say normal-looking person. You must be the spokesperson, I take it. Yeah. One of them. One of them. Yeah. And man in blue. Another job. Okay, so talk to me. Éire rising. For those who don't know, Éire is a name for what country?
Ireland. Ireland, is it?
Ireland.
Yeah.
Okay. So what are you doing here?
So basically we are
Trying to come around here and chat to me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So you can see the nice background. Yeah.
So here.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's good.
Yeah. So basically, we are trying to highlight the fact that in Northern Ireland specifically, there is no banning on petroleum licensing. So, which obviously we need to stop this. If we are trying to tackle climate change, obviously we have to keep the oils on the ground. And then all this group over here, Northern Ireland and Ireland, the Republic, we are coming together as an extension of Ireland to do this action and highlight it, and call the governments to stop, extracting oil from the ground, and then to pass this banning on the petroleum licenses, basically, that are limited to the country.
Okay, so let's get this straight. So they're issuing new licenses in Northern Ireland for petroleum.
Yeah.
Okay, how many oil wells is there?
No, actually, this is for exploration. So those licenses is basically for exploration on the area, and then when you provide these licenses, so then companies are able to actually to go for it and explore and try to extract oil.
Sorry, they're issuing new exploration licenses for oil and gas.
Yeah, exactly.
And we've got COP26 going on.
Correct. So then when we should stop this, the first measure we have to have is actually to stop future licenses. What they're doing is actually issuing new licenses for these companies to go there. So it's we don't have a really strong laws that can stop this impact on Northern Ireland.
So who's actually issuing the licenses then?
The government itself, the current government. But also here in the Republic, despite we have a more strong, licensing approach, so all of this has to be treated as a whole Ireland. And that is what we try to support, from here, from the Republic to the guys in the north. So we have a party that is, in both sides, which is Sinn Féin.
Yeah.
So they are in the north and the south, and they will have enough to say about this as well.
Yeah, wow, that's really shocking. So, so the Republic of Ireland, where I'm from, Dublin, has banned all hydrocarbon exploration. Okay.
Not completely,
not completely.
Not completely, not just yet.
Yeah.
Okay, so they are still, keeping it there in case we require to get more energy from those fossil fuels, sources. But for example, in the Republic, we ban fracking. Which is it's basically a method that we use to extract gas. But in the north it's not the case. So you can have just around the corner, basically a terminal of fracking, trying to get gas.
So fracking is not banned in Northern Ireland?
No, it is not at all, but it's banned on the Republic.
That's shocking.
That's shocking.
Yeah.
That's shocking, and it's still on the table. Still, you can import those. You can import gas from the US.
Could you just hold that for 1 second?
Yeah.
My backpack is actually open. There you go. Hopefully all these police around nobody's going to nick it.
Yeah.
So you were talking about a whole Ireland approach. Yeah. That Ireland, the north and south, have one approach towards hydrocarbon exploration.
Correct. So obviously we are one land, so it's this imaginary line, but it's going to affect the whole biodiversity of the whole island itself. So it's just climate change doesn't know about borders. So there's no lines there, and then we just need very brave politicians that they are willing to do the right thing and sometimes sacrifice some votes or upset some people from the coal industry. So just to do the right thing about the climate.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's pretty shocking.
Yeah, it is indeed.
Yeah, I'm going to have a chat with some of your friends. Anything else to add that we should know about?
Anything else that we should know about it?
Yeah. Well, I didn't know about this. I didn't know Northern Ireland was doing this.
Yeah, for sure. Well, we need actually to have a strong approach, or the whole island itself, right, and fight back. And we need to be obviously leaders on climate change. And despite the calls, we are just not. It's another greenwashing happening. Yeah.
Amazing. What was your name again?
Manuel Salazar.
Manuel, where are you from?
I was raised in Venezuela, and Venezuela is an oil state, so I've seen with my own eyes what the oil industry can do to a country, and it's a mess. So then I don't want that happens to Ireland, but I'm also a proud Irish man.
Fantastic.
Okay, cool.
Encantado.
Muchas gracias. Okay, ciao.
Okay, so I'm just going to move my bag over here. Just leave that there so it doesn't get nicked. Let's have a quick You look nice and smiley and happy.
Oh, I am.
Here we go.
I am enriching myself.
I'll just hold this, you can shake.
Oh, can you? Yeah.
What's your name?
My name is Paul Brogan.
Paul Grogan, and what brings you here? I was just chatting to your friend about the licensing.
Oh yeah, I shouldn't be too glib about saying I'm over for COP, right?
Yeah.
Like, you know, possibly humanity's last opportunity to really divert the train wreck or choose where the train wreck goes.
Yeah.
So, but this specific protest is about the petroleum licensing. They are prospecting in my sort of local area where I grew up. And then
where did you grow up?
So it's in County Tyrone, but it's in our next county over is County Fermanagh, and that's really where they're looking. It's not the first time they tried fracking in Northern Ireland. They did it 10 years ago.
Yeah.
There was massive protest then. I guess they feel it's died down enough that they can try it again. But we're 10 years further on. We're 10 years more knowledgeable about the climate catastrophe. You know, we did not see the wildfires 10 years ago that we're seeing now, or the size of the hurricanes we're seeing now, and yet still they think this is a good idea. And perhaps this has been spoken about already, but yeah, they say they're just exploring. They're not intending to exploit. You know, and that's, I mean, I actually see it as a form of fraud. That, you know, that the governments will take their money to do this, you know, just exploration, whenever they can't extract the resource. And this money is coming from, I mean, maybe it's coming from rich people, but it's also coming from, like, you know, banks that we all use and from pension funds and this sort of stuff. So it is immoral, and I think there's so much about the current situation that needs to be treated more as a moral issue and less as a financial issue or even as a goody two-shoes type of issue. So yeah.
Absolutely, keep it up. Good. So what was your name?
My name is Paul Brogan, B-R-O-G-A-N.
Paul Brogan. Okay, keep up. Good. Make sure you go outside the blue zone.
The blue zone. Okay.
Yeah. Do that. You know, you need to
With
get
all this stuff.
Oh, absolutely, 100%. Just going to pan out again. So just in case you're joining us, we're here, word on the street from George's Square in central Glasgow. We've got lots of very colourful people. Have a chat with one of you guys. There we go. Hi. What's your names?
I'm Kay.
I'm Anna.
Why are you blue and green?
Well, I'm green because I was a part of the street theatre that just happened, and I was a pollutant, and so the green matches. I also have the top, tell the truth.
Yeah.
So that's why we're here.
Yeah.
My hair is just blue because I'm a humanities student, but I'm here for the same reason. Yeah.
You're a what student?
I'm a humanities student.
Emo.
Yeah.
She's emo.
So humanities students wear blue.
Yeah, pretty much. It's a rule, really. Yeah.
What was the street performance you were doing?
It was about the fossil fuel industry. So we had politicians and we had pollutants, and the politicians were trying to tame the pollutants, but then eventually they realised that they don't actually have the time and they can't do it. And the politicians eventually failed, and so the message is that we can't run away from our fossil fuel extraction forever, and we have to face that and tell the truth and realise that the gold mining that is happening in Northern Ireland is A, should be illegal, and B, needs to be stopped if we are to stay in line with the science, stay in line with the Paris Agreement, and ultimately have true intersectional social justice and climate justice.
Yeah, the way that our political system works at the moment is demonstrated quite well by the action that we just had, where it is politicians like pretending that they have control over like our environmental output and our CO2 output, but in reality we really don't. And I think COP underlines that for us because it's been such a big event, and it is spreading awareness. It is letting us know that this is a lot scarier than we might have thought before, and I think getting that message out to everyone, to the general public, is so important.
Yes.
A lot scarier. I don't know. There's a report just been released in COP from the Met, which is the Meteorological Association, or whatever, blah blah blah. You know, it's just, and they're talking about like what actually 1.5 degrees like of heat means, and it means 1 billion people around the world are going to be heat stressed, and people still don't actually kind of understand what this means. It means they'll get, like, it's called the temperature and the wet bulb and humidity levels, and so 1 billion people are going to be experiencing that, and even 6 hours at a wet bulb temperature of 35 degrees for like 6 hours can kill you, even healthy people.
And I mean, everything from like drought, famine, climate migration, those are other big wide-scale things that are going to affect like everyone. And I guess it's easy to think up here in like the Western world that like, oh, we have a bit of time, it's okay. But in the global south, this stuff is already happening. We're hearing that from the MAPA activists that we have over here to attend COP26. And those are the activists that need the most coverage here, because they're the ones whose lives and families and countries are already in danger, and people are dying.
Yes, MAPA coverage is so essential, and we're not saying it. As you can see, we are two white activists.
Yeah.
We are not the people that people should be talking to. We have brought MAPA activists from all over the world to COP. They are the people on the front lines of the climate crisis. They are the people who are actively experiencing it every single day. And so they're the ones.
Do you want to just explain MAPA? M-A-P-A.
Yes, so MAPA is most affected people in areas. So they're the people, generally people of colour, people of minorities, people who are going to be disproportionately affected by the climate crisis, and also people who live in areas that are already being affected by the climate crisis. Because there already are climate deaths and climate refugees happening now today. This is not a problem for future generations. That generation has come, and it is us. And we're not going to let those people in that COP26 building get away with anything less than staying in line with the science.
Where can people get more information about MAPA?
Fridays for Future website. Just look up Fridays for Future.
Yeah. Are you part of Fridays for Future?
Yes.
Yeah, we are Friday for Future, yeah.
Were you on the march last Friday?
Yes!
There we go.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, it was good.
Very good. And were you on the march on Saturday?
Yes.
Yeah, although it was a bit rainy.
It was, yeah. Oh, that's fantastic. Anything else to add?
Just that we want to make sure that people know that climate justice is not an isolated issue. You know, we hear a lot about the science and the facts and things like that, but we need to remember the human side of it. There are people on the brunt end of those facts. So we need to ensure social justice and make sure that this is not a sexist, racist, ableist movement, that it is truly intersectional, and that we are all fighting on the same page and no one is left behind.
Yeah, we need, for any climate justice, we need social justice ultimately.
Yes.
That's the...
And also, we know, we've heard all of these empty promises. We are sick of climate pledges, of climate promises coming from inside huge meeting rooms with world leaders, and we're not going to trust that they will put those into action until we see that action. We have seen millions and millions of promises. We have seen no action whatsoever.
Very well said. Very well said. Thank you very much.
No problem.
I'm going to actually put you on the spotlight.
Oh, yay.
Hey, what's your name?
I'm Emma.
Emma.
Yeah.
You're wearing a blue. Tell me what you're wearing.
I'm wearing a politician today.
You're wearing a what?
I'm wearing a blazer and a shirt and tie, and I'm a politician today.
You're a politician?
Yes.
Oh, what kind of politician are you?
The sort that thinks petroleum licensing is okay, and I can be in control of pollutants, basically.
So what goes on in the mindset of a politician, knowing what we know about immediate death and destruction of a planet of billions of species and humanity? What goes through your mind at night?
I think GDP and hunger for power, probably.
Yeah.
I think just kind of a very short-sighted view of wondering about the next election cycle and not kind of the survival of everyone in the next few decades. So, yeah.
And are you not worried about the future of your children?
Yeah, I guess I'm not. I guess that doesn't seem to matter as much, and also if I become successful enough, I can probably buy my way out of that problem, move to New Zealand or something with everyone else, and just...
I think New Zealand's getting full and they've stopped foreigners from buying land there.
Yeah. You know, I'm sure we'll find a workaround, so yeah.
Well, I would normally say keep up the good work to most of the activists I meet on the street, but in this instance I'm actually going to have to retract that statement, okay?
Yeah, that's fair.
And all I'm going to say is I want you to deeply reflect about, your responsibilities as a human.
Yeah. Okay, I've earned that.
There we go. And I will say, I haven't said hello to you, so I'm just going to say hello to you. What's your name? Jane.
Action.
They look so scared. They look so scared. That's all you have to say. Just a quick word while you're here.
I'm here because governments are in denial and I'm fed up with greenwashing, so I have to do something about it.
Fair enough.
I'm half here because she, eco-shamed me into coming here. Well, no, reminded me of my responsibilities.
No, I didn't.
It wasn't eco-shame. Reminded me of the importance of COP.
No, that's good. Good stuff. Keep up the good work. He's already getting he's being in pre-interview there. I was going to come back to that guy. Do you want to have a quick word?
Yeah, I suppose the main point I'd like to make is about the political parties in Northern Ireland and Southern Ireland. We have Sinn Féin, who's actually they're not in power at the moment in the South, but they're the biggest party, and they probably will get into power next time. And Extinction Rebellion, which I'm a member of in Dublin, are very concerned about their total lack of the green agenda and climate change. And when you look at what's going on in Northern Ireland and related to this action, in Northern Ireland they haven't banned fracking in Northern Ireland. They have in the south, although they're still want to allow fracked gas in from America, which is a complete contradiction. But so we're very concerned about the future of politics in Ireland with the way the Sinn Féin is the biggest party, and what's going to happen with their record in Northern Ireland.
So essentially Sinn Féin have a pretty awful record when it comes to the environment. You know, shocking.
Absolutely shocking. Yeah, no agenda, and we actually have a meeting organised with them in the near future in Dublin, trying to sort out, have some influence on it with Extinction Rebellion.
Well, keep up the good work. Extinction Rebellion in Northern Ireland and in Southern Ireland, all working together on this highly important issue. Just going to put my earpiece back in here for 1 second. Thank you very much. So it really is, again, like, you know, here we are, word on the street. We get to have a nice in-depth conversation. So I'm actually from Ireland. I'm from the Republic. I'm from Dublin. I didn't know about, you know, that Northern Ireland are actually granting exploration licenses. I didn't know that fracking is still allowed in Northern Ireland. And I didn't realise, you know, there's the north and the south, they're actually working very closely together because it's a one island approach. So and that report that actually came out, I think it was yesterday in COP, you know, about the heat stress that we're going to be facing at 1.5 degrees. What most people don't really realise is, like, you know, 1.5, 2 degrees of temperature rise. It's not linear. It's not like just 2 degrees of an average temperature. So I think globally the average sea temperature and land temperature is about 13 degrees or something like that. So Dr. Aaron out there, I know you're a climate scientist and you give me these facts, and I normally kind of get them slightly wrong, but it's in around 13. So increasing it by another 2 degrees. So you're actually talking about, it's about like 6-7% increase in the overall global average. And so we've already seen it, like, you know, the heat stress that people have been under, 2020, 2016, like records getting smashed around the world. And this report is basically saying we're going to have 1 billion people who are going to be facing these kind of extremities, like these heat. And it's just absolutely shocking. So I'm going to go and continue my little walk around. Oh yeah, I want to have a chat with this guy here, right? So are you okay to have a chat with me?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So this is Richard. Richard is a police liaison officer. So I don't want to focus too much on the policing in COP, but I was here for the kettling in. And then there was more kettling in with some of the Chinese protesters. I know I was out last night, I shouldn't say this, I was pretending to be studying really hard for the next day of Word on the Street, in the pub with a young activist, and she was actually followed by the police, followed from the pub, and then her car was tailed till the place she was staying, so they're like keeping an eye on everything. So what's your take, and what have you heard?
Yeah, well, I think we've heard quite a lot of disturbing stuff about the use, particularly of the forward intelligence team officers. There are an enormous number of them around in Glasgow at the moment.
Yeah.
And you know, I find it slightly over policing, to be honest. It seems a bit disproportionate. They know that we're a peaceful, non-violent movement, so why are they going to all these lengths to follow activists, to keep getting their notebooks out, jotting down everyone's names? God knows how many times they've jotted my name down in the notebook. But it's like, you know, really? I mean, you know, it does seem a bit over the top.
Yeah.
So we've seen some reasonable policing, and we've seen some pretty appalling policing over the course of the COP26 rebellion so far. Obviously, some of the worst of it was the kettling last Wednesday. completely disproportionate to any kind of threat, whatever they thought that might be. But then, you know, last night down at the COP site, we had a bronze commander on site who seemed to get it. He seemed to understand the issues that we were talking about. So he seemed to get that having evidence gatherers there filming all the time really was not conducive to people feeling, you know, safe, actually. We've been feeding this back as much as we can through the police liaison officers that are out and about, hoping that might actually feed through to the silver and gold commanders, and maybe they'll just sort of like, you know, tone it down a bit, frankly. But the following thing is not good. We're going to do something hopefully later today to try and see exactly what's going on there and challenge it.
Yeah, well, I've talked to 2 people who've been followed, so. And especially after like what happened with the Sarah Everest
I mean, you'd have thought they would be a bit more sensitive, wouldn't you?
More sensitive, yeah, absolutely.
I don't get it, but there you go. I think to be honest, they've got far too many resources here. They don't know what to do with them, so they're just deploying them willy-nilly, but that's just a personal view.
Yeah, okay, well, keep up the good work, Richard. Nice talking to you.
Yes, very good.
So, there we go. Bit of a word on the street about the policing. There is a hell of a lot of police everywhere. It's not too bad today. Could you do me a favour? Could you hold that for 1 second? Just there you go. I love when you go around the camera. You can just delegate to people just to do things. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, I've got a sore back. Can you just you know, sort my back out? So can I just leave my? Can I? We're actually still streaming here.
Oh, are you? Right, so
here we go. You can actually say a quick word. Yeah, that's one way to gate crash a party.
I didn't realise. It's a message to my family.
Yeah. So what's your name, Green Man?
My name's Stephen. Stephen. Yeah, thank you. I'm. Here's big sirens. Yeah, my name's Stephen, and I'm here with Extinction Rebellion Northern Ireland. We've had a really great morning here in George Square. Action that we did back in Belfast on Saturday. We did the big Belfast end of the COP26 International Day of Action on Saturday in Belfast, and then the next day I basically put all of his stuff in a suitcase and came to Glasgow. So today we were here trying to raise awareness about both in very particular issue in Northern Ireland about petroleum licensing, but also just about ending fossil fuel extractivism in general, and I just again a bit wanting to make sure that Northern Ireland and Ireland's voice is represented here in Glasgow.
Great stuff, great stuff. And if people want to find out a bit more about this, is it on Extinction Rebellion like Belfast, Ireland?
We probably the easiest place to get us is on our Facebook page, so Extinction Rebellion Northern Ireland Facebook page. That's where you can find out most information about what we're up to.
Yeah, cool. Big shout out. Okay, guys, go get clicking. Right, thanks for that. Keep up the good work. I'll see you down the blue zone, outside the blue zone. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Nice
yeah. You know, you need to get this here. You got lots of interviews.
Yeah, thank you.
So I'm just gonna try and close my bag. Sorry, you couldn't just close my bag. It was just
Sure.
I should have organised this beforehand. I was like, oh, I've got loads of time. Right, I'm going to continue my little mosey around the square here. There's a couple of other people I was chatting to a little bit earlier. Whoa! Sorry, it's my technical hiccup here. So we have this giant, big, inflatable pig. This happens to be. It says stop animal farming. Try and see if I can find somebody to talk to me about this. There was a plant-based food person I was talking to a little bit earlier. Don't know if they have ran away. The food people come. So what happens is like everyone does all their actions, and then as soon as the food brigade arrives, you get people like, you know, George always eating. He's always eating.
Free food.
Yeah.
Free vegan food.
I'm just looking for the spokeslady from the plant-based food. Have you seen her?
She's from plant-based, the one in the pink jacket.
One in pink jacket. I'll put her on the spot. How you doing? Are you from the plant-based food?
I'm from Animal Rebellion, but I can send you to the right person for Plant-Based Treaty.
Oh yeah. Oh, look at this. Thank you. That's amazing. Yeah, can you bring me over?
Yeah.
There you go. What's your name?
I'm Sophia.
Sophia? There you go, you can say hello. Sophia, so you're from Animal Rebellion?
I am.
I'll hold it.
Thank
I
you.
hold it, you talk. Yeah.
Yes, I'm from Animal Rebellion.
Yeah. And what have you guys been up to?
So we've actually been working alongside the Plant-Based Treaty because our goals align with theirs, which is looking for a more just and sustainable plant-based future.
Yeah.
So yeah, we've just been working alongside them.
Okay, that's great. And you're having all this great food here. So it looks very
yes, all vegan friendly.
Yeah, looks
and
great.
Nice and free from the XR Sustenance team.
XR Sustenance team.
Yes.
Amazing.
And then over here, this is Plant-Based Treaty.
Okay, we've got somebody to interview here. Is that, any of you guys want to have a quick word? So we're on COP26 TV live?
Yeah.
Do you want to just come over here
Yeah,
so we
sure.
can get this joint?
Yeah.
I can move out the way if you want to. No, it looks good. I want to get this all in the background there.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll hold it. You just talk normally.
Thank you.
What's your name?
I'm Simone.
Simone, where are you from?
I come from Italy.
Italiano, va bene.
Exactly, yeah.
Mi da cinque.
Batticinque.
Okay, so tell me, what's going on behind us?
So basically we have this giant cow that has two messages. On a side there is stop animal farming, on the other side there is endorse the plant-based treaty. So it shows the problem, and on the other side it brings a solution. So we want to highlight how devastating is the animal farming industry on land, in the ocean, so everywhere. And there is not much around Glasgow in those days. I think it's really important that world leaders should talk about the cow in the room. So that's the narrative. So we always say the elephant in the room, but actually we want to highlight the cow in the room.
Yeah.
We need to talk about the impact of the animal farming industry on the environment. So it's really devastating. So we are here to mention it, to talk about it, to highlight it. And also we have this campaign which is called Plant-Based Treaty. So people can easily sign up on the website www.plantbasedtreaty.org, and it takes 20 seconds of everyone's time. Just clicking on the yellow button, it goes on a sign-up form, so every individual can sign up, but also businesses, organizations, everyone. So at the end, we want to have a massive adherence in order to challenge governments to negotiate a global plant-based food system. So that's the demand. We want to transition from the actual food system to a new, just and sustainable food system that is respectful for all living beings. And it has three demands. The first one is relinquish. So
I'm just going to spin this around so you can...
Yeah. So the first one is relinquish. So basically it wants to stop the problem to get worse. So stop new farms, stop new slaughterhouses, stop new deforestation, stop everything that is damaging the planet. The second demand is redirect. So that's what I just said. So we want to redirect the system into a new, we want to have an active transition to from the actual system based on animal products to a new system based on plant food, so a plant-based food system. And the third demand is restore. So we want to rewild, repopulate, restore the biodiversity. So yeah, those three demands are around the campaign, and so that's what we want. We want a new plant-based food system. We are trying to bring the animal farming industry into the climate debate, which is missing.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're going to go somewhere else. Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, keep up the good work.
Yeah.
Ciao bello.
Ciao.
Arrivederci. Okay, so I'm just going to plug my earphones back in. Hopefully I'm not going to get too much trouble with Director Vlad again for taking my earphones out. Vlad, how are we doing?
Carry on holding the cow.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm just gonna finish here by just having a little walk around. So we're talking about, we got the police liaison officers in blue who go around gathering evidence, being friendly to people, probably asking lots of things about the giant pig in the room. I have to say, actually, I really like that, because there's so many issues that don't really kind of get the attention that's needed at COP, and the conversations are very much led by, you know, top-down approach from governments and the people who actually fund the governments, which is traditionally hydrocarbon fuels have been pumping millions and billions into campaigns. Also quite interesting the fact Barack Obama flying into town, there was like lots of enthusiasm. you know, of you know, America back at the table since Trump, and then, well, I was going to say funny. It's like that he's then criticising the likes of Russia and China leaders for not turning up. Just going to give a shout out to these the foodies. Phil, how you doing? Look at this. I'm going to embarrass Phil. Doesn't want to say hello. Roger. So give a shout out to you guys. Hello. Yeah. What's your name, sir?
Callum.
Callum. You look pretty busy, Callum.
I have indeed.
There we go. And what's your name, Phil? Oh, sorry.
It's still Philip.
Okay, Phil. There you go. And do you cook all this food?
No, I don't cook it. We just get the job of dishing it out, and we get all the glory. The guys who do all the hard work are back in the kitchen, and they are the ones that really need to have the thanks.
So give a shout out. Who's in the kitchen? A
shout out to Mavanwi, Mikhail, Sue, Dan, and all the other volunteers, because volunteers come for just 1 hour, or they might come for 2 hours, so it's a huge team of people that are doing it.
Amazing. How many people do you feed a day?
I should think we're doing about 350, something like that.
350. And do you know, is any of this gluten-free today?
Thank you. Some of it will be gluten-free.
Yeah, okay, no problem. Amazing. That's what I love about you guys. Okay, so I'm just going to do my old spin around again. So quite a nice day here in George's Square in central Glasgow. Just a reminder, if you're just tuning in, we would like you very much to share this, please. You can add comments into YouTube video. You can also add comments into Facebook. Get the debate going. We're in the second week of COP. Word on the street is that, like, there's pretty much the feeling is what's happening in the blue zone is simply not good enough. The politicians, the world leaders, the delegates are simply not putting the action plans into place that are needed to tackle the ecological and climate emergency. There's a lot of talk on the street about social justice, reparation, and about the work we should be doing with the global south. One of the scariest things that kind of like came up last night in the talk was this kind of funding mechanism that goes to the global south. It comes with conditions, and actually I think about 40% of it actually comes with as a loan, so it comes with interest. So it's a financial tool as opposed to a mechanism for helping countries to deal with the worst effects of climate change. So a clever financing, lots of rhetoric, lots of fancy words coming in from politicians. Great pledges, it all sounds wonderful. Again, this whole thing about, like, you know, no deforestation by 2030, great, that's 8 years away, so we've got 8 years more destroying prime forests around the world. Things like that we should be like just stopping now. The likes of the oil exploration in Northern Ireland, I didn't even know that was going on. That should be just banned. So yeah, so word on the street is fantastic, of getting to the heart of the real people who really care. You saw that on Saturday, you saw that on Friday with the marches. Huge amount of people turning out for them. So I don't know, there was a short little video, I don't want to put Vlad on the spot, of what it was like inside the green zone. I did a little bit of a walk around for 10 minutes. You don't have to show the 10 minutes, but maybe just the first 2 or 3 minutes or whatever, if you do have it ready. And it gives you an idea of what actually happens in there, and there's a lot of NGOs, a lot of different organizations. I think it was like 200 organizations were able to apply. And what happened was, I was going to say Greenpeace, Extinction Rebellion applied to have a table inside the green zone, and it was like the whole idea was meet the rebels. Very nicely put to them, and the submission went in to have a table, and there was an opportunity from people around the world to have a chat with frontline activists. And guess what? The delegates, or the people from COP26 Green Zone, actually refused Extinction Rebellion to have a place at the table. So anyway, let's work some magic, and let's see if we can fly over to the Green Zone, have a couple of minutes, just get a flavour of what that's like, and catch up with you at a ceilidh. So I got my dancing shoes on a little bit later. It's going to be outside the blue zone, so stick around. So I've made it into the green zone, and I'm on the 3rd floor. and walking around all the different exhibitions and shows. Some of it I'm a little bit shocked by some of the things they're promoting, especially across things like this. Globally, 35 million flights every year. That's a lot of choice for travellers. What do you think they're talking about? They're talking about innovative techniques used by the travel search engine Skyscanner to help travellers search and filter flights to find the perfect deal. Honestly, what on earth is this doing part of the green zone? I've got absolutely no idea. Other things going on. We've got lots of games. We got some good stuff about resources for the planet. Did manage to fly into space, which was pretty cool. But downstairs there's a lot of sections on fusion technology for saving humanity. Considering the build time and the complexities, it's promoting technologies. I don't know if it's a good or bad thing. But yeah, lots of games for kids to play. Blue zone is over there. Let's go down to the next level. So the green zone is all NGOs, different groups are able to apply to have a stall here. Extinction Rebellion applied to have a stall and were refused. Don't know why. This guy's having a good chill out here. But yeah, so it's lots of not random things. Lots of called games for kids. It's pretty much like the Science Museum, what I've seen of it. Welcome to the Odyssey, sponsored by WWF. Science show, theatre, planetarium. We've got showing off different renewable energy technologies. Playing different games. Got no idea what these are for. More games for, I don't know, different people to play. Seems to be quite quiet, considering the amount of people at COP. Could be because of the school strikes is on today. Got battery technology. Sections on adaptation is where I'm going to be going very shortly, into the Science Theatre, one of the shows. Clean air. So one of the so we've come back to my audio in George Square. The audio was actually quite bad in that recording. I apologise. And yeah, so as you can see, so this little walk around the green zone, it really felt like being in the Science Museum, and there was no real areas to get into, like, debates with people. I thought there was going to be like a lot more talks, a lot more open spaces. I thought it was going to be a lot more kind of based on kind of citizens' assemblies type thing. To me, it was all just like gimmicks. It's just like, you look at this, it's like, okay, what the hell is that about? The whole area getting promoted by the UK Atomic Nuclear Energy Association, or whatever it was called. And that's like forcing solutions upon us, as opposed to, going through and like let's sit down and work with, like, hundreds of engineers and figure out what the practical solutions that we need now, because the time framing we've got like pretty much 8 years to turn this around. And yeah, okay, nuclear is a good example. It takes 10 years to plan a plant, 10 years to make it, 10 years for it to become carbon neutral, so that's like 30 years time. there you go, that's 2050. So that's very simplistic, you know, but we need to be talking about practical, real solutions, decarbonising our grid as quick as possible, you know, using less energy, not relying on future technologies. So a lot of this is actually talking about, you know, future technologies that we need to build to actually tackle the climate crisis. We've seen that now, big push in COP26, you know, in the reports of these hundreds and hundreds of pages of new reports, and they're relying on unproven technology at scale that's going to pretty much bankrupt the next generation. Again, it's all about timing. We've got solutions now that we need to be pushing out. And the other thing that's going on here is, like, seems to be like a lot of sponsorship from big corporations, Microsoft, SSE, you know, various different large groups. So yeah, all in all, I have a ticket for 4 days for the green zone, and to be honest with you, I much prefer being actually out on the streets. So anyway, I think you've seen enough. You got an idea what it was like. So we're going to pass you over to Clarissa, and I'm just going to go and have a look at these pigeons in Georgia Square.
So it's Gender Day at COP, and I've just met up with one of the observers from Colombia today, who's just about to go into the conference. Hello, thanks for joining us on COP26 TV.
Hey.
Would you like to introduce yourself?
Of course. Thank you for having us. My name is Maria Aguilar. I come from Colombia, from the NGO Ambiente y Sociedad.
And what is your role here as an observer? What are you hoping to achieve at this COP?
So I come representing civil society, and it's very important that civil society has access to open negotiations, which haven't been very open, to be honest. And there are actually lots of restrictions and limitations between participation of observers at this COP, which is what I've heard is my first COP, that this is a bit unusual. And I think this is a setback, and of course it challenges ambition, right? Because I think the role of civil society and observers is to hold our governments accountable for their performance inside those negotiation rooms. So yeah, that's something that we have been, you know, facing at this point. So it's very important to mention.
Have you been inside yet, and what's your first-hand experience of that?
Yes, so most of the negotiations needs a ticket from the constituencies, but for instance, we come from the Constituency Climate Action Network International, which represents more than, I don't know, hundreds of organizations, that they're just given 2 tickets most of the time. So it's very limited, so we are being just able to get inside informal meetings, which allow some observers, that it's restricted to the capacity of the room, so you actually have to get there very early to be able to get in. And that's a bit disappointing, I guess, because, you know, there was the presidency was very insistent to hold this COP in presence and not virtually, but now delegations and observers are, you know, obliged to follow them through the platform, which is a virtual platform. So that's kind of like not ideal, I guess. And COVID-19 cannot be an excuse to limit participation of observers.
So you've come all the way here from Colombia, you've got a ticket as an observer, but that still doesn't guarantee you a place at the table to be heard.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. Yes, and I know because we are many observer organizations, and that the circumstances are different because of COVID, but still I don't think these restrictions are ideal.
No, indeed. But when you do get inside, you're here on Gender Day, and that's what you really want to talk about, I'm sure. So what would you like to say about your ambition here?
So I think it's important that we have Gender Day because, as you know, climate change is not gender neutral. It disproportionately impacts women and girls and gender non-conforming people. So it's important to have these conversations inside. For instance, 80% of the people that are being displaced right now by the climate crisis are women. So of course, there is a need to pay great attention to these issues and have them within the conversation to make sure that all the decisions have a gender-responsive approach.
And what's the experience of women in Colombia in response as a result of the climate crisis? Many different ones, I'm sure, but what are you working on specifically?
So we actually work with different women from the Amazon Piedmont, which is the transition between the Andean Mountains and the Amazon, and we work with them in capacity building and fostering their participation in decision-making processes related to climate action. And what we have seen is that, of course, they can feel the impacts of the climate crisis the most for different and several reasons. And many of these are already due to existing conditions because, as many other cultures, there are some huge barriers when it comes to access to resources and management of natural resources, and of course, they're working directly as agents of change in managing projects related to climate. So that's something that we're working on, like trying to close that gap between women participation.
And can I just ask on a personal level, what's brought you to this point, coming to your first COP? What was really motivated you to come to this place in your life right now?
I think, from my own personal view, I think it was, of course, when you see how it's being pictured as the COP, that we need more ambition because we're losing that little window of opportunity to limit, global warming to 1.5 degrees. It sounds kind of like very heavy and historical and all of this, but I'm pretty sure now that the climate crisis won't get solved inside one of these rooms. I feel like national action is important, and as well the role of observers and civil society within their countries, pushing for more ambition within their countries, because here I think there is a huge division from developing countries, and there's still much to do to, I don't know how to say, like, be able to come to a common understanding around and historical responsibilities and all these. So
that's interesting. If I'm understanding correctly, you're actually saying that it's almost too big here, like international action might be more difficult to achieve than on a national level, where countries can take more things into account to do with their own situation?
Yes, this is a party-driven process, right? So it needs consensus, and some of the big responsible countries, of the climate crisis are a bit tough. I have been sensing it. So for developing countries, I think it's a very hard position to be in, and I think, there is much to do as well on a national level. I'm not saying these places are not important or the whole UNFCCC process hasn't been important. We are now, I think, better than 10 years ago when it comes to tackling the climate crisis, but still I feel we cannot lose sight that national level action is equally as important or more important.
Right. Is there anything else that you'd like to say, and just give you the space really, to do with either your experience at COP here in Glasgow or your mission, or?
I would like to mention that there are several groups that are here making their voice being heard, and one of these is the Indigenous Caucus, which are just right there if you want to see them perhaps. And so why? Because they're calling for justice and to have a voice, a stronger voice in the room. That's it.
Thanks so much for talking to us on COP26 TV, and I really wish that you the best of, hopefully you don't need luck, but good luck in any case inside the conference today.
Thank you, bye. Thank you.
The climate crisis and its devastating effects are everywhere and undeniable. Communities least responsible are most affected. These are just a few stories from the front line of humanity's greatest threat.
I grew up seeing the impact of the typhoons and the climate crisis. I grew up in a place that wasn't very urbanized. It was lots of huge trees. Houses were far apart. We'd have to listen to a battery-powered radio to listen if our city we had to evacuate. I would have to do my homework by the candlelight because there would be no electricity because of the raging typhoon outside. This is just something that I really grew up with, and this is already a story of privilege. Because last year, in the span of 3 weeks, we had 4 typhoons, and all of these are supposedly once-in-a-lifetime typhoons. Like the strength of them, they're being described as once-in-a-lifetime typhoons. But how many have I experienced? And I'm not even done with my lifetime, I hope. Sometimes I would wake up in the middle of the night and the floods have entered my room and then had to scoop it out. The city where our relatives were, floods sometimes reached 12 meters or 40 feet high, so second to third floors of buildings. We are so vulnerable to the climate crisis, but we are also fighting back so hard. We have no choice but to fight back. This is the planet that we're living on, that we're fighting for. I have this privilege, quote unquote, to choose to become an activist, while there are people who are forced into it almost because the consequences are worse. And in a way, we don't have a choice either because the climate crisis and the climate emergency is here, and we've seen that so clearly in the Philippines especially. And that was when I really decided to actively pursue environmental activism on a systemic change level.
Actually, by the time it was raining, it had to be the dry season. But then now that it has to be a wet season, it's dry. We had a plantation back then in the village, and when all this started happening, we lost our crops. We started losing our yields. So you find that you can't really sell any food because you also need food to survive. And then money went on reducing. There's a time when my dad couldn't afford to pay my tuition fees because we could no longer sell food. The yields were really very bad, and also we needed food to sustain ourselves. So I had to sit down for 3 months at home because school here is paid for, like you have to pay tuition fees in order to attain education. Since my dad couldn't afford, I couldn't go to school. And this is the case with very many children, very many. It breaks my heart because the same people that are suffering the same crisis are the same people who don't really know about it. And then that is how my activism started. Creating awareness in the local communities helps them understand what is going on, what climate change really is, and what they can do, because it affects them the most.
Rosa, you, I, and the rest of us only met recently, but it feels like it has been so much longer. Before camp, we had all been through the same difficulties for the last year because of the COVID crisis. We felt cut off from the world. At camp, we could finally be regular teenagers again. No masks, talking, hugging, and being carefree. We talked about how we, teenagers, were going to make the world a better place. This was supposed to be our summer, Rosa. Our summer of freedom. The water took you, Rosa. It happened so quickly. I still don't understand it. How could this happen to you, to us? The small, harmless stream had turned into a monster, and all I could think of was getting you out. I ran next to you, and I jumped in. I held you while the monster was raging around us and pulling us along with it. We had to get out. This isn't a movie, and I'm not a superhero. I'm just a 14-year-old boy who tried his best. I'm sorry, Rosa. I wish it wasn't true. I will never forget you, Rosa. None of us will.
Hello everyone, I'm from Africa, where we have desertification, burning of fossil fuels, petrols with high sulfur content, and our trees are being cut every day for urbanization and high rises. The animals are being pushed away. I'm a medical doctor. Corona, Ebola, Lassa, all those diseases is because we have encroached into the natural habitats of animals, yes, and they come back to fight us. Floods, disasters, hurricanes is because Mother Earth is fighting back. I am here to negotiate inside and fight outside. Take my picture. And I am not ashamed to say, we must stop. The whole world is watching us. Let us put money where our mouth is. If every single person here is funded to plant 100 trees, we spend less than what we have spent in this convention. Go back home for COP27, tell them we don't want to talk, we want to act. Stop climate change, stop fossil fuels, plant trees, stop desertification, and let us leave Mother Earth for our generations unborn. If we continue like this, in 2 generations, Mother Earth is finished. We're under the sea. So we're going to drum and shout and say, plant more trees. 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 Down. Now, stop fossil fuels. Stop fossil fuels. Stop fossil fuels. Stop fossil fuels. And now, we want good music to make them listen to us. Music, please.
And dance.
Dance. But the police want us behind the culvert. Move behind the culvert. We obey instructions. We're good people. Good people obey instructions. Music.
from the Rise Up movement. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it a hand for Vanessa Nakate!
Thank you so much. Hi everyone. In 2019, I started a project that involves the installation of solar panels and eco-friendly stoves in schools in Uganda, and we have so far done installations in 13 schools. It has been beautiful seeing these schools finally have light and the excitement of the students and the teachers at the end of the installations. It has always been pure joy, and I'm so thankful to everyone supporting this project. However, last evening I received a message from the head teacher from one of the schools, and it read, "Good evening, Vanessa. Thanks for everything. At Butega Primary School, the heavy storm came and destroyed the roofing of our school. We don't know what next." My heart froze, and then he started to send pictures, and I could see the roofs of the classrooms, the iron sheets destroyed, and around six children standing in front of the classroom without the roof, and the head teacher holding the once installed solar panel. Some of the crops from the school farm were also on the ground. It was so devastating to see. And then the head teacher sent me an audio, and some of the hurtful words and striking words he told me were, "We are here in an outcry, as you can see. Yesterday, we had a very strong storm because of the rain. It came when it was so heavy. It has destroyed everything. It has destroyed our crops, the school roof, and our solar which you provided was also put down. We are trying to fix it, but things are not easy. We were so worried about the panel, but I think it was not destroyed. We shall test it and see if it is still working. But all the wires and the bulbs were destroyed. I need someone to tell me how to explain to the head teacher that the strong winds and the heavy rainfall will not stop because the words and promises of leaders do not match their actions. And this is just one example, just one. Many schools are being destroyed because of extreme weather events. I need someone to tell me how to explain to farmers who are losing their crops and farms because of droughts and floods that seem to never end. And leaders continue to open up new coal power plants, construct oil pipelines, and frack gas without paying attention and listening to the voices crying out for help because of the destruction that is happening. That leaders have failed to understand that we cannot eat coal, we cannot drink oil, and we cannot breathe so-called natural gas. Is there anyone among you who can help me explain to girls dropping out of schools, girls being forced into early marriages, women walking long distances to collect water and find food for their families, that the decisions being made by governments right now are only going to increase the challenges that they are facing? The climate and ecological crisis is not just about weather patterns or data points or net zero targets. It's not about statistics. The climate and ecological crisis is about people, real people like the head teacher of that school, real people like the children, real people like you and me. And it is not taking place at some distant point of time. It is happening right now. Yes, we have to keep global temperatures to 1.5 degrees, but it still won't be safe for communities like mine. 1.2 degrees is already hell for us. It's already destruction, it's already suffering, it's already disaster. Any rise will only make things worse. The science is very clear. The most recent IPCC says that in order to avoid the worst impacts of the climate crisis, we have to end the development of all new fossil fuels. existing developed reserves exceed the 2-degree budget, and oil and gas reserves alone break the 1.5-degree budget. Even the International Energy Association stated in its recent World Energy Outlook report that we cannot have any new fossil fuel development if we are to have a fighting chance of staying below 1.5 degrees. 9 million people are dying prematurely every year from breathing toxic air from the burning of fossil fuels. More than 90% of the world's children breathe unsafe air every day. So first, we need to keep coal, oil, and so-called natural gas in the ground. I am from Kampala, Uganda, a country that has one of the fastest changing climates in the world. And as I've grown up, I've studied more and more about how the climate crisis was already ravaging vast parts of the African continent, which is tragic and ironic when you think about how Africa is the lowest emitter of CO2 emissions of all continents except for Antarctica. Many Africans are losing their lives while countless more have lost their livelihoods. Pain, agony, suffering, starvation, and death. And a recent World Bank report warned that we could see up to 86 million people displaced in sub-Saharan Africa alone due to rising sea levels, desertification, declining fresh water, and food scarcity. Over the past few months, there have been deadly heat waves and wildfires in Algeria and devastating flooding in countries like Uganda and Nigeria. And the UN has declared that Madagascar is on the brink of the world's first climate change famine. Tens of thousands of people are already suffering catastrophic levels of hunger and food insecurity after 4 years without rain. The climate and ecological crises are already here. A moment. The climate and ecological crises are already here, but so are citizens from around the globe. Leaders rarely have the courage to lead. It takes citizens, people like you and me, to rise up and demand action. And when we do that in great enough numbers, our leaders will move. Until then, we must demand that our leaders treat the climate crisis like a crisis. We must demand that our leaders stop holding meaningless summits and start taking meaningful action. We are all strong together and united, and we can make this happen. Another world is possible. What we have always wanted is possible. We can do this together. We cannot get discouraged after everything we have done. We remain hopeful because another world is formable. Strength and hope is our way forward, and courage. Even deniers will start to see what we see. Their eyes will be opened and enlightened by our persistence and truth, and they won't deny anymore. They'll join us in this fight and demand for this world that we envision. The leaders will listen because they won't have any other option, because the power of the people always wins. Yes, we are unstoppable, and we are going to heal this land. In fact, we are already healing the land with love, grace, and people power. So we should sing, pray, dance, love, protest, organize, mobilize, shout, because another world is possible. And to leaders, governments, and businesses, they must always remember that we are all connected to Earth. Earth is spiritual. Earth has a life of its own. Earth has an intellect. Earth has an understanding. Earth speaks and it can be spoken to. These are words I learned from my spiritual father, Apostle Grace. And the question to leaders is, if Earth is speaking right now, are you listening to the voice of the Earth? Are you listening to what Earth is saying? Thank you, everyone.
Come on, Glasgow, let's hear it for Vanessa Vittachi. It's incredible. People are still coming into the Glasgow Green. We've still got people all the way down Argyle Street, all around the country, thousands and thousands of people. Let me just tell you.
I'm Jerry Arances. I'm a climate justice advocate and an energy transformation advocate in the Philippines.
And why have you come here today?
Basically to urge governments, especially developed country governments, UK especially, to raise the ambition on reducing emissions globally. We've heard so many developments, declarations, but if you weigh all these things for Filipinos, because this is a matter of life and death for us, if the ambition is low still, as what we've seen in the declaration, it doesn't really add up. So that's why I'm here, and I'm really glad to be part of this march with the youth, because most of our young ones will actually be suffering the most, especially for the Philippines and other vulnerable countries.
Any other messages you want to give?
My message to governments is very simple. It's obligation and responsibility. Just acting on it. Science have already laid out all the measures that you need to do. It's a matter of political will. Hear the young ones who are marching today.
Thank you so much. That's brilliant. Thank you.
Yeah, I am Safa. I am from Jordan. It's a small country from Middle East. Actually, today we are here to find solution, to work together, to show the world how, as a developing country, what we are facing, what the impact of climate change in our country. Actually, we are facing. We will face many problems, and the resource of water in my country. We faced the flash flood actually 2 years, and unfortunately, we lost some people in that. Hopefully, we will find a solution after after the COP26, and hopefully we will find a way for all of us. We need a climate justice now. We need to act now. We need to find a solution now. It's a bit dangerous. Yeah. So hopefully one day, hopefully after the two weeks of the COP, we will find a solution for everyone, for a developing country, for the whole world, for the youth, for our next generation, for the future of our generation, hopefully. Thank you a lot. Thank you.
So my name is Ali Mamzola.
Say to the camera, say where you're from.
Yep.
Say where you're from and why you've come here today.
Okay.
I just need to go a bit further back.
Okay. My name is Ali Mamzola, a climate activist from Tanzania, and today I came over here to join in with my fellow activists representing that what is going on the global south. Many young girls are missing days in schools because of climate change. Instead of waking up early in the morning and going to school, they don't go to school, they go to fetch water because all the water sources have been dried up. And I believe coming together, all the climate activists all over the world, over here joining hands as one and demanding for climate change, for demanding for climate justice now, it's a very good move that we can make and change the world. Thank you.
Yes, I'm based in the Netherlands, but I'm representing the people of West Papua, which is part of the world's largest tropical island and having the second/third largest rainforest in the world. And we should have a say in the blue zone, but I'm proudly standing here with the young generations who understand the urgency.
Do you have a message for the people inside COP?
Yes, absolutely. Take responsibility.
If you do my message to the people inside, if you start with a sentence.
Yeah. So my message to the people at COP, at the Green and Blue Zone, is take responsibility. Listen to the next generation and a marginalized group, for example, indigenous people, such in West Papua, who are being killed by exploitations of BP, being killed by the world's largest gold mining, and at the same time preserving more than 80% of the world's largest biodiversity. They should have a seat on the table and listen to their voices.
My name's Sophia and I'm 11.
And describe where you are today. Tell me about the climate strike.
Well, we're here to protest, to say what we need and to take action. So not being listened to, and we need to think about everyone's future and about all the climate action that's been happening, about all the pollution and plastic and fossil fuels, just everything like that. We need to be listened to.
Do you have a message for the people inside?
Well, I think that other people should do the smallest things, like do reusable cups at if you're visiting Costa, or just anything like shopping bags, just the smallest things can do anything really.
So today is a mass action from people all across the world who've come over to Glasgow, and we're all striking to get the COP26 leaders to take faster action on the climate, because at the end of the day, most of them aren't going to be around in a few decades when we're having to deal with the problems. We need them to take action now, so that when we're in charge, then we can, we're carrying on the process that they've started to keep carbon emissions down.
I'm here today because I feel climate change and the whole thing around it, I feel as though there's not much. It's kind of swept under the rug with a lot of big leaders and big companies, including oil companies and things like Shell and things like that. They'll mask themselves and they'll say they're doing things for climate change when in reality they're just doing it for the public, really. So yeah, that's why I'm here. I want to try and promote it and make people realise that what they're being told in the news and things like that isn't the reality. So yeah.
I'm here today to make sure that climate justice is dealt with, because it's a very important issue that's quite personal to all of us, because it directly affects us. So here campaigning for that today.
Yo soy Miguel Jiménez Vázquez, pueblo indígena Shipibo-Conibo de Perú.
I am Miguel Jiménez Vázquez from the Shipibo-Conibo people in the Peruvian Amazon.
Can you tell me where you are at the moment and what's going on around you?
¿Dónde estás ahora y qué está ocurriendo aquí?
Estoy acompañando la marcha de la juventud porque también creemos que es importante sumarnos a esta marcha. Igual que todos en el mundo, venimos nosotros enfrentando la deforestación, la criminalización, entonces creo que es importante alzar nuestra voz para que los gobiernos asuman un compromiso real y que tenga impacto a nivel local donde están los problemas realmente.
We are here today accompanying the youth march. We feel that this is vital to stand alongside them, even as we raise the problems that we're facing back in our own part of the world, which include deforestation and the criminalization of our leaders. And we're calling upon our governments to take effective action so that we can see real changes on the ground, back in our homes.
Do you have a message to the people inside COP?
¿Tienes un mensaje para la gente que está ahí adentro del COP?
Queremos que los gobiernos escuchen a los pueblos indígenas que muchísimos años venimos aportando con nuestros conocimientos tradicionales para cambiar con la mitigación del cambio climático, ¿no? Este elemento es sumamente importante y también tiene que ser considerado.
We want the governments to recognize the contribution that we indigenous peoples have been making for generations, contributing our traditional knowledge to mitigate climate change, and that they support us rather than act against us.
Anything else you'd like to say?
¿Hay algo más que quieres decir?
Bueno, estamos muy agradecidos por la acogida a Glasgow, es una ciudad muy bonita. Queremos que también la Amazonía sea considerado como que aporta al mundo el bosque para que todo el mundo pueda tener aprovechar de los bosques que los pueblos indígenas han conservado durante muchos años.
I'm very grateful for the welcome that we've received in Glasgow. It's a beautiful city. And we also want there to be greater recognition for the vital role which Indigenous peoples continue to play in protecting the Amazon for the good of all humanity. Thank you.
We're here inside the Blue Zone in COP25 in Glasgow, and a group of youth strikers have just come together.
Okay. Keep going in behind you.
The message is keep 1.5 degrees alive. This is inside the opening, the entranceway of COP25 in Madrid. We've got youth strikers here from a number of different countries, from Russia, across Europe, India.
What do we want? Climate justice! When do we want it? Now! What do we want? Climate justice! When do we want it? Now! What do we want? Climate justice! When do we want it? Now! What do we want? Climate justice! When do we want it? Now! Morning, everyone. Today it is a global climate strike, and we're here within the COP26 building, representing and sharing those voices from the climate strike here in this building. The climate strikes have been going on for over 2 years. People have been campaigning for many more years than that. Since 2019, we've seen a sea change of climate activism and change, but it's not enough. This is the first time in the UNFCCC history that there is a dedicated day to youth. Whilst this is great, this is 27 years too late. We've been having negotiations for 27 years. That's my whole lifetime. There are young people here in COP, but we are such a small minority. Civil society is in such a minority. We're here today to stand with all the people who are on the streets in Glasgow, Edinburgh and around the world, striking for the climate. So we're going to hear today from lots of climate strike activists from around the world, and we're going to start with Catalina from Chile.
I'm a 18 years old climate activist from Chile. I'm co-founder of Genesis Climate. I'm here today to talk about all the youth around the world and to raise up our voices, to raise up the voices of the Global South, to raise the women and the indigenous communities' voices. Because inside there, we don't have the space to do it. In Chile and Latin America, we've been suffering for so many years the climate crisis consequences. And that affects primarily the women's life. That is what the decision-making people are not seeing. The faces of the climate, the people that are most affected for the climate crisis, and that didn't have the chance to be here today. To make a real change, we need a seat at the table. Not just to give a cute speech, so they can use to say that they are the most inclusive COP in all the story, but to be a real part of the agreements. Because we, the young people, we have the ideas, we have the solutions, so we can have a future. The climate crisis won't solve if we don't change the whole oppressive system that prioritizes money and profit before people. Because we cannot forget that there's no climate justice without gender justice, racial justice, social justice, and intersectional justice. So, el pueblo unido jamás será vencido. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido.
So a lot of press have come to cover this.
Thank you so much. So that was from Chile, and we're now going to hear from...
A lot of phones out filming.
From Brazil.
Thank you so much. I am Abel Rodrigues. I am part of Fridays for Future Amazonia. I am co-founder of Fridays for Future Amazonia. And I'm here to say that today we are facing several crises. We are all facing a common crisis, that is the climate crisis. It is the crisis of our generation. But part of us, some of us are facing another crisis, a racist crisis. The climate movement today is bigger than ever and has public attention like never before. But it didn't start in 2018 or 2019. In fact, we know that the climate movement exists more time before we were born. It started with the riverine, the indigenous and the original communities around the world. But we have to recognize that our movement now today is one of the largest youth movements on earth to talk about climate change. So we have some kind of responsibility and to build the public narrative about climate change. However, in our movement, we are still very Eurocentric and we are still very, very, very white. More than ever, we have the need to make and assure the climate movement is plural, because we have a prize to solve and it cannot be solved without union, passion and climate justice. We need to unite behind the science and unite behind diversity. And we will have a strike today in 1 hour, and we are here in COP watching our global leaders, or so-called global leaders, negotiating and doing greenwash. So in this strike, in 1 hour from now, let's show them how we, the youth, the global South youth, will show them how we must take serious the climate crisis. What do you want? Climate justice! What do you want it? Now! Thank you.
So, here in Scotland, they've got a Scottish dance called a Ceilidh, where people go in pairs to the rhythm of music, do lots of clapping, lots of dancing, lots of smiling. So it's a completely different vibe to the last couple of days in some of the places. We've got a whole band playing as well. There you go. Looks like this guy knows what he's doing. He's obviously done it before. See you later. Hi there. Good way of keeping the energy levels up. These guys look pretty cool. Look like they just come from a ski resort. But mind you, Scotland's pretty cold. This person definitely looks Scottish. So it looks like there's some type of coordination that actually is required in this. These guys obviously have none. Here you go. Are you guys professional dancers? Yes. Yeah, you can tell. Yeah, these guys are smashing it. There we go. How'd you find that?
Oh, great, yeah, loved it.
Are you a pro Ceilidh dancer?
I think I am now, yeah.
And what's the idea of going on? What's the, why have a Ceilidh?
Why have a Ceilidh?
Why not?
Yeah, exactly, why not, yeah.
Yeah, celebrate life.
Yeah,
where are you from?
Cornwall originally.
Cornwall?
Yeah.
Okay, do you have Ceilidhs in Cornwall?
Maybe not anymore anyway.
Where did you learn the moves?
For the Ceilidh?
Yeah.
Just here, just now.
Just here, just now. Wow, that's pretty cool. Okay, I'll let you crack on. So we got some. Oh, we got the drums. Hey, how you doing? Good.
After that,
yeah, Fergal, yeah. What's your name again? Esther. Esther, you're going for a dance?
This was just fun the whole way through.
I think I need to go for a dance as well.
So I think look at the space we've got.
I wonder, can I dance and hold? I'm gonna try and dance and hold the thing at the same time. Okay. What do I need? A partner? Do we have an advanced dancer who can help me?
Parallel.
No, it's gonna be hard. I can. It'd be amazing. Okay, maybe it's too hard.
We can do it.
You can do it.
Hold it whilst they do.
What's that?
Hold it whilst. Oh, you hold it. You hold it.
Yeah.
Dance.
I'm just going to copy some dancers. There you go.
You get a dance and film?
Yeah, why not?
Ready to go.
Here we go.
So,
we're going to throw it out here.
I'm not seeing many lines.
Come and help.
We need lines.
Okay,
We've got a whole band behind us here. This has never ever been attempted before, live streaming and dancing. Is this our little posse, yeah? Is anybody here Scottish?
I'm not, I'm Welsh.
You're Welsh, that's close enough.
I know how to do it, I know the dances, yeah.
You know how to do it?
Yeah, more or less, you know.
Cool. So we've got a pro here.
I'm a professional dancer.
You're a professional dancer?
Yeah.
Cool. Are you? Go on, show us some moves.
Oh, not suitable for the screen.
There we go. Yeah. Hey, here we go. We can do some stretching. Oh, look at that! Woo! This is great. Nice sunny day for it as well. So where are you from? Where?
From Camberwell.
Oh, Camberwell.
Yeah.
Welcome. Wow. We got Welsh, Camberwellian. You're from the north somewhere advanced. Where are you from?
Yeah, Benji and I are originally from Newcastle, but we live in London.
Newcastle, live in London. Wow, sophistication. There you go. I'm guessing you're Benji.
Yeah.
There we go. Good guess, eh? So this makes up our circular 5. I'm not too sure what we're going to be doing. I think somebody is going to be giving us some kind of instructions. You know. Do you know what you're doing?
I have no idea. No. But there was a very confident guy leading me before.
Alrighty.
Okay, hang on. We got a guy here.
Facing your partner.
Okay.
So I
want you to advance towards your partner. So go in.
Yeah. Okay, you're my partner.
Pop. Now like pat a cake.
Okay.
Pop their hands. Pop. And then out to stamp. Yes. And then in to a clappity clap. And out to stamp.
Yeah.
Perfect. Now, what I want you to do is I want you to turn your partner by the right hand. So turn your partner by the right hand. And by turn, I mean you're diddling. You go back to back. There's so many uses of the word turn in dancing. I do apologise. So you're just
back to back.
Literally... Wait, I'll come down.
Okay. Mass confusion has already started. So I'm dancing, air dancing. There we go, yeah, I'm just, these guys are throwing out the moves. Show us that again. Come on. Whoa! Dancing for the planet. Oh, here we go.
So around like... And then
left.
And then do paddy van, back to back.
Back to back.
Right, so go back. 5, 6, 7, 8.
Go and do it again, back to back. Yeah. Oh, these guys are pros.
Hand for Harar for being my glamorous assistant, thank you. Okay, so now you've turned your partner by the right hand, you've turned them by the left hand, you've turned them by the both hands.
This is getting pretty complex.
Gone back to back. Now, what happens is the top couple, that's a couple that's nearest the band.
Oh, top couple!
They go together in a sort of ballroom hold, and they just gallop down to the bottom of the set. Gallop, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Look at that galloping! Whoa!
Now here, it becomes difficult. So listen carefully.
Wow.
What you're going to do is the person on that. Okay, great. What you're going to do is you're going to go around the back of your line, led by the first person, right the back. So both sides, yes, like this set here.
Yeah, like this.
Then when they get to the bottom, they're going to form an arch in the bottom. Everyone's going to filter on through with their partner. We should have a new top couple.
Go around that back.
Oh.
I'll come down to help out this set.
Get down here.
Oh, here we go. We got a man who knows what he's doing.
So,
okay.
Did you do it? Yeah. Well,
and he's wearing a dress.
Yeah. Right. Top couple. Who's the top couple? Okay, that's fine.
We've got that. It's gonna work. We haven't got tape.
Okay, there's a lot of mass confusion going on here.
Right. But you guys are going to be our top set, okay? Okay. Now, what's going to happen is hold hands in your two lines, just for the sake, in your two lines. Now, line. Now you're going to both go around the back of this line, and you're going to follow around. So go around the back, both of you, and follow around. When you get to the end.
Oh, look at this.
Filter on through, filter on through, filter on through. Beautiful. And we should have a new top.
Wow. This is getting too complex for me.
Perfect. Anyone need my help before I go back up?
Yes,
okay.
Go straight through.
No.
Are we going straight?
Yeah, everybody would do this. Turn on this. Oh, yeah,
So I think what might be easier is if I just kind of tag a couple and follow them, because trying to air dance whatever like this is a little bit too kind of hard. I can try it, but yeah.
All right, so I'll do the whole thing again.
Gotta do the whole thing again.
I think you've got it, okay? I have absolute faith in you.
Okay, go for it.
Oh, no, I was there. So, if anyone at home's wanting to do the Virginia reel, this is how you do it. What it is you advance towards your partner, so in, two, clap, 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 out, two, a stamp, 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 and in, two, clap, 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 and then out, two, stamp, stamp, stamp. Now turn your partner by the right hand. And left hand. Perfect. Now the both hands. And it's Paniva back to back. Do-si-do, whatever you want to call it. Now the top couple do the Grand Old Duke of York, down to the bottom and back up. Down, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And it's back, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now round the back of your lines. Round the back of your line, wave it to the bottom, form an arch. Everyone filters through until we have a new top couple. This is looking excellent for us here.
Okay. Everyone gets it.
That was fun. Okay. Uh-oh, running out of space here.
I think we're just going to go for it.
Oh, good.
I don't think we'll start slow and speed up. We're just going to go for it, and you'll be fine.
We will be fine, guys.
One, two, here we go! Lovely dance. And this
There we
set
go.
here was number one.
A world first live stream Ceilidh
According
dance
to
at
them, according to them.
COP26 in Glasgow. Amazing. Woo!
I love you all equally. Another Gay Gordons. I got a request for another Gay Gordons. Yeah, all right. Rab, think of some marches. Get yourself into a couple, and it's clockwise
So yeah,
round the
this
street.
is actually a lot of fun. Doesn't have to be all doom and gloom. We might as well have a good time while we're doing it.
It's the Imperial March, that is
There we
true.
go. We're going Imperial March now. Okay, no idea, just
Perfect.
walk around. We've definitely got a lot of pro dancers going on here. But she definitely looks like you know what you're doing. Here you go. Oh, she does, yeah. Is this a two-person or a one-person?
Two-person.
And you keep on changing partners?
No, not this one.
Okay.
But yeah, so you're fine in the middle.
Okay, I'm fine in the middle. Just checking, just you never know. They could release the haggis. You know, I've heard it before. The haggis comes out. But yeah, this is such a different contrast to yesterday, to the rain and the misery, and it's drawing a huge crowd here. We got a full band, like 5 or 6 drummers. We got a fiddle player, we got a guitarist, we got a singer. We got some amplified music going on. We've got some very colourful people coming and going on the way in. Part of the Amazonian delegates. So all these people lined up. Don't know if they're facing the wrong way. They're doing a pre-warm up. There we go. You can see the look of concentration on people's faces here. The look of fear. Oh no, look at the smiles going on here. Are you guys pro dancers?
We're trying to, yeah.
Yeah, where are you from?
Spain.
Spain? Do you have this type of dancing in Spain?
No, quite different, but yeah.
Yeah.
Trying to adjust to this new type.
Good, you enjoying it?
I'm from England.
You're from England.
Yeah,
Welcome.
We need people to tell us what to do.
Yeah, well, you've certainly got people here telling you what to do. Here we go. It's kind of like everyone just seems to be doing their completely own thing. It's all very kind of completely random. Do you guys know what you're doing? Perfect. Okay. There you go. Do you guys know what you're doing? No? Great, great. You guys look at what you're doing. Give us a spin again. Go on. Oh, there we go. Oh. Okay, that's what we need. We need men in dresses. Well done, well done. I don't think anybody actually got any of that. That's another man who looks like he knows what he's doing. I said it out, he's come from the Highlands on his pony. So I'm not gonna endanger my life and try and dance again in this one. I think I'll just spin around in the middle and see how we get on. So yeah, just in case you're joining us, we're outside the Blue Zone in Glasgow, where right behind us in this building in here we've got delegates from all around the world who are negotiating our future. So we've got some pretty scary stuff happening, and from the report so far it's a bit of a disappointment, but we're not going to let that disappointment dampen the spirits of this Ceilidh. Here we go! Woo! Yeah. I thought they said they knew what they were doing. They thought they knew what they were doing. These guys are not too bad. They're actually very good, very quick improvers. Nearly fell over, had an guy's going for it. Looks like he's dressed for a wedding. Yeah. This guy's obviously Scottish, t-shirt. That looks a little bit more like an MMA move than anything else. Oh, here's the pros, here's the pros. Look at that. Look at those spins. Woo, woo, woo. Oh, getting a little bit lost. Going a bit freestyle. There we go. Oh, we've got the pro dancers. Absolutely zero rhythm going on here. He's got absolutely no idea what he's doing. Rubbing into the band, rubbing into people, but it doesn't matter. He's got his feet moving. Look at his feet. Look at his feet go. Look at that. Dancing in boots. Look at his footwork. We got a mediator here, keeping an eye on everything, making sure there's no injuries. Oh, that nearly got taken out just there. Woo! There we go. Absolutely amazing.
Excellent.
Smashing it.
Right.
Well done, everybody.
Freestyle-y music.
Freestyle. I thought that was freestyle. This is going to be fun.
Another set dance.
There we go.
All right.
Good job.
Thank you.
If you want to see yourself, you can go get your 12-hour video later
We'll
for free.
jam along with you.
Quick chat to the drummers. How you guys getting on?
Yeah, we're right, having a nice time.
Yeah. Do you normally do Kayleys, or is this your first time?
I've been a victim of...
Just wherever you want, and we are,
performing at one.
First time?
Yeah.
Good, so you enjoying it? Yeah, having a good time? Cool. I'm gonna get away from this guy, it's gonna make too much noise. Here we go, freestyle. Whoa. Oh, here we go. Getting spin around. I'm just undoing the... This has got all twirled around my neck from so much spinning around. What do you think of the Kaylee? Yeah, where are you from? South Africa. Are you going to have a go at dancing?
Maybe.
Are you here for the delegation?
We're at the Green Zone and the Climate People's Conference.
And how's that going? The People's Climate... What is it? Say it again?
The People's Climate Conference, I think.
And what exactly is that?
It's for those who don't make it into the Blue Zone, to make sure their voices are heard.
Okay, there's a lot of people who haven't made it into COP process. It's awful.
Yeah.
There's a lot of low-lying nations that are being excluded.
Indigenous communities, women, marginalized communities.
Yeah. And what exactly are you doing for them?
We're here as a part of our master's group. And we're studying environment and geography and sustainability. So we're looking to support everyone through our academic research.
That's great. Keep up the good work. What's your name?
Rylene.
What?
Rylene.
Rylene. Nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you.
Should go and have a go. There you go. Do you want to have a word? Yeah, we're live on COP26 TV. I'm just tangled up everything. What's your name? What's your name?
Hi, my name is Katie.
Katie.
Yeah.
And what are you here for?
I'm here to represent my country.
What's your country?
South Africa.
South Africa.
Yeah.
And what's going on in South Africa in terms of the climate negotiations?
Yeah, so as you know, we're trying to achieve a just transition in South Africa, and there are a lot of barriers in the way to achieving that. We heard from the negotiations that there's been a commitment of over 8 billion committed to helping South Africa achieve this just transition. So we're just here to figure out how that's actually going to play out on the ground at home,
right.
And yeah, what we can do to make that happen.
No, sounds good. Sounds good. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Sorry about this plan. Put my earpiece back in. Very, very noisy here. Pan over here so you can see the freestyle dancing that's going on here at the moment. It's certainly getting quite a lot of people joining in. We got lots of delegates are very interested in the Scottish way of dancing. We've even got very watchful police keeping an eye on the proceedings, taking notes, probably writing down who's the best dancers, ways of identifying people. We've got more cameras set up down this way. We've got the entrance into the blue zone just over here. The conference is happening behind us. We have the faith people are here. They've been here all week, which is quite good. Quite good turnout. We've got XOR people who are doing the well-being. Hello, well-being people. Anyone have a quick word for XOR Global? How's the well-being going?
It's going good. Excellent.
Yeah?
We're all well.
All well?
And we're all being good.
Oh no, that's good, that's good. Cool. Yeah.
Everyone's feeling concerned.
What's that?
Everyone's feeling concerned we haven't had to do any first aid from plasters for blisters, so...
Plasters, blisters?
Yeah, that's the main first aid need. We've had plasters, blisters, make sure people are nice and warm when they're out later on.
So are you expecting now, after this dancing, there's going to be a lot of people needing plasters for their feet?
Possibly, yeah. Quite a few plasters will be needed, yeah. So I've got a stockpile in my bag, so we're ready to go.
Amazing, amazing. Keep up the work. Good work, guys. Thank you. So we got well-being people here from Extinction Rebellion. We have the vigil that's been going on all week. These guys have been sitting and meditating in silence for the whole 2 weeks of the conference outside. Oh, sorry, excuse me. Letting the delegates know, giving them something to reflect and be thoughtful about. We got some more. How you guys doing? Where you got from?
With the government cabinet office.
You're from what?
We're the government cabinet office.
You're the government office?
Cabinet office, sir.
For the UK?
UK government.
Do you want to have a quick word?
No, sir, we can't.
You're not allowed to?
No, sir.
No, are you cabinet office as well? Okay, is it top secret?
No, sir, we can't engage in partnership.
Oh, no, fair enough. Sorry about that. Okay, yeah, so we've got people from the cabinet office. So yeah, it's quick. We've also got the watchful eyes behind, keeping an eye on the proceedings of what's going on. So yeah, that's a little bit of a walk around outside the entrance to the blue zone. A lot better than yesterday, when I got absolutely soaking wet and was in, feeling sorry for myself. So I'm just going to put my earpiece back in and I'm going to go back down to the freestyling. I'm just going to do a quick sound check with Vlad. Director Vlad, can you hear me? Okay, tell you what we're going to do is, it's a little bit hard hearing you, Vlad. I can hear you saying something. At any point, if you need to cut out, if there's anything happening, don't worry. Oh, here I go. I got a young man I want to have a quick chat with here. So, come over here. So I'm here with Zach Polanski. So Zach Polanski is actually part of the delegation here on the second week. He's got his Magic Blue Zone pass, and he talks a lot about the actual flooding problems that we're going to have in London, that we're actually already having, and we're going to have in the future. So Vlad, talk to me. How's the negotiations going on? What's going on inside?
It's interesting. It's surreal inside. Out here, actually, genuinely feels where the real change is happening.
Yeah.
When you have conversations with XR and the activists, particularly particularly some of the indigenous leaders who are talking about what's happening in their countries on the land. It feels like that's where the change is.
Yeah.
Inside there are important conversations.
Yeah.
But you can feel the whole corporateness of it. It's very often a selling exercise. Almost every conversation turns into what brand new technology is going to save us from a climate crisis.
Yeah.
And I think ultimately they need to wake up and recognise we don't need new technology. That will help us further in the future, but we need to reduce emissions.
Absolutely. I was just grab my earphones a bit better. And so you're here and you're representing the London Assembly.
Right, that's correct.
Okay, so to talk to me a little bit about the London Assembly and the fact that you've come up here, you're sitting in these talks and you're listening to delegates from all around the world. What are you going to try and achieve, or what are you trying to do?
So a big part of this whole mission for me is to talk about the flooding in London, as you said.
Yeah.
So 200,000 homes and businesses in London are currently at risk, and we know from work I've done with the Met Services and the Climate Office that has been directly linked to rising emissions.
Yeah.
Now, I'm perfectly aware this is a very London-centric view, and actually there's places in the world that are suffering much worse than London are. But ultimately, I am a London Assembly member, so my job is to advocate and to point out the problems of London.
Yeah.
But I do think there's an issue here around recognising that these things are now happening in our UK cities, and these things are not new to places around the world, particularly in the global south. But what I'm hoping is that now that some of the wealthier countries are now experiencing these problems, they're going to start to take action. Now, they should have taken this action decades ago, but that didn't happen. So rather than going through history and looking at what we could have done differently, we need to look at what can we do right now, today and tomorrow.
Yeah.
And it's no good talking about 2050. It's no good even talking about 2030. You can't get to net zero in 2030 by starting to talk about these things in 2029 or 2028. The solutions are there now. It's not even rocket science. We know what we need to do. What we're lacking at the moment is the political will, and we really need those things to start moving.
Amazing, amazing. And inside here, I'm just going to hold this a slightly different way. Spin around that way. So I want to get the Kaylee in the background. So inside here, right? So there's a lot of talk going on. We've had the big boys have come in. We've had Barack Obama fly in, and we have John Kerry envoy, and we know like China and Russia, like their presidents didn't turn up.
Right.
So we've got and the same as India as well. So like the world's largest polluters.
Sure.
What can we hope to realistically achieve at this COP26?
So there's a couple of things there. First of all, I'm not going to start to defend China and Russia, but I think we need to not play into some of the narratives which have started to happen, which is what about, or the what about battery. And I know that wasn't your question, but actually, as far as I understand it, China have sent some of their top negotiators. So it's not as good as the figureheads being here and the leaders. But actually, I do think we let our government off when we talk too much about China and Russia. Having said that, the premise of the question is important too. We can't just, we can't solve the climate crisis on our own. There's no national solutions to global problems, so we do need them to do things first. However, the UK have a historic responsibility here, whether it's through colonialism, whether it's through the Industrial Revolution. We have been some of the biggest emitters through history, so I think it's not good enough to just talk about what other countries can do. We need to do what we can do. If I could talk to the Chinese leadership or the Russian leadership, of course I'd also advocate for these things. I don't know how far I'd get, but I think to make sure our house is in order, first of all, is the thing that we need to do. And Boris Johnson is talking a good game, but as Greta says, a lot of it is just blah blah blah. And actually, you could almost argue in some ways it's worse to talk about these things than not take action, because it's greenwashing at the very worst. And we need to make sure that we're both talking about it, but also taking the necessary action too. While I've been in there, I've seen a lot of the nuclear lobby. Today I saw the nuclear lobby saying that we can't get to net zero without nuclear. Hydrogen is becoming the big thing, and we know a lot of these things are just scams, a way of enhancing capitalism or just making more money under the pretense of dealing with the climate emergency. And those things are essentially a big trick. They're a bit like saying we care about these things, but we're actually going to make them worse while in the costume of pretending we're going to care about the climate emergency. It's not just for lobbying though. We know there's politicians in our governments, in our assemblies, who don't care about these things. I'd like to say, as one of those politicians that is in the Assembly who cares about these things, there are good people out there doing the right things, but we've got to hold those people to account who are getting elected through vested interests, through ties to the fossil fuel companies, and we've got to make sure we don't keep electing them.
Absolutely. And I am just going to give you a bit of a shout out, because prior to being an elected official, you have been out on the streets with XR for years. So, like, you know, so this is grassroots. You understand the problems going on. You understand about the toxic air in London, and you've been lobbying against that. We've got water, and you know, and collectively, I think one of the good things that seem to be coming out is, like, you know, yes, we might have failing leaders with the national determined contributions. Collectively, I think it's added up to 2.7 degrees of warming, which is pretty much the uninhabitable planet for, like, you know, over 2 billion people, and you know, we're not even going to go into like that. But people power, people is really raising up, and also we've got cities around the world that are all getting together and actually putting even tougher targets in place, you know, and it seems to be, it's kind of like it's not just like governments, it's kind of like it's regional governments, it's councils. Yeah, so.
I'd say the big thing I've been inspired by this, so we talked about all the problems with COP, but the big thing I've been inspired by is the young people, particularly when you go on panels outside of the main building, sadly, but on fringe hubs. The young people get it, they're determined, they're not ambiguous about what it is they need, and they're not willing to be tricked by slogans or the blah blah blah. They know exactly what they want. I should say as well that I was moaning to my partner a little bit while I was in there about some of the corporate stuff. I came out here, took a picture of a Kaylee just before I saw you and said, this is my people, this is where it's at. But joking aside, I do think it's communities that are going to make the difference here. We know we can't turn to politicians for all of the solutions. Communities won't do it on their own. We need politics, you know, we do need that transformation, but ultimately politicians will move when the communities do, and we already know that the communities are moving and they're leading right now.
They're moving faster. They're moving way faster, you know.
They're showing leadership, and it's our civil leaders, our civil society leaders who will drag the politicians along, and it shouldn't be like that. We should have political leadership. And you know, I'd argue we've got our Caroline Lucases, and we've certainly got people in the Labour movement as well who are showing leadership on this, and they need to continue to do so. But ultimately it will be civil society that move things.
Absolutely. But one of the biggest problems, and you're just touching it about there, and you're talking about like hydrogen and nuclear, right? And I suppose I'm slightly biased, I'm a renewable engineer, but the reason being is because we need to have a 100% renewable future. And you know, if nuclear was able to do that at speed and at cost and not destroy, you know, lots of things, it'd be fine. But the nuclear lobbyists in there, and they're pushing nuclear, and they're pushing blue hydrogen, which is it's expanding the hydrocarbons, like oil and gas companies. It's giving them a longer period for their transition, and it's a con.
And it's really noticeable as well. You know, I was expecting a little bit of it. I wasn't naive going in there, but it is so brazen and so upfront, and they've not even tried to hide the fact that it's a huge lobbying exercise. Again, I'm being careful here because I don't want to knock COP. I think there's some really good things that can come out of COP. I think the biggest thing is essentially once you've got those commitments almost and pledges, some of them will be relevant, some of them won't be, but you essentially need just a huge spreadsheet, and then you can identify the gaps, because right now we're in this whirlwind of people pledging things and agreeing to things. Some countries mean it, some countries don't. But I think until you can get all that information and go, right now, this is where the gap is, this is where the political gap is, and this is what needs to happen next. It's very difficult to talk about these things, so I think it's very difficult to assess COP while you're in the building, because there is a whirlwind of information and different things going on, and also on top of that, you've got the UK government who are press releasing by the minute, and a lot of it is greenwash, but there is some good stuff in there too, and I think we need to not throw out the baby with the bathwater. But it's going to take a little while to identify what's greenwash and actually what is small steps towards where we need to be.
Okay, amazing. Are you heading in there now, or are you going to have a dance?
No, I'm definitely going to have a dance.
You're going to have a dance? I'm going to have a dance. Okay, I think it's going to be a world premiere. I've seen Zach Polanski chuck out his dancing moves.
Yeah, although I say I'm going to have a dance. I'm nervous about a Kaylee with social distancing, so I might have to dance individually.
That's okay. Well, I've been doing it with my camera.
I might get my mask.
So yeah, anything else to add?
No, just thank you for being here too, because I think for people at home to have a connection to what's going on in the ground is really important. And I know I've said that to you before, but I really mean it. I think it's the advance of social media and the advance of remote technology that actually people don't need to rely just on the mainstream media, which is so often through a very specific filter. And actually having people like you on the ground being able to talk to people direct is so hugely important. So thank you for being here and everything that you do.
Amazing. Thank you very much. Okay, go for it.
Should we go on? Right, I'll run that through again. So it's 4, 2, 3, back.
That was Zach Walensky, who's here for the second week.
Out, 2,
He's a London Assembly member.
Turn your opposite partner by the right hand.
And he's soon going to be a new dancer.
Then it is right hand star. Right hand star. Beautiful, right you go.
Okay, I think I'm going to have to go into the thick of this again.
And then it's the clothesline.
It's rock and roll time. Oh!
All right, I think you're ready. Do you feel ready? Yeah! And if we can organise ourselves this well when we're doing dancing, imagine what we could do if we took to the streets and protest. Woo! So, chicks? Aye, do that. Okay, Rob's going to give you a wee intro, but I'll talk you through. I'll give you a wee intro and I'll talk you through. All right, here we go. Here we go. And it's forward, 2, 3, to 10, 2, 3, to 10, 2, 3, to 10. Right hand.
There we go. That was dangerous. You need good insurance to do this. No, I've got to. It'll keep me going all day. I will keep an eye on this. This guy definitely knows what he's doing. Woo! There you go. Thank you. There you go. I'll pick it up for you. Yeah. I'll hold it. Not only do I get to watch and have fun here, I get free money as well. Woo! Look at that. Those guys were flying it. So far, definitely the fastest. Good. Slow and steady, slow and steady. Very colourful. about colourful, that's a pretty cool, colourful jacket going on here. I just had my earpiece disconnected, so if you can hear me flat, say hello. Okay. These things happen. Sometimes it might be accidentally getting arrested for live streaming. And other times it might be accidentally getting knocked over in a ceilidh in the streets of Glasgow. Christopher certainly never wrote about this when he was looking for live streamers for COP26 TV. That's fun. Feel those energy levels.
All right, what are we thinking now? Another dance, another freestyle. A mazurka. I don't think I know any dances to do a mazurka to, I'm afraid.
So are you here for the delegation? What's your name, young man?
What could you
What's your name?
Are we live?
Do some polkas.
Yeah, always.
Yes.
There we go. Some people get very camera shy.
Yeah, no.
2 thumbs up.
Okay, good.
Okay, so get yourself a
I'll catch you later, yeah?
Okay.
There you go. That's my boss.
Disappeared. Sorry, thank you very much.
Oh yeah, I've got your
headphones, I think.
Headphones.
That looks good. Perfect.
Money.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
There you go. Look at this. I'm bribe money. This is bribe money, okay? I'm going to pay you £1.10 to sort out the world's problems.
Oh, no, don't pay me £1.10, that's fine. Is it mine?
It's yours, yeah.
So it's not a bribe.
He didn't want getting a bribe live on TV. Take care. I shouldn't do that. How you doing?
I think this is us. Okay.
How's the well-being coming along?
Well-being's very well, and the dancing and the music makes it fantastic, doesn't it?
Yeah.
A long day and the music.
So,
it's pretty good turnout tonight.
Yeah, and we've got first aiders in case someone falls over. Already dancing. First aiders in there already dancing, so if anyone falls over, they can be looked after.
That's good, yeah.
Not to fall over, but to be looked after.
We got the sound rig done up here.
3, 4. Now
it's quite a setup.
I'm going to come down and I'm going to label you A or B. Okay.
Okay, he's going to get A or B. He's getting very, very serious, very technical. Have a quick word with the drummer here.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
No, you don't talk to the drummers. We're not allowed to.
Oh, why aren't you?
To make too much noise. What's your name?
I'm Liam.
Liam.
Yeah.
Whatever you do, Liam, don't look behind you.
Okay. I'm scared. Okay.
Don't look behind you, Liam.
I mean, I've only got peripheral vision.
Don't look behind you, Liam. There's nothing to be worried about.
Nothing at all.
Nothing at all, Liam. You're doing good, Liam. You're doing good, Liam. That's it.
Excellent. All good.
That's
all
it.
good.
Yeah, that's it. Give me a little beat of the drum there. He's wondering what's going on.
I've got no idea what's happening.
No idea. We're having quite a lot of the world's first on live streams today. Interview with a drummer, that's a first. And then the arrival of the Red Rebels, the Red Brigade.
Alright, so bees, rather than going back to your old space, I'm going to move one space to the right. Yeah? But you're not going to go to that space, you're going to go to the person. You're going to go to a person and you're going to go into the ballroom hall. Okay?
Keep up the good work, Liam.
And then I want you to spin.
Thanks very much.
For 16. Spin. Spin 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Then I want you to hold, stand side by side and just walk around the circle for 16. Walk 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
I wonder if they're going to join in as well.
I'll do that again. So,
fancy a little dance?
Back. In your circle. Just in your circle.
Don't distract them.
And it is... Give me a beat. And it's forward, 2, 3, hey, back, 2, 3. And it's forward, 2, 3, hey, and back, 2, 3. Now just the A's. Hey, back. Now just the B's. Move on to a new partner, and spin, and spin. Now promenade, that just means walk in a circle, walk.
So it looks like we've got everybody wanting to get involved now.
Beautiful.
Who would have thought, eh?
You got it.
There's so much energy going on here.
Just to warn the samba drummers, halfway through this dance, it's going to get very fast. It's just going to go mental. So listen out for the fiddler, go mental, okay? And I think, look at this.
These guys are going to show you how to do it. Oh. Here we go.
Right, I'll call you through the first time through. Oh, you don't want to lose that.
Okay, we've got a very large circle going on here. No pressure. You did tell me you're the best dancer, okay?
No, I didn't.
Yeah. Oh. These guys are going for it. Well, he certainly is. It's the kind of person you want to come and gate crash your wedding. Oh, at least she's lost her partner. It's all a bit confusing. Got the young, the old, the brave, the bold. They're all gathered here for COP. The crowds are getting bigger. More drummers are joining in. View here. Uh-oh! Whoa! Dangerous! Okay. Survived that one. You know, it even looks like under the watchful eye. So it sounds like the drummers are going to go mental. It's, here we go. Occupational hazard here. Survived that one. Woo! It's kind of a gate crash. Let's go behind these people here. See what it's like. Woo! Are you enjoying this? Oh! Oh! Don't leave me hanging.
The endings.
There you go.
It's always like a sort of, I don't know.
That was a lot of fun. There we go. I'll be doing more of this live streaming all day, all night. Lots more. High five.
Yes!
There we go.
More!
More! Woo!
I can't hear you.
Oh, look. Look
More! I hear more!
More!
Okay.
There we go.
Cool. All right, then. Will we do any requests, dance-wise?
Make it up.
That sounds very dubious. Set it up, go on. Do you need the mic?
I think he's been making it up anyway. Can we see one solo dance? Come on. Solo!
Pairs,
Solo!
Pairs? Pairs in parallel lines.
There you go. Are you enjoying the Ceilidh?
Yes, it's brilliant.
Yeah, where are you from?
From the north.
From the north. You're from this region?
No, the Midlands north.
Midlands, yeah. Are you a bit of a pro dancer?
I love a bit of dancing. This is definitely the way to protest.
Yeah, it is. I think it's the best day so far.
It's a bit exhausting. A nice way to warm up in the Glasgow weather, though.
Oh no, absolutely. It's great. It's great. I'll let you crack on. So yeah, everyone seems to be enjoying themselves here. Even a couple of smiling blue police, which is always good. I'm just going to zoom in so you can see what's behind us here as well. Even though this is going on, it's a lot of good, light-hearted, spirited people enjoying themselves.
Okay, so
we do have a very serious climate negotiations going on behind us. From the chat earlier with Zach, he was just talking about some of the frustrations of actually being within inside the blue zone. Also giving some hope, which is always good.
Oh, strip the way,
please. Please step back on the pavement. Just a wee bit further for me, thank you.
So we're here on St Vincent Street, and we have Code Red for Humanity in the far distance there. I'm going round. I can go on that pavement. So we have a lifeboat in the middle of the road blocking the traffic. Oh, and there's a lock-on in the middle of that boat. What's your steady camera? Is it a big one? So we have Code Red for Humanity. Does anybody want to tell me why you're here and what the campaign today is about and why in this location? Is there anyone that's up for that? Yeah? Anyone?
Maybe.
Would you be up for saying why you've come down here?
Sorry, I don't speak English as well, so
that's okay.
I can't.
Yeah, they need to be just getting mic set up. So not this one. If you hold that and point it. This is. Yeah.
He can respond. Okay. The guy with the green mask.
Just attaching onto the steady cam now that we're here. So we've got quite a few police have turned up. So, there we go. Sorry about that. Now, it's good to find out what is going on here with an interview. Police are here, but basically the whole road is blocked by a dinghy in the middle of the road. You've got the police filming Police are here filming the protesters. We're filming the police filming. Oh look, he's getting a photo too. Okay. Look, for saying why we're here? Yeah, is that okay?
Santander is a bank that is financing 3 big companies that are acting in the deforestation. They are investing in how do you say in English? Investing in a huge field of animals for providing the meat, and Santander is financing those big companies.
So which is a company that's being targeted, and are they in a building near here?
The company that is targeting is Santander, which is a bank that is financing the 3 main companies that are acting in deforestation.
Is there a reason why we're in this particular street?
Because Santander is just right there.
Which building? Yeah. This building, okay, now I know. So just turning up, getting information as I walk around. So this is the big bank that is funding deforestation. Quite a big police turnout. Just going to go and see what's going on over this side. So lots of police turning up in different directions. So Santander equals blood money. This is Amazon Rebellion. Defund forestation. Is anyone up for an interview as to why you're here? Yeah. Great. Yeah. Tell us what's going on, and yeah, why this bank?
Yeah. Hello. So we're here to make a clear statement that we don't trust Bolsonaro when he pledges to end deforestation in 2030. It's a pledge that was made 6 years ago that hasn't been kept. The Amazon produces 20% of our oxygen, but now it's releasing more carbon than it produces. So we're screwed. We need the Amazon, the world needs the Amazon, and at the moment it's not being saved. And do you trust Bolsonaro? I don't trust him at all. So yeah, that's why we're here.
Thank you so much. Defund deforestation. Do you want to talk to camera? I'll hold it close to you. I'll hold it close. Yes.
Hi.
Tell us what's going on.
So there's a lock-on in the middle of the road here, and we've got 2 characters, one with a face mask of Boris Johnson, the other one of Bolsonaro, and here to protest against the crimes against humanity, really, that are going on with the Amazon. It's getting to the point where we're coming to a tipping point with the Amazon, and we just can't afford Bolsonaro to be in power and allowing the Amazon to just be raped and pillaged in the way that it is. But not only that, he's forcing out indigenous people away from their place of home, and it just saddens me that we're allowing this to happen. So we're here at COP26, basically to highlight that point.
And what are the noises I can hear from between your feet?
Right, so this is a soundtrack that I've done for other actions, and basically it's the rainforest action, and therefore I've added in fire, mechanical diggers, and obviously chainsaws, and you can probably hear that there's kind of like fleeing animals as well. So yeah, we've used this against financial institutions before. Hopefully it just adds another element to the action. So yeah.
What would you like to say to people who are banking with this bank? Like, what do you? Is there a way that they can support this campaign?
Yes, move your money to a more responsible bank. I did it several years ago when I was with, I think it was NatWest, and yeah, it's easy to do. Just takes an hour with a bank manager, and within 7 days, all your affairs are transferred to a more responsible bank. Recommend it.
Thank you so much. Thank you. We've got legal observers here watching what's going on. We've got people onto quite a big lock-on in the middle of a boat. And over here we have people with orange hats with their camcorder. Evidence gatherers. Let's have a quick look at that. If my gimbal allows, let's have a quick look at the building. So this is the bank, which is investing in basically directly to deforestation of indigenous lands.
Just want to say a bit more. So Santander behind us, they're a funder of deforestation in the Amazon. That's why we're outside. We're here in solidarity with indigenous people and groups in Brazil and other South American countries that have the Amazon in their territory. They've been shut out of negotiations, or they've been given a tiny window to make their voices heard, and that's not fair. So that's why we're here in solidarity with those people.
Thank you. Thank you. So you can hear the noises of the rainforest. Part of the Amazon rebellion. And the bank they're targeting is Santander. Let's take a look at that bank. There's code red for humanity. Now I've got a row of police blocking the words. And I think trying to get the protesters off the road. So we're here on St Vincent Street, outside the Santander Bank. More police arriving. This road is blocked. We've got police at the end of the street, 2 police vehicles there. And we have a life raft in the middle of the street. And in between is a lock-on, and it looks like they've got hands inside that lock-on. Police are talking to them now. Lots of what looks like blood. I think it's blood on their hands. The characters inside the boat.
Please.
Do you want to tell me anything else that people could do to support your campaign?
Yes. I mean, you can always write to your MP. There are also various petitions going around, certainly with Greenpeace, that are are doing actions on the rainforest. And I would say, think about your diet, because a lot of the soy that's being planted instead of the rainforest is actually being shipped over to the UK, and it's being fed in UK farms, intensive farming. So I know Greenpeace have been doing campaigns about that, and saying to Tesco's, to the likes of Tesco's, to change their suppliers for soy, which is fed to chickens and pigs. So it's one thing at COP that I haven't heard enough of, is the change of diet, because we know that agriculture is a huge contributor of CO2, and it's something that I don't think's been fully addressed. Yeah.
You untie those.
Fora Bolsonaro! Fora Bolsonaro! Fora Bolsonaro! Sangre indígena! Ni una gota más! Sangre indígena! Ni una gota más!
We're here on St Vincent Street. Where the road has been blocked by a group of campaigners who are campaigning against the Santander Bank. Hoping the mic is working. So they're trying to keep the protesters and the press onto the pavement now. Mainstream press are beginning to turn up.
And secondly, keep the area sterile and don't put anybody else in there.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
I understand what you're saying. So you wouldn't consider it going.
Yep.
Yes, right. Can I just get your name and number?
Yeah, so it's Inspector Andy McDonald.
Which post?
Scotland. Yes. Which region?
Yep.
West Command.
Okay. And can I take your number as well?
What's that? Yep, it is. Whiskey 6064.
Thank you.
Say something? What's going on?
So the street's being blocked on St Vincent Street outside the headquarters of Santander Bank. Two people are locked on in the road, one with a mask of Boris Johnson, the other Bolsonaro. They're protesting against Santander's investments in deforestation of the Amazon. There's some quite powerful noises going on, soundtrack of animals, rainforest noises and chainsaws, which is really powerful, quite disturbing. Oh, it's stopped now. And the police are talking to the people in the lock-on. See if anyone else wants to talk to camera. Would you like to do an update?
Not a lot to update at the moment. Yeah. So yeah, we've obviously got police liaison officers probably trying to persuade the two activists that are locked onto a barrel in a kind of rubber tub. Trying to persuade them, I suppose, to unlock themselves. Otherwise, I assume we've just had another vehicle arrive, police vehicle, and that might be the cutting team. So difficult to see from here. But yeah, so we're just here to support the rebels that are in the middle of the road. And obviously, I think another person has been arrested who did spray onto the wall of the entrance of Santander. So I saw that earlier.
Okay, I'll head down there. So just wondering if my mic is working. If someone could let me know, that would be wonderful. So we've got some paint on the building, on the Santander building here to protect the Amazon. And more police arriving. We have blood money on the doors of the bank as well. I seem to have hit a wind tunnel. Protect the Amazon. This is taking place in Glasgow during COP26. More police lined up here. We've got the UN Climate Change Conference taking place at the moment inside the blue zone where delegates are talking, and outside we have activists taking action on the streets. There's been several today outside the blue zone fencing so that the delegates could all see as they were arriving this morning. And as I cycled past on my way here, I could see a ceilidh taking place. So definitely having more fun on the streets than they are inside the conference where there's a lot of talking going on. And the big question is, will it result in any action? You all want to talk to camera? Tell us why you're here. Yeah, great. So, yeah, so just tell us where. Yeah.
We're in front of the office of Santander, which is a major Spanish bank. And we've seen this morning the indigenous people of the Amazon weeping and actually making a funeral for the land that's lost. So this afternoon we're here in front of those who have the power to stop financing this, but which are not stopping to do it. So we're showing that they have blood on their hands by directly funding the deforestation. So that's why I'm standing up here.
And what do you hope will be the result of the action?
Maybe to spread more awareness about who's behind what I'm sure everybody has heard on the news and is an ongoing problem, the deforestation, but just to shed light that it's all decided in the Western world, a part of it at least. So yeah, it would be good to have Santander suddenly pull out of all this, but it's a less likely outcome of the action today.
And what could people watching this do to support this campaign?
Basically, I think getting informed and everybody can help in the way they want to, either also get involved or just spread the message, or trying to pay more attention to what they do, vote, get politically engaged. There's a million ways to basically reacting to what's happening in the world today.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you.
Can I add something?
Yeah, definitely.
I'm generally protesting COP26 deforestation agreement, which says that we have to tolerate deforestation by 2030. There is no reason that we have to tolerate deforestation by 2030. That's the most stupid thing we are doing right now, and we cannot tolerate deforestation by 2030. And if there is a political will, we can stop deforestation overnight. And if there is not political will, it means COP26 is failed and we are screwed. I think all the parties must go back to the table and they have to discuss it again, and they have to have more ambitious and more clear agreement, because this agreement is failed and it is very vague and it doesn't say what will happen between now and 2030. We cannot tolerate it. It is failed agreement. It's not an agreement. It is just delaying agreement for stopping deforestation. And we have to stop funding deforestation. We have to stop funding less deforestation. We have to find ways to support high forest cover countries to tackle with deforestation, and we have to incentivize them to stop deforestation. We cannot only blame high forest cover countries to stop deforestation. We have to communicate with them and we have to stop it. And there is no reason why we cannot do that. Other problems are can be tolerable for a while, that it can be technologically difficult, but deforestation is the easiest thing. It is the lowest hanging fruit. We have to pick it right now.
That's great. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And excuse me, all the watchers, observers, if they have account in this bank, they can close their account, they can withdraw their savings from this bank, and then this bank will wake up and then they will have to think to defund deforestation.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Is there anyone around that would want to talk? So if you're just joining us, we're on St Vincent Street, where a rubber dinghy with two characters inside has blocked the road. I think this is one of the first sort of roadblocks that I've seen during COP26. Lots and lots of police around, got police vans at each end of the road. And we're outside Santander Bank, and the campaign is to try and stop the deforestation of forests, especially where it's being used to raise cattle for meat. You can hear the sounds of the rainforest being played from the speaker. Yeah, the legal observers taking notes. We're outside this very building. It's the Santander Bank. Would you like to talk to camera? Oh, yes, please. Yeah, let's have the protest behind you. Great. Yeah, so, yeah, tell us why you think this campaign is important.
So we are here today in Glasgow in COP26. It has been already a week, and the indigenous peoples, they have a space in the negotiator tables, but even though they have that chance, they have been protesting this morning, a PV, which is the articulation of indigenous peoples from Brazil, because their governments continue to kill them. Bolsonaro is a threat not only for Brazil, but for all the planet. And that's why today in solidarity, rebels from Extinction Rebellion are taking the risk and bringing this attention to the issue they have in their countries.
Do you have any ask for people who are watching this program?
Yeah, I think this COP has also been very important for indigenous peoples to connect to the civil society. For many of both worlds, we have understood that together we are bigger, we are stronger, and we need to continue doing these fights. So I think after COP, there is going to be a big movement between the global north and the most affected areas. And I think together we can do something about it and change the situation and the system.
So emergency survival blankets are being handed to the protesters who are locked on in the dinghy.
Thanks for that, Zoe. And talking about deforestation, I've been here with Sam and we've been talking about deforestation and what's actually happening in his country. So Sam, if you want to introduce yourself. In one moment I'm just going to take my earpiece out. So do you want to just introduce yourself?
My name is Sam from West Papua.
West Papua. And where's West Papua?
West Papua is 250 kilometers from Australia, so very close to Pacific Islands.
And what's happening in West Papua?
In West Papua, there is a genocide going on. There is ecocide where military been supported by multinational corporation based in Europe, and they're supporting the criminal government of Indonesia when they cut their trees and then they try to plant the palm oil, which is destroy the natural habitat in West Papua and also in Indonesia, in Kalimantan, in Borneo. The trees been cut down and they plant the oil plantation, while at the same time they destroy the indigenous people and Dayak people in Kalimantan, also in West Papua, which is in Jayapura, and also in Merauke. All those is company owned by multinational corporation, which is founded by Unilever. As we know today, Unilever is who are funding money to support the COP26 in UK.
So COP26 is getting supported by Unilever, and Unilever are supporting chopping down pristine rainforests in West Papua.
So Unilever actually the main sponsor for the all multinational corporation also in West Papua to cut the trees in Kalimantan, also in West Papua for the palm plantation, and also in Merauke, and also in Malaysia, which is the many indigenous land been cut and then replaced with the palm oils. So this struggle not only in West Papua but also in Indonesia and also Malaysia.
Wow. And in terms of like rainforests, and how big are the rainforests in Papua?
In West Papua, as we know, biggest rainforest in Amazon in Brazilian, and second is Congo, and third is West Papua. So what happened in Amazonia, because led by fascist Bolsonaro, who are genocide, and more than 600 Brazilian people died because Bolsonaro cannot manage to, for COVID-19, not included, also try to deforestation and cut all the trees in Amazonia. This is the problem where fascist regime from Brazil to West Papua, when they're in the power, they try working with the multinational criminal who try to cut all the indigenous forests. Right. So we are here to make sure no more cut the trees and make sure that our Mother Earth not cry anymore.
So I've heard that like Papua, West Papua, is one of the most pristine places in the world. You got a very small population.
Well, as we know, population of West Papua went half, while the migrant 2,000. Yeah. So imagine, even in the human population, we are very not really many, but been occupied, colonized as settler, like what happened in Israeli, which is Palestinian people. Also what happened in my brother and sister in Rojava, which is Turkey, tried to destroy all the forests, also trees in the Rojava, also the Yemen, because this is the same struggle.
And this deforestation, like it's to stop it. We've got like to stop social issues. We've got to look at like kind of the problems, the plights of the indigenous communities. Like you're saying, like you've got like foreign governments coming over to West Papua, and they're destroying your rainforests. They're planting palm oils. What do we need to do about it?
As we know, palm oil is not beneficial for indigenous because they destroy the structure of the nature. When you destroy one, will affect your body, your hand, and your mind, everything. So you try to collapse all the system. So this is called eco-genocide, indirectly sponsored by multinational corporation, which is based in London, heartbeat of the financial internationally.
Yeah. So we need to stop the financing of these companies that are literally destroying our forests and our planet.
But as engineers, we cannot stop them without support of the all international solidarity. Also, people who are living in London, also everywhere who came today or didn't come attend today, we need to unite it one voice to stop this company, to save our Mother Earth, because it's our Mother Earth, only one world we are living. If we destroy this our Mother Earth, there's no any planet.
Yeah, 100%.
So we need to work together collectively.
Yeah, Sam, pleasure talking to you.
Thank you very much for all of you who are working tirelessly from the few weeks to raise our voice and to be our defender, to fighting not for the indigenous, not for you, but for all humanity. We are really grateful to have people like you and everyone who are working for it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
pleasure
very
talking
much.
to you.
Solidarity.
Okay. So I'm gonna take a stroll up to this where this protest is. So maybe I'll see you up there.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
And good luck.
Thank you. Okay. Cheers. So it was.
So here in St Vincent Street, the protesters who have locked on have been given several blankets to try and keep them warm. Lots and lots of police milling around, keeping the press and the protesters that aren't locked on onto the pavement. Do you want to do an update? Tell me what's going on.
What's going on? Not much more than previously. Cops are arriving massively for only few people handing on the messages, which is kind of crazy. As it's probably one of the largest financing company in the world and in Europe, for GBS and for Malfrig, which are the two big companies, two of the three big companies that are producing meat and deforesting Amazonia to produce meat. Two of those trees are responsible for 80% of deforestation in Amazonia, which pull the indigenous people outside their houses, and which is a huge deal, as it's the lamb of the world. If we lose Amazonia, we are quite dead. So we are asking Santander's to stop financing those companies, which they are financing in billion of dollars within like 6 years, in between 2013 and 2018. That's it, and for now we are waiting for what's gonna happen. But you have those two courageous rebels in front of you to symbolize deforestation. All the blood that is running for that. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Just taking a stroll around the block. So we've got lots of rows of police for the two protesters that have locked on in the middle of the road in the life raft. Just coming round here. Another interview lined up round here. One moment. Are you up for talking to them? Just get the boat behind you. Yep. Just come a little bit away from the noise. Yeah. That's great. Thank you. So yeah, how do you feel about this campaign?
Well, I've been spending some time with indigenous people these days, and I'm very shocked how 82% of the world's biodiversity is being protected by them. That means that if they don't survive, if they cannot protect their lands and territories, this is a big threat to life, not only to their lives and their communities, but it's a big threat to the life on the planet. However, the President Bolsonaro keeps chasing them, criminalizing them, and he didn't even dare to COP26 because he says he doesn't care about climate change. But at the end, he's just helping companies to make money. He's making everything for profit, and the profit, it may be profits in the short term, but at the end, it's killing all the planet, like even included President Bolsonaro. So this is a very sad situation, because at the end, we cannot drink money, we cannot eat money, we cannot breathe money. So if no one stops Bolsonaro, is one of the biggest threats to humanity and to the planet. So I'm really supportive of this activists just risking their with vulnerability, with their bodies and freedom, just to make this clear and to launch a message to the world that I hope at some point Bolsonaro will see and, well, maybe think about it, of inspire other people to protest.
Thank you very much. So this road is well and truly blocked. See, there's blankets and survival blankets being tucked around the protesters that have got their arms in an arm lock in the middle of the lifeboat.
Hello. You going to St. Vincent? Okay, man. Cheers.
Here in the distance, the samba band arriving. I think the protesters might have some reinforcements on their way. Media press are here in their hundreds at COP. This is an opportunity for the issues that are affecting the world to get a hearing on the mainstream press, which it should be all the time, but doesn't near enough. And here is the samba arriving. We're here outside Santander Bank, where messages have been painted onto the door and the wall. We have people, if you can see through here, people in a rubber dinghy in the middle of the road. They've blocked the road with an arm lock inside that boat. They're campaigning to stop the investment and the destruction of the forests, wildlife habitats. Watching me, I think, going on there. As you can see through there, the red dinghy. Where two protesters are sat, wrapped in blankets and locked on. Police numbers have gone up since the Samba arrived.
Making any noise, very pacific, very peacefully, and now it arrived the beautiful samba band from Extinction Rebellion, and I think they are just making noises that remembers the jungle and the rainforest that is being destroyed, because today we are in solidarity with indigenous people that defend the rainforest around the world, and specifically with Brazil, APB, and all the leaders that are putting their lives in danger. So this is very beautiful, and I think we're gonna enjoy it for a while.
Do the indigenous people that have come to COP, do they feel like they've been listened to? Are their worries being heard?
So I think so far the indigenous people have been in the blue zone negotiating. There have been some announcements like the 1.7 billion directed to the communities, but there is still a doubt on how the communities are going to have access to that, and that's a thing that is also new for the indigenous peoples this year. They have released the Shandia Finance Way, and it's the way that they want the money to get funds for the communities, and we will see if the government listens to them and doing it that way, or they do it as always through NGOs. Thank you.
Samba, hoping you can hear that over the Samba band. Yeah. Yeah, could you tell me more about the issue and the investment with Santander Bank?
So, Santander Bank, that is a bank that
has big power in Brazil, like coming from Spain, they are funding a lot of the Amazon forest deforestation. So that's why the protest today, that's why it's the main issue for the preservation of the Amazon, that is removing a lot of carbon from the wall and it's also preserving a lot of nature. And that's one of the reasons deforestation that is being funded by Santander is one of the reasons why indigenous people are being killed from their land. So one of the things they ask for is protection for their lands and recognition of their traditions. And also sometimes like all the companies that are being funded for polluters that just won't profit, unfortunately, they just get interventions in their territory without any prior consent. So that's also why it's very important as well, like every time that any company could try to do an intervention in their lands, to have their consent, but a consent that is prior and that is well informed as well. What can people do about eating less meat and things? Do you want to talk about animals rebellion? Oh, well, yeah, like one of the problems of the deforestation of the Amazon is that they just are using the land in order for animal farming because to create more beef. Like some companies, like for example McDonald's or Burger King, they have direct benefits from the deforestation as well. That's why a shift to a plant-based diet also would be very, very good too. It's one of the main tools to stop climate change. Indeed, like there was recently a study by, like the biggest study that has been done in this issue by Oxford University that says that like going vegan is one of the main, is possibly the single biggest thing that we can do for the planet. That is why also some activist groups like Animal Rebellion are fighting. So people will know about it, will know that animal farming is destroying the planet. It's one of the biggest causes of pollution. And yeah, like so going vegan is one of the solutions. And yeah, sadly, because of beef, the Amazon forest is just being deforested. Like, that's one of the main reasons.
Welcome back. I've just managed to cycle over to, I'm actually not even too sure what street I'm on here. There's a large group of police surrounding what looks like somebody in a rubber dinghy. We've got musicians and people playing the drums over here behind me. It says protect. I can't see what else it says there. Yeah, I'm just gonna turn around and go zoom in. You can see what I can see. There you go. Okay, so you've got one person in a dinghy. I think it might be two people in dinghies here. Yeah, it's two people in a dinghy. They got looks like a picture. It looks like they got two masks on. Can't exactly see what the masks are. So they're surrounded and they're engaging with police. Just going to see if I can have a quick chat. Are you okay to tell me what's going on here? No? No. Could you just tell me what street this is? No. Okay. Okay. Do you know what's going on here? What's that? Sorry, it's going out live, yeah. COP26 TV. Is somebody okay to have a couple of words?
I've just turned up, I don't know, I assume it's some sort of protest against whatever it is.
Santander embankment's in here.
It's what?
Santander.
Santander. It's in what? Is that building
it's in
there?
this building here.
Yeah.
And they're saying we don't want the blood money because they're investing in deforesting the forests across the world.
Yeah.
And with the target of ending deforestation by 2030 at the end of the decade, all of the woodlands in the world could be destroyed by then, so we don't actually have any trees left. So if we stopped it now and made it legally binding, it would then mean we would have trees to live for future generations thereon.
So let me get this right. So we've got banks like Santander that are actually putting money into deforestation.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and what are they putting money into? Like kind of, is it kind of like schemes that are kind of, I don't know, we hear about all these expansion schemes in the Amazon and Congo and Papua New Guinea and soya plantations, it's all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. And what does the sign say there? It says protect what? I'll go over for
the other one says blood money on the windows.
Blood money on the windows. I'm going to go over for a little bit of a closer look. And you got two people here in a boat. What's that? Is that a rubber dinghy?
It's a rubber dinghy with blood in it, so they're sat in blood.
Oh, they're sitting in blood?
Yeah.
I'm going to try
blood money in the blood of the trees that get cut.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to zoom in. Okay, I'm zooming in here. Okay, so we've got a rubber dinghy that's full of blood. Signifying blood money. So it looks like they've got some silver foil blankets wrapped around them to keep them warm. Looks like the face of, I don't know what the face is. Can anybody, what's the faces they're wearing? What's the masks? Like,
I think one of them's Boris Johnson. And the other one's Bolsonaro.
Bolsonaro and Boris Johnson. Okay, I'm just going to have a bit of a closer walk here. So, yeah, we've got two people sitting in a tub, Bolsonaro and Boris Johnson, filled with fake blood. So you can find the blood of our people outside Santander Bank in central Glasgow, highlighting the fact that Santander is pumping money into funding deforestation and destruction of our planet. So we have this whole street is now completely blocked off. We got a police cordon going the whole way around the bathtub. So two people in the bathtub have managed to stop the traffic outside the Santander offices. We have banners in the back here. You can see the Extinction Rebellion banners in the back. And I think it's saying, I can't exactly see what it says there, but I think it's something about some funding. I'll have a look a little bit later. Then we've got a very large police presence here. It's two deep on this side. There's one deep on this side. When I first got here, one of them was coming over to say something to me, and I was filming, and he walked away. But I was asking the name of the street, and they're refusing to even say what the name of the streets are. See some very watchful eyes here. So you got the drummers going on in the background. So yeah, so a lot of stuff that's going on in COP. It's all about funding. You know, we've been hearing reports coming out that the poor nations of the world are not getting the money that they were promised. We were talking to people about restorative justice and actually what's needed, and it's not just funding, it's also support from the richer nations by putting the laws in place that are needed to actually tackle issues like deforestation, and the fact that we're actually allowing our financial world to continue investing in exploration, in mining, in large hydro plants, in soya plantations, and the list goes on. And it's destroying the land of the indigenous communities around the world. And on top of that, it's also pumping billions and trillions of CO2 into the atmosphere, and also lots of other nasty particles. And then on top of that, once they do clear the forests, it actually affects the water systems. So the whole water system of the forests completely change, and it can over like a period of time turn them into savannas, and it stops the ability for them absorbing carbon. And when that happens, instead of being carbon sinks, they actually start releasing more carbon from the soils. So the soils lose the ability to actually retain carbon. So highlighting the fact that, like, COP, yes, they've said we're gonna fund, or we're gonna stop funding deforestation by 2030, and we're gonna stop prime forests around the world getting chopped down 8 years from now. And we've got banks like Santander that are pumping millions or billions, or who knows what it is, but it doesn't really matter. It's the point that they're able to actually support deforestation. And this is a very loud, clear message here on the streets of Glasgow, highlighting the fact that, like, banks need to be called out for the role that they're playing in destroying our planet. A little bit earlier on, I got to speak to Sam from West Papua New Guinea island. It's the third largest rainforest in the world, and there the same thing has happened. They're having their pristine forests are getting destroyed. They're getting destroyed for plantation of palm oil. And this has happened in Kalimantan, Borneo, the island of Borneo. Vast areas of prime forests getting destroyed. It's also happened in the Amazonia. We've heard from 9 different delegates, or from 9 different countries that make up the Amazon rainforest, here pleading at world leaders, business leaders and delegates to stop the deforestation that's happening to their homelands. Indigenous population make up less than 5% of the world's population. Yeah, they are the stewards, and they're looking after over 80% of all the biodiversity on the planet. So, very important role to play, that we protect the indigenous lands and we protect the indigenous people, and we stop the funding that's coming in from banks like Santander in deforestation. So I was going to zoom out a little bit. There we go. So we got the drummers going on. So we've got police with EG on the back. I don't know what EG stands for. Yeah, egg. We can have a guess. Eco something, you know. And they are keeping an eye. They're making a very long film of the people in the bloodbaths. Hopefully they're going to reflect on what's happening here and maybe send a copy of this video to Boris Johnson. But it looks like he actually might need it because he's actually sitting in the bathtub as we speak. Just going to see if we can actually see what's in there. Just walk around this way a little bit. So we've got 2 police officers. They are talking with the people in the rubber dinghy. And you've got somebody who's at the same time is filming them. They've got foil around them to keep them warm. You can't actually see the blood in the bath, but I've heard that it's probably, don't worry, it's probably vegetable dye mixed with water. So you can see the whole street here is completely blocked off. And what street are we on? St. Vincent's. We're on St. Vincent Street here. Are you from Glasgow? No. No? You are? Do you want to have a quick chat with me? It's like, you don't have to be on COP. No. What do you think? What do you think of all the people from the world leaders coming to COP to Glasgow?
I think they should have done it over Zoom, but it's harder to make dodgy deals over Zoom. They're welcome here, but there's a pandemic on, and it's not great for all the people who have not been able to get vaccinations or to be able to afford to come here. And they're from the countries that are most affected by all this, so that sucks.
And what do you think of the fact that you've got, like, the eyes of the world on Glasgow, and you've got things like this happening, highlighting, you know, deforestation?
We need this. We need more of this.
Yeah.
Because I think it's more likely to create change than anything that's happening at that summit.
Yeah. Absolutely. Okay, keep up the good work. There you go, just hearing people's opinions. Somebody from Glasgow saying that they should have been doing this over Zoom. It probably would have been more inclusive if they actually did over Zoom, because then we'd have the poor nations of the world. Okay, we can see here, there's tape. It looks like they're taking the tape off the back of the person's head. They're taking the mask, they're taking Boris Johnson's mask is coming off. I'm going to have a zoom in. So apologies if I'm shaking a little bit. Okay. There you go. So we've got a bearded Boris Johnson. Cameraman is having a good zoom in there. Okay, we've got a second officer coming over. He is now getting goggles out, putting goggles over the protesters' eyes. So I'm just presuming there's some type of lock-on going on here. So if they're putting safety equipment on, this is not a fancy dress party. It's obviously they're going to be doing some type of angle grinding. There you go. Oh, just got my view's just been blocked there. Just going to zoom out again. There you go. Back in again. Okay, he's just got the thumbs up. So he's gone from Boris Johnson, who talks a very good game when it comes to climate change. Yet under his government, he's going for 21 airport expansions in the UK. He's going for nearly 30 billion in road expansion. Issuing new oil and gas licenses in the North Sea, and also we discovered new exploration licenses are happening in Northern Ireland. Top of that, they've cut the duty on aviation fuels for domestic flights to encourage more people to fly. All at the same time of talking about how terrible climate destruction is, and coming out some, great speeches about all of us needing to work together. So, yeah, this is literally what we're up against. So in case you're just joining us, we are reporting live from St. Vincent Street in Glasgow City, where COP26 is taking place. We're on day 9. And we have the whole street is completely blocked off by 2 people in a rubber dinghy that's filled with fake blood. We now have Bolsonaro. He's getting unmasked slowly under the very watchful eye. This guy's making sure he's not going to miss anything. Protesters are having a little bit of conversation. So you can see it looks like fake blood on this person's face. Getting goggles are going on now. Now they got matching blue hats. So it actually looks like it's an oil barrel. Is that what do you know, is that an oil barrel?
Yes, I think they're an oil barrel, and then this is Santander's big office.
Oh, is that, yeah, so is this their head office, Santander's? So we know?
Probably not their head office.
Yeah, it's Santander's. And do you know anything about Santander sponsoring deforestation?
I think they have dubious climate credentials.
Dubious climate credentials. Yeah, that's good enough for me. It's going to zoom out a little bit. So, give you a bit of more of a bird's eye view what's going on here. And do you know what the banner behind says? The yellow banner. No.
I think it's defund deforestation.
Okay, defund deforestation. So there's an extinction banner in the back, and it's saying defund deforestation.
Blood money.
And what's that one saying?
Blood money. Painted on the wall.
Down there it says blood money.
Yeah.
Blood money. There you go. Where are you from?
Local.
Where?
Local.
Local. What do you think of the G? Yeah, I was going to say the G8. So yeah, we're at the COP26 in your local town.
It's a little bit hostile to the locals.
Yeah.
It has been. Closure streets, people not allowed to get to their houses, so that the world's leaders can have dinner together.
I got stopped in my guest host house last night getting back at that dinner. They wouldn't let me pass.
Yeah.
And they let the dinner guests, and they let the security in and out. So if you had money, you're able to get in. So we've just had a van has just driven in front of me. I don't know if that was on purpose, because they're going to. Oh, and a van has driven on the other side. So it looks like they're doing a police cordon, and the police are closing rank and file around the bath. There was actually just a move on purpose just to block the view of what's happening. So just bear with me. I've got my little extender here. I'm going to try my arm extender. See if I can get a bit of a better view. If you hear some clicking noises, it's okay. Okay, so I'm just going to extend up to see if we can see a bit better. Yeah, I still can't really see what's going on here. So you can see, so you got the police vans are getting directed backwards. So what they're doing is, it looks like the police are going to be totally surrounding the protesters. You're getting photographers are getting told to take a step back. Reporters are told to step back. We got what does this banner say? Oh, it says Code Red for Humanity. Okay, so a nice big banner opposite Santander saying Code Red for Humanity. We've got police. Watch your back. Oh, yeah, we've got police vans moving backwards. They're forming a cordon around the protesters. Okay, there goes my view. So you're not allowed to talk to anybody?
Within reason, we can do, yeah.
Within reason. It's, what do you think of COP26 as a general question?
Hard to say, really.
Yeah. Don't worry, won't put you under pressure. Okay, so the police cordon now has moved further away. We can't actually see what's happening anymore. I'm going to have a walk here, walk around. Can't see anything. No. So yeah, so there's a police line of vans going the whole way around. Yeah, all I can see is it looks like there's a white sheet. Let's walk on this side to see if I can see a better view. I can hear the sound, I can hear an angle grinder has started, I can see some sparks flying. Still can't see anything. Let's continue circling around. Very loud drumming going on here. Here we go, yeah. Okay, we've got a view angle coming in here. Okay, I'm just going to extend people's arms up. Here we go. We have another police van coming in now. You can see the sparks are flying. Okay, I can hear something coming in my ear. I've just I've got my hand cupped over my ear. Could you please repeat that? Oh yeah, okay, fine, yeah. Okay, so I've just been told I've got a good angle. Yeah, so in case you're just joining in, we are on St. Vincent Street in Glasgow, where COP26 negotiations are happening. We're on day 9, and we have 2 protesters who are in a rubber dinghy that's filled with blood. Well, I do believe it's actually fake blood. And they're protesting in front of Santander. Santander are getting called out for their financing of destruction of prime Amazon rainforests and deforestation around the world. So the various different things that they fund. We have a police have cordoned off the whole street surrounding Yeah, pretty much all of St. Vincent Street is completely cordoned off. We've got now police vans have completely circled where the protesters are getting put out and stopping any views of what's happening. There was two protesters. One had Bolsonaro.
You can kind of get a view from over there.
What's that?
You can kind of get a view from over there.
This is kind of like as good as I can get, really. And, do you want to come here? Do you want to just tell me what's going on? Did you see anything?
Oh, sure. I can tell you what I know.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. It's going out live.
Okay. So,
just shout. A second. Here we go. So just here with somebody who's going to talk a little bit. Just bear with me one moment. You couldn't just untangle that. Sorry. There you go. There you go. Just untangle. Okay. Just untangle it. Yeah. Okay. So what did you see?
Okay. So when I arrived, two protesters were sitting in a dinghy with a lock on through a barrel of some sort. It looks completely peaceful, and it's associated with this protest of fossil fuel finance. The police have arrived in large numbers. They appear to be also mostly peaceful, but have completely restricted our access to view the scene through the tactical placing of police vans. That's all I know.
Yeah, no, that's pretty good. That's a pretty good description. So I'm going to put my earpiece back in. So yeah, so we've got the EG. Can I just ask a general question? Yeah. What does EG stand for on the back? Oh, in case anyone who's just watching. Please also remember, please share this. We've got 12 hours a day of live footage on COP26 TV. That's going out on lots of different social media channels. It gives us access to we're trying to get this message out as far and wide as possible, and getting the voices heard that normally people don't get to hear, voices getting heard. So yeah, so please share, please follow what's actually happening here as well. These are very important. It's good that people understand the failure of COP. You know, what we hear on mainstream media is always very kind of like they're trying to have a balanced view. For the fact that they've actually just agreed to stop deforestation by 2030 is, to be honest, which is pretty pathetic. You know, it's something that you could, if they really wanted to, put their minds to it and stop it now. We saw that with COVID, the way we were able to close down all the airports in the world and completely change our economies and stop everything. We should be doing the exact same thing now for the climate and ecological emergency. Earlier on, if you were watching, we saw the indigenous people outside the entrance of the Blue Zone. I was very emotional, and there's been conversations with them earlier on today with Nick on the inside, COP in, and they're literally pleading with the world leaders and the governments and the business leaders to stop funding deforestation and put laws in place to help protect prime forests in different parts of the world that need to be protected. Not just for them, also for our biodiversity and also for our planet. You would think about it, that is an actual no-brainer. So we got these two people sitting in a rubber dinghy with a mask of Bolsonaro and a mask of Boris Johnson, highlighting the plight. So the drumming has just stopped. It is actually, considering the amount of people here, surprisingly quiet. We can see a very clear sign of the deforestation. We've got some chants of "We love you."
And a concerned citizen actually ran up.
We've got legal observers with on backwards, keeping an eye on what the police are doing, make sure everything has been done legally. And we've got the EG, the evidence gatherers. Oh, I got some chanting. I was going to have a quick have a look down this way. There we go. So this is from the back side. you can see clearly here, projects Amazon sprayed onto the side of Santander. There we go. How you doing? No thanks, no thanks. Thank you. Very nice, just getting offered some food. How you doing?
Oh, they're good.
There you go.
They're beautiful. I saw them dressed up here, but I didn't know what they did.
Yeah. Now we got some more evidence gatherers going on here. So I was going to take a little walk. Actually, it's not going to be a little walk. I think it's probably the best angle I've got of what's going on. Okay, it sounds like the angle grinding has stopped. I can't see any sparks anymore.
I think that's what they'll do after that. It's probably not too much. I'll just check the numbers out and
Yeah, just again, reminder, if you're just joining us, this is at Santander in St. Vincent Street, central Glasgow, day 9 of COP. And this road, the street has been totally blocked off. I'm not too sure for how long.
Since 3.
Since 3 o'clock? Yeah. And do you know how many arrests there's been?
1 so far.
There's been one arrest so far, yeah?
Yeah, the sprayer.
Yeah, the sprayer, okay.
There's the alleged sprayer.
The alleged sprayer, and then there's 2 people in a. Is it a boat they're in, or is it a bath?
A bath of blood.
A bath of blood.
It's Bolsonaro and
Boris Johnson.
And Boris Johnson. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're both and in a tub with their arms in a tub of oil.
So obviously, Bolsonaro is the leader of Brazil, and the significance of Brazil for the climate is vital, is trying to keep the Amazon protected. So there's a lot of work going on to help compensate the Brazilian government for actually to stop them chopping the rainforest down. So since Bolsonaro has come in, he's actually changed 2 major laws, 2 major environmental laws. One of them stopping the actual protection of the indigenous Amazonian tribes, and taking away their special protection that they have over the lands. And he's brought in a new law recently. I think it was just a few months ago. They were voting on it. And it's got to do with with the mineral and mining rights. I'm not too sure exactly, but it's going to change the actual political landscape and also the environmental landscape of Brazil. His attitude is it's a resource, it's there to be used, and we have a right to use it. He's got some very strong, stark views on what you can and can't do, and he's yeah, for the environment, it's actually absolutely awful. Okay, a bit more activity going on here.
Or is that something that you'd like to take in place? You get someone who's hungry or anything? Is that okay?
A bit of waving going on by the police.
Yeah, sure. I'm staying quite close.
By the EG, evidence gatherers. Also a reminder of the negotiations that have been going on and the nationally determined contributions so far are still collectively amounting to about 2.7 degrees of warming. It's not taking into consideration cascading climate feedback loops. So there's some criticism of the IPCC report that it's got its own version of a time lag going on. The most latest report that's come out is Code Red for Humanity, and their predictions for the first Blue Ocean event, I think it was still 2045 or 2050, and we've seen NASA coming out with a report last year that the first Blue Ocean event, that when most of the sea ice during the summer is melted, will be 2034 or earlier. So that's just that's like 12 years from now. When that happens, it's going to have a triggering effect of instead of reflecting vast amount of solar radiance back into space, I think it's like 99% gets all bounced into space. Again, apologies, Dr. Aaron, if I'm getting some of your figures wrong, but it's nearly all the energy gets backdated into space, and then once it turns into deep blue, it actually then starts absorbing all that solar radiance, and that will actually then start warming the waters of the Arctic and will trigger, interference with the current and trigger this effect that happens with the jet stream, which controls our climate in vast parts of Western Europe. So the angle grinders has just started. I can see sparks are flying. I'm going to see if I'm just going to raise up a little bit. You can just see some sparks going on in the background there. And just to add to that point, okay, so one of the different major trigger points that are happening is like melting the Arctic, Antarctic and Greenland, but the other significant one that's going on is deforestation, and that's actually something that we can control. So regardless, we know that we're actually tied into this kind of like delayed reaction, that the carbon that we put into the atmosphere, the effects we're going to feel is going to be in 20 years time. So we've got this carbon lag that's going on. But with deforestation, it's actually something simply, we just physically stop cutting down forests. You know, we change our agricultural practices, that we're not relying so heavily on soya for animal feed. And we change how the palm oil is actually produced. You know, move to sustainable palm oil, and yeah, we just really need to get a grip on this. And Santander is a contributor. They're actually funding deforestation and destruction, and that's what this is all about here today. Okay, you can just see just about between the two police officers, you can see the sparks flying. Also during the COP has come out a report from the Met Office meteorology office here in the UK, and they've come out about the warming world, the effects it's actually going to have on the human population, and it's worked out that we're going to have 1 billion people are going to be heat stressed. That's 1 billion people. That's a 15 times increase from today's numbers. 15 times more people are going to be heat stressed. And what that actually means, it means when the wet bulb temperature and the temperature, they do this calculation of when the human body breaks down, and they work it out, it's like 35 degrees. So I think if you got like a high humidity level, or 100% humidity, and it's 35 degrees, it's the temperature and the wet bulb with humidity that your body physically cannot cool itself. Even fit, healthy people in the shade would only survive about 6 hours unless they can cool their bodies down. So that's 1 billion people are going to be heat stressed. That's just one of the effects of runaway climate change. Sorry for the shaky camera work. This is actually on a monopod, so that I'm kind of just raising above my head to get a bit of a better bird's eye view. I can just see. There we go. There we go. Oh, can I just move over just a little bit? There we go. There we go. Oh yeah. Just an offer to stand on top of the bus seat, but I think that would be a little bit too shaky. Good. Yeah, again, you know, even going through the various different newspapers, there's a lot of failure going on with our media in this country. The wording that's coming out, you know, even the placement of the stories from the COP26, you know, it's not the messages that we're hearing on the streets. It's not the messages that we're hearing from the various different people from minority communities around the world that are here to actually bleed literally for their lives. We're not really getting the sense of urgency. You know, it seems to be very much business as usual. There's also like a lot of vested interest that's happening here at the COP process. There's oil and gas companies are at the negotiating tables. The very thing that we actually physically need to stop is like physically leaving oil and gas in the ground and coal, and stop burning peat bogs. So we need a rapid deceleration away from fossil fuels. So yeah, so COP in itself is a big cop-out. It's a big propaganda machine. Yes, there is, you know, it's good that we have pledges, you know, but what we've seen in the past is the pledges, different countries changing their minds from the pledges. The problem with the nationally determined contribution, as agreed in the Paris COP, is that all countries, they set their own nationally determined contributions, so that's how they're actually going to go and get in line with the science, which bizarrely is supposed to be 1.5 degrees of warming, which we're already locked into. So we're actually going to smash through the 1.5. We're going to more than likely smash through the 2 degrees. Got a little speech going on here.
Day and night. We know that there is a little vortex of melody and beat, that it goes somehow into the bankers up there who are profiting from suffering. We know that many of these police people, many of them have children, and some of them even have grandchildren. And some of them even might want to survive themselves, am I right? Yeah. We know you feel that you had to take that job. We don't begrudge you that. But try to take another job when you got the opportunity. Amen? There's nobody here who's violent accept the banks, accept Scottish power, accept the people who tried to corrupt COP26. There's nobody violent here that you're staring at the way you're staring at us. We're not the violent ones. We're the musical ones. We're the people who take quiet walks in the forest and in the high prairie and down along the shoreline. We're the ones who love the bugs and the birds. We're the ones who love nature and feel a kind of language in the wind. We're semi-mystical in our way. We're trying to learn to be with the earth again. For centuries we were denied that. But now we start hearing a kind of language in the superstorms, in the wildfires, in the viruses. The earth is speaking to us. The earth is telling us to join up, to become the earth ourselves. We're starting to remember that we're made of the earth ourselves. Am I right, children? Those shiny vests you're wearing are made of the earth. And those little trunk-like baseball caps, they're made of the earth. You are the earth. And you can't turn and be afraid like this and make your fear formal and enforced on us. Your fear, as you take pictures of us, as you try to put every one of these protesters into your data banks, you're on the wrong side of history. You know that you can change, and you will have your moment when Mother Earth will call out to you, and you will feel peace come into your soul. That moment will come, and we urge you to be open to it. And meanwhile, we'll keep singing to you. Yeah!
We are the sea. We won't stop fighting till we are free. We are the river. We are the sea. We won't stop fighting till we are free. We are the river.
Mic check! Mic check! Mic check!
Mic check! Mic check!
Thank you!
Thank you!
To the activists!
To the activists!
Risking arrest!
Risking arrest!
Thank you to the activists!
Thank you to the activists!
Risking arrest!
Risking arrest!
We're with you!
We're with you!
We love you!
We love you!
We
support for you! Solidarity! 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 Thank you! We will join you! Each one of us! We will join you! We will do it together! We won't stop! We won't stop!
We're grateful!
We're grateful!
To your risk!
To your risk!
Today!
Today!
Tonight!
Tonight!
On this day!
On this day!
COP26!
COP26!
We remember you!
We remember you!
Already!
Already!
Thank you!
Thank you!
Power to the people!
Power to the people!
The people got the power!
The people got the power!
Tell me, can you hear us?
Tell me, can you hear us?
We're getting louder by the hour!
Louder by the hour!
Power!
Power!
People!
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 Power!
Power!
Power to the people!
Power to the people!
The people got the power!
The people got the power!
Tell me, can you hear us?
Tell me, can you hear us?
Getting stronger by the hour!
Stronger by the hour!
Power!
Power!
was waving you.
So we've had chants, power to the people. We've had a show of support and solidarity. So we still have, I can see one, but I can't see any more. Protesters are still getting freed or released from the lock-on. Apparently, it was a barrel. They had their hands. It looked like their hands were in the barrel, sitting in a rubber dinghy that was full of fake blood. So we had Bolsonaro, and we also had Boris Johnson. So we just had a lot more police now moving forward to where the drummers are, pushing forward. So you can see the whole way down the street here. St. Vincent Street is completely cordoned off in front of Santander. Again, in case you're just joining us, this is in front of Santander's in central Glasgow. Well, I'm not actually too sure if it's central Glasgow. Sorry, one other question. Is this central Glasgow?
I think it'll be.
It's central, okay, yeah. So in central Glasgow. And yeah, so we've got a bit of a cordoning off now with the police, and the samba band are getting pushed back by the police. You can just see this happening right now. They're getting pushed, getting moved off the road. We have 3 people that are sitting down in the middle of the street. I'm not too sure what's going on here. They seem quite relaxed. There's police coming over talking to them. So it looks like they're not moving. So there's some kind of a negotiation or talks going on just there. Meanwhile, just to my right hand side, you can see there's still the specialist cutting team are in the process of cutting out the barrel, cutting out the lock-on. You got floodlights, so giving them light so you can see what they're doing. We've seen angle grinders, we've heard angle grinders, specialist cutting equipment. There's something happening. I don't know what's happening here. More hive of police activities going on. The drumming is now intensified. Actually, just zoom out that way so you can see the top of the street. You just see lines of the police going all the way up. So they managed to do a blockade of police vans and rental vans, going 6 of them circling the 2 protesters. I can just see here, it looks like a big massive chisel. Some kind of chisel is getting now placed over. Not too sure. It looks like a very complex lock-on. So the drumming has now intensified. The crowd has got bigger here. So it's quite hard to make out exactly what's going on underneath the sheet. There you go, it's getting blown away now. So I think they've cut through the barrel, they peeled the barrel back, and they're actually I don't exactly know what that is. Like, it could be concrete. Very, very hard to see from here. Maybe the police are actually just as perplexed as well, exactly what it is. So it's two people, been here for 3 hours, locked on, sitting in a bath with fake blood, highlighting deforestation and the companies and the banks that are actually funding deforestation. And I've just learned that Santander is a major contributor to funding deforestation, and that's why they've been targeted today. So today was a nice, bright, crisp blue day here in Glasgow. The weather is now changing. The temperature has actually dropped significantly. I've got my thermals on and I'm actually starting to get pretty cold. I've got drizzle is coming in. It almost feels like it's going to snow. Bit of a stark contrast to being in front of the blue zone earlier. While in front of the blue zone there was a ceilidh going on. Very, very energetic. Oh, okay, I can see as a protester sitting up. You can see the fake blood covering her left-hand side. Sorry, I just presumed it was her, the protester. It looks like there's smiles going on there. Just going to drop this down a little bit. Better view going on here now. And now we have the curtain going back up again. I thought I was going to be able to have a rest. So yeah, so the curtain's now back up. Got the EG, the evidence gatherers are busy filming the lockouts getting cut out. Just got to raise up again. Yeah. Zoom out, give you a bird's eye view so you can see what I can see here. Again, just a reminder if you're tuning in, we're here in central Glasgow in St. Vincent Street, where two protesters are now getting cut out. They've been locked on for like the last 3 hours. The streets are totally blocked. We have the drummers are keeping the energy levels going. We've got a sign over there saying about stop funding deforestation. The rain's starting. Can you do me a favour? Can you hold this? I want to sort my jacket out. Yeah, that's fine. Right, I'm just asked a young man to help me. I'm actually starting to freeze a bit now. I've been getting rained on. Need to put my jacket on. I'll keep my COP TV out just in case we get kettled in again.
So you can get out.
What's that?
So you can get out.
Yeah. So I'm just trying to sort out my hat, gloves and scarf. Great job. You can do some talking if you want.
I don't know what to say. I'm actually well being here to make sure people
okay.
what they're doing are okay.
Just bear one moment. Bear with me. There we go. There you go, thank you very much for that. There we go, it's amazing. Oh, sorry, can you do one more thing? Can you close my bag?
course I can.
Sorry. Thanks.
We're here for.
No, you're doing a good job. Good job, thank you. Hey. There we go. Okay, so there's a mic check going on. I didn't exactly hear what they were saying. Let's have a look.
That you have been arrested! Thank you!
What did he say? What was he saying?
You've been arrested, thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So it's just it's a public announcement for rebels and for protesters, just letting them know their rights. Okay. I was going to show you where I am. So I'm underneath a bus stop, keeping out the rain to keep the camera dry. Got my nice warm hat on, which is very important, and I got my Scottish scarf going. So here we go. And I'm just wishing now I had gloves. So yeah, so it's going to zoom in a little bit. Okay, yeah, they've got the blanket back up again, so it's quite hard to see exactly what's happening. The angle grinder is going like crazy. So obviously there's metal in there and concrete. Yeah, just a shout out again in case you're just tuning in. We are on the streets of Glasgow where COP26 is happening. The Conference of Parties, 26th, meaning that we've had 25 before. And the main aim of Conference of Parties, well, one of the main aims is to reduce carbon emissions to 350 parts per million. And every year that we've had a Conference of Party, the actual increase of carbon dioxide has just kept on increasing, methane has kept on increasing, and several other greenhouse gases. So in that sense, the COP itself is actually a failure. So we haven't actually managed to do what it set out to do. What's worse now is the science is indisputable, which pretty much most scientists knew anyway. But we've had to wait till we've had official reports from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, known as the IPCC, who bring out all these very technical, detailed reports based on science. And what they do is they collate all the information from peer-reviewed scientific papers, from multitude of different sources, and then they have lead authors, and they go through it. So I think the latest one had about 55 countries taking part, with 40 authors and 460 whatever special advice, some astronomical amount of numbers again. So again, sorry Terry for getting all your information muddled up, but the whole point being is the IPCC reports, they're not actually scientific. They are scientific in the information that gets fed into them, but in terms of what the recommendations are, it gets mixed up with policy and politics, and every single line of the report has to be agreed by the various different countries. So it's a long, slow, painstaking process, and by the time we get the reports, they're always out of date. So the negotiations are going on now, just from speaking to people on the streets who have been in and out of the blue zone, and also just picking up nuggets here and there, is there's a over-reliance and push on these future technologies that don't exist on scale, such as carbon capture and storage, CCS, which is quite good for the oil and gas companies because they get to continue extracting hydrocarbons from the ground. And hey, what we're going to do is we're going to build machines to extract the carbon either as we produce it before we burn it, or after we burn it and then we kind of suck it out of the atmosphere. It's like, great. That's what we're basing our future on. So the negotiations that are going on are very heavily influenced by, you know, some of the big oil and gas players such as the US, Saudi, Russia. They come to the table and they're fighting tooth and nail to get the best deal possible for the country. So the way they look at it is, they look at it as like it's a business negotiation that's going on. And you just wonder, you know, do they not really grasp the fact that we are going to be having, you know, millions and billions of people directly affected by their actions, what is actually happening at this COP process. We're already seeing it, we're already seeing people who are getting climate stressed having to move out of the countries. We're seeing the spread of diseases. We're talking to with doctors on Saturday, and they're highlighting the fact that the likes of like mosquitoes and airborne diseases that are spread from the tropics, you know, in insect populations are going to get more and more, and they're going to be spreading further north to places that have never had malaria before. Then also we've got a problem with water. We're having water scarcities. Oh, sorry for the shaky camera work going on here. Yeah, so food insecurities. You know, all we need is a double breadbasket disaster, and we are going to see no food on our tables. Kind of a concept that people can't really get their head around. And yet, bizarrely, we had COVID, and with COVID we already saw food shortages, and that was when we actually still had supplies of food. So the whole food system is very susceptible to any climate changes. We saw that, I think it was 2008, 2009, something like that, 2010, with the failure in Russia. Across Ukraine, they had heat waves that affected the production of wheat. At the same time, we had the floods in Pakistan, and it stopped the food production there. The knock-on effect was the price of wheat, the global price of wheat, increased drastically, and countries, especially in the Middle East, who rely heavily on wheat as a staple diet, all of a sudden saw their food bills going through the roof. So much so that like people then were having to make stark choices about actually, you know, where their money was going to go. And in these countries, it's a vast percentage of their money actually goes towards food. This leads to destabilizing regions. As people get hungry, they do what they need to do. Migration, protest, you know, and then ultimately we're seeing the effects in places like Madagascar, southern Madagascar, 1.3 million people, you know, very near to famine at the moment. The only thing that kept them going was the fact that the soil there, they can boil the soil and they can eat the soil, and eating soil, eating insects, doing what they could to survive. And that's 2020, 2021 we got that going on. Collectively we've got 30 million people across the globe that are vulnerable to food shortages. Yet we've seen the increase of wealth of our billionaires across the world and multinational companies. We've also seen the fact that the amount of money that's gone into our banking system to save our banks. Financial crashes in 2008, you know, if that money was actually spent on the green recovery, we wouldn't be in this situation right now. I can just see the sparks of the angle grinder. There's a little gap between the police here. Just going to just do a quick sound check with Director Vlad to make sure that everything's okay on his side and my side. Yeah, that's fine, that's fine. Yeah, we've had bizarrely, we've had some problems with the internet connection here. Well, not really bizarrely, but it's just technical problems, which just happens when you have your information that's coming from nothing more than a smartphone. This is reporting live from the streets. Word on the street in Glasgow. We've got to see the protests. We've got to see entrances of people coming in and out of the blue zone. Different things happening in St. George's Square and around different parts of the city, and actually outside Glasgow and across the country and around the globe. So yeah, big shout out to the COP26 TV team who are working tirelessly behind the scenes to actually make this happen. So we've got 3 producers, we've got a mini army of editors, we've got people who are researching actually you know, what's happening, feeding us information, a couple of runners thrown in to, you know, keep us fed and warm. Yeah, and then we got people helping with the media getting this out. So it's quite a big production. Yeah, big shout out to everybody who can't be named bizarrely for different reasons, because they're not allowed to do anything that seemed to be any form of political, even though all we're doing is offering a completely different voice. We don't have any corporate sponsors. Everybody doing this is a volunteer. So we've all taken time off work, our families, to come here to report. And yeah, and we're using social media channels to get the message out. So if you're watching this at home, the very least you can do is share with your friends, get the conversation going. More people who know about what's going on, the better. Give us some feedback as well, you know. But collectively, what we need to be doing is we need to be all working together, you know, working together on the solutions. I'm just going to give a little pan around. So I'm not too sure, but it looks like we've had some more police come. Oh, they've just changed the police lines. So now this whole area is being cleared. The street's being cleared. We got loud music going on, drumming in front of Santander. Way home last night, 4 miles northeast, Mary Hill, got off the bus and I came across a police line, and it was yeah, there was a blockade, a lock-on outside a private dinner for people from BP and various different oil companies. People in charge. So yeah, it looks like these guys are taking a very long time on the lock-on, which is good. Health and safety. So the angle grinder has been going. We've seen a very large crowbar. Oh, hold on a second, just going to have a quick check-in. Everything okay? There we go. Oh, there we go, we got a nice side angle of a nice woolly hat. So yeah, so this is the front line just here. we're having still the cutout is ongoing with the EG, the evidence gatherers are in place. Police are just all nicely just lined up, keeping an eye on everything. So it must be about, what, 4 hours that they've been here now? So originally it was Bolsonaro and Boris having a bath in blood. They have been unmasked. Just checking. Everything okay?
It'd be good to go over there.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So we're just going to go for a little
view.
What's that?
It's got a view. And that's where they're bringing them out.
Over there, you can get a view.
Just by the other steward.
Yeah. Okay. So apparently I can get a different view. So we're going to go for a walk around. I was going to have a walk around. Yeah. So apparently we've got a better view. Let's go and see. It'd be good to get my legs going again. When you're out here for hours, you end up getting cramp. So yeah, so Bolsonaro's name keeps on popping up, and quite rightfully so. When you have a world leader who can literally decide the fate of so many indigenous people, his attitude towards them is criminal. It's actually, you could even go more severe than that, it's actually murderous really. The fact that we've got frontline defenders, a few of them every week, getting murdered. What they're trying to do is they're trying to stop deforestation. It's their homelands, and they're ending up getting killed. We've got a slightly different angle going on here. So okay, it looks like my view has just been blocked. And also Boris Johnson, the fact that he's been presiding over the COP26 negotiations. The UK mixed with Italy are the hosts. I'm just going to go and zoom in a little bit here. And it's not only the Amazon that's getting threatened. We're learning about Papua New Guinea, Western Papua, talking to Sam earlier on the streets, and he's here to highlight the fact that they are getting also the frontline indigenous population are getting murdered, and they're getting murdered because their lands are being taken for palm oil plantation. Again, you have to look at the companies that are actually funding them. We've got Santander is getting called out for the amount of money that's going into deforestation, that also investing in mining, anything that's actually clearing the lands. We've got vast amounts of Canada and Alberta is getting decimated for tar sands, and they're just like literally scraping the soil and the trees and the forests away there. And you could actually say what's happening is a form of genocide to the indigenous tribes in Canada, because once their homeland goes, that's their way of life goes, their way of living goes, and they're getting forced off their lands. So we're not giving the significance and the importance to the indigenous population. And one thing I have learned that is like they make up about 5% of the world population, yet are responsible for protecting over 80% of the world's biodiversity. That's 80% of the world's biodiversity. So if they are not allowed to remain on the land and protect the lands, and the land goes to hydro companies, mining companies, palm oil companies, you know, we're going to be left with nothing. We're going to end up living in a monoculture with our pristine rainforest destroyed. So the choice has been made now by our governments. We've got some more activity going on here. Is directly affecting the lives of people right now. we have the drumming has just stopped. Do a little pan around again. So you can see the Santander building just behind us here. Where in pink it says protect the Amazon. Actually, I don't think it has there. So it's protect Amazon. So obviously for a little bit of speed. You've got some more spray on the entrance to Santander. I can't exactly. Oh, it says blood. I think it's blood on my hands. Oh, we've got some flashing lights going on here on the police vans. There we go. Let's have a quick. Not too sure on this has been the best angle. I can just see a foot. Yeah, and I have to say, I'm just going to go and just lay into the bloody media again. You know, for being very, very lax and lame. You know, I don't know if they, you know, just really don't grasp the situation. We've got obviously what's happening in the UK, but also it's the world media. You know, we have a climate crisis going on. We've got so many people that are going to be affected by it that it's going to dwarf what's actually happened with COVID. And we've seen the reaction the world was able to have with COVID, the COVID crisis. So we've got a climate and ecological crisis as well. So you'd think, knowing what we know now, that we'd actually go and we'd be putting plans in place. And as the IPCC said, it's it's code red for humanity. And you think we'd be acting as if it was code red. It's like, which part of an emergency do people not understand? People like going back to like a couple of political scandals, going back to football, going back to celebrity gossip. Yet, what we know is coming is going to affect every man, woman, child and non-human on the planet. So there's huge failures in place. You okay? Okay. So can't hear any more angle grinding. I don't know if something's changed there. We can still see the security blanket is in place. So yeah, so I walked around here to do a little bit of filming, and then all of a sudden the view getting blocked. Okay, something going on. More reinforcements. Continue a little walk around. It says deforestation. See if anybody wants to have a little chat with me from a COP26 TV.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. So why are you holding a banner that says deforestation?
Because it's all connected. All of these big companies, defund deforestation.
Oh, sorry, defund.
I
haven't got my super close glasses on.
That's all good.
There we go. So defund deforestation.
Yeah. So a lot of these banks. And big businesses are like directly linked to deforestation because they're either like going in and drilling for oil, cutting down the rainforest, or they're like getting places to grow cash crops because they have a lot of different ways that they're like a lot of different means of getting like this mass wealth that they've accumulated. Obviously deforestation is like just prime example of how we're like shooting ourselves in the foot here. Like with COP, this is kind of the make or break moment. Like we're predicted to be way above 1.5 degree on our current trajectory unless we like seriously change everything. And it's kind of just a perfect reflection, deforestation, of where it takes 30 years for a sapling to grow to be an effective carbon sink. And so when we're cutting down these ancient trees, it's going to be impossible to mitigate that with other like projects. How they sort of like tick a box, you know, and they make it seem like it's okay with these like mitigations, and you know, they might set up a charity, but they've all got connections to just like bad stuff basically. And the fossil fuels in particular, it's ridiculous. We're literally like paying money towards our own deaths and our own children's deaths. Like it might be, you know, and it's not even, it's awful really. And the police protecting it all, standing to serve these people who are essentially stealing our futures.
How old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm 19.
19. So how do you feel for the fact that, like, let's say, you know, not being negative, you know, you live to 80 or 90, so that's like 60, 70 years time, that in that period by 2080, you know, we're going to smash through like 1.5 degrees, 2 degrees, 2.5 degrees. You know, how many more COPs are they going to have?
I'm losing faith in the cops. They're just not doing it for me. They seem to just be about them sort of like making it look good. It's just to become a greenwash festival, like Greta said, where it's more about, it's all down to trade deals rather than seriously like what are the solutions here, what are our options. We should be acting as if our economy should be leading it. How in war times we've like gone a bit more socialist and helped to lift people out of, like, you know, giving them jobs and things through this like entering this crisis mode. But we need to literally act as if, because it is a crisis, and we just need to band together, stop fighting each other. Like all of this energy that the protesters are having to give just to have their voices heard, and then the police stamping on that, all of that face off constantly. When instead, if we acted together, you know, there's like endless possibilities. Like humans are incredible at being thinking of great new technologies. We're creative, and instead of just wasting so much time arguing about the facts when the science has been laid out for us, it's time we just act and stand together, because when people look back, the police are going to be vilified, and these massive corporations are going to be vilified. We know, and we're not acting. Instead of thinking of proper solutions, we're just measuring our own rate of extinction essentially. Like the signs are all there, and we're not acting accordingly. Declaring a climate and ecological emergency in 2019 in the UK. I'm not actually sure if that's the same for Scotland. I'm not sure if that's different. But you know, the Paris Agreement in 2016, with all of these like non-binding agreements, it's all just empty words. We need, you know, real solutions, and I think it's kind of like now or never. It's getting to that time where we're going to reach these tipping points. Ice caps are going to melt, and you know, forest fires, losing like. We're literally not going to have clean air to breathe, or water scarcity. It's predicted there's going to be conflicts over water scarcity. The Syrian civil war is said to be the first war caused by political instability that was driven by water scarcity. And it's terrifying. All of these massive issues are completely interlinked. You know, the refugee crisis and the climate crisis, it's all connected. And they're all gonna exasperate each other, and we're heading towards a pretty gloomy future if we don't sort it out now, and like, you know, work together, because we, you know,
And are you here with? I see you holding the banner. You know, are you here part of XOR?
I'm not.
You're just joining in.
I just try and stand for the good stuff. Where I see there's like, you know, where changes need to happen, I can't help but stand up, try and be that little piece of the puzzle that just does the good stuff. It might not be, you know, I might not cause the most impact, but just where I can,
Yeah.
I want to say that I was doing my best, like, to try and make good come of this crazy old world that we're like living in, you know.
Well, very good. You did a good job holding the banner, so keep up the good work. What's your name? You didn't have to. That's okay. That's fine. Give you a high five. There you go. There you go. No, it's good. It's good. Yeah, you can watch it on cop26.tv later.
Okay, great. Thank
Get your friends to watch it as well. So just pop in my earpiece again. Continue to walk around. So this is the front line. Drumming has started up again. Just going to see if I can get a slightly better view from around this way. Steps up some building. Camera crew here giving coverage going on. So I tell you what we're going to do is this lock-on is going on for quite a long time, and I'm going to go and see if there's anything happening with Nick inside. We've got cop in, cop out, and if anything comes, I'm going to go and I'm going to wave frantically for Director Flad to come back to us. So anytime that you need to jump into cop in or cop out or word on the street, yeah, just I'll be ready. So this is
Evening and welcome to Cop In, Cop Out with Nicolás Eliades on COP26 TV. Today we have a show that is filled with experiences and recordings of videos. Earlier today you might have seen us talking to the Minister of Iraq. Just now I'll be showing you an interview with the Minister of Haiti of Environment, and of course activists that are here and people who represent their countries. I also had a chat with an activist who spoke at a plenary session right in this hall right next to me this morning with the very special refugee girl that came from Syria, as you might have seen. We'll show you some more of those videos, but first I have a very exciting interview right now, standing next to me. Hi, Kato.
Hi everyone.
How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing great.
So what's your name?
So my name is Bernard Kato Ewekia. People call me Kato, I'm from Tuvalu, 25 years old, and I'm the Global Activist Director of Saving Tuvalu.
Okay, so you're from Tuvalu, and that's a small island far, far away. Where is it exactly?
So Tuvalu is in the middle of the Pacific. We have 11,000 population. Yeah.
And so you guys are genuinely, as we heard in speeches today, the canary in the mine with regards to climate change. How is that? How have you experienced climate change yourself?
So I've been growing up in Tuvalu since when I was a young boy, and also to say that I believe that COP26. I wasn't born when COP26 started, and like to see how climate change has affected Tuvalu is really bad. We are in the presence and in the middle of climate crisis. Every day we experience it. Every day we see it with our own eyes. And yeah, so I want to tell you more about what affects Tuvalu and climate change. So every high tide comes and takes our sand away. Also, I'd like to say that there are 2 islands already has disappeared from the island of Nafuti. And it's a really sad story because we put those islands as conservation areas so that we put animals there to breed, so that things won't get extinct. And sadly, they're all disappeared. And that fears me the most. That what happens if my home disappears, the mainland disappears? It really is frightening. And as a youth of Tuvalu, to come here is a privilege. But I want my voice to be heard. COP26 leaders, the leaders who came here, they say pledges and all, but my country is facing present climate change right now. And also there's a situation that in the island of Nui, when is it Cyclone Tino or Pam that hits Nui, and then it dug all the grave. The wave came and dug all the grave near the beach, and all the bones came out. And it's really frightening and not normal. We don't see this every time, but now Tuvalu is living in the presence of climate change.
So what do you think COP does for that? And do you think why are you here? Why did you come all the way here from such a far location?
Thank you. So I came here to not only raise awareness for Tuvalu climate change, not only to plot Tuvalu, but also to find partners, youth, so that we can all rise together and have a big voice. Because I believe that youth are the future leaders, and I don't want when it's time for our generation to lead. I don't want Tuvalu in a bad picture, in a bad situation. So I came here to raise up my voice so that the leaders can act now, because if they don't act now, Tuvalu will disappear, my culture will disappear, language will disappear, and the government also right now is trying to take people every year out of Tuvalu, and I don't want that. I want to stay in Tuvalu, and I want my children to be in Tuvalu. I don't want my children to migrate anywhere else. And also the PM said that migration may be an option, but not a solution.
And what's does it look like there's going to be a solution? Is it too late for Tuvalu, or is there something that can be done?
This is why I'm doing this. I want the leaders to act right now, because if they don't, it will be too late. And COP26 has started a long time ago, and looking at where we are, it's in a pretty bad shape, and it's still getting worse. So I hope that this COP26 will do something and make a change.
And does it feel like it's going to be effective? From what you've heard, from what you've seen, from what you've experienced here, does it give you hope, or does it give you anxiety?
Yeah, I hope that after this COP26, they will do something. I mean, I lost land. I want land reclamation. The bigger countries are getting profit and getting money, but I want land reclamation. And also I want the solution. I would like to take, the leaders of other countries, and I want to take them by the hand and say, come, let me show you Tuvalu. Look at what is happening right now. Look at the things that we are losing. and you're getting good money, and we're losing land. You know, it's really funny. I hope that this COP26 is making a progress from like what we have gone so far. COP26 is not it's not really doing a progress at the moment.
Okay. So if you could speak to the leaders and say to them to their face, what needs to happen, what would you say to them?
I don't know if this is my position to say this, but because tomorrow I'm gonna be somewhere tomorrow, and you guys won't be there, and I want you to come to Tuvalu and see our situation. If you guys have a solution to my situation right now, I would like to invite you to Tuvalu. And also, I demand land reclamation, because you guys already took 2 lands from where I live, and I want my land reclamation. I have the right because I've lost what I have.
That's very, very, very moving and very stirring. Thank you very much for that, for your braveness. I mean, and for coming all the way here to deliver that very important message. You have it, 2 islands have disappeared, have sunk beneath the waves. Islands where they put animals for safekeeping to. So what happened to the animals? They're gone.
They're gone. Nothing is left. Imagine if your home's gone. Where would you go? As being for Tuvalu, like I'm proud to be Tuvaluan. I don't want to go anywhere. And if you lose your home, you only have anywhere to go. So it's the same experience. If we can save Tuvalu, we can save the world.
I like that. If we can save Tuvalu, because you know what happens in Tuvalu won't stay in Tuvalu, right? Thank you very much for those powerful words. Anything else you'd like to add?
I think I've said a clear message to everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much. And I really hope that, we find some form of stopping the worst of it, and then that your country can be saved, because, it's devastating, So I hear it's a paradise, quite literally.
It is a tropical paradise. And thank you very much for this opportunity for me to share my story with COP26 TV. And I'm really privileged. Thank you very much.
No, we thank you for the privilege of interviewing you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Hey, Dafa.
And there you have it. That is the reality we're facing, and that is why people are gathering here to actually see if we can find a solution to it. But for some places it might be too late. I hope for his home it is not. That is why it's so crucial for the leaders here and for the people gathered here to talk about it. But I had a chance to catch up with somebody else from a Pacific island, and she also had a powerful message. Check it out. So I'm here with one of Little Amal's friends, who was actually speaking at the plenary, and one of the most touching things I saw was how this giant girl was touching her shoulder, but she's got a really interesting story to tell. What's your name, please?
My name is Brianna Fruin. I'm from Samoa, and I'm here at COP with the Pacific Climate Warriors.
Okay. Samoa, where's that? That's in the Pacific Islands, right?
It's in the Pacific Islands, South Pacific Ocean in Polynesia.
So you guys are literally the front line of climate change. Can you tell me a bit about that?
Yes, we are part of the communities who live in the front line of the climate crisis, but we also live in the front line of resilience, because we're not just being impacted, we're also constantly adapting to the climate crisis. So we have a lot of skin in the game.
I see. So can you tell me what you talked about a bit at the plenary today?
Yes, I was really inspired by Amal, actually. I got to meet her and her family that brought her here, and they told me that she had a gift for me that was seeds, a gift to COP, and that's what I changed and I based my speech around, is how at COP we're planting seeds, but the real work in making sure these seeds grow happens outside of COP, right? We're just planning for the seedlings, but the watering, the making sure that it gets sunshine, the tending to the plant happens after.
And what does that tend to that planet, in fact? How do we tend to it?
So we're putting together all the right words and documents, and now it's about meeting those targets. It's about finally transitioning out of the fossil fuel era. It's about keeping those coal, oil, gas projects in the ground. It's about making sure that our workers within those industries have opportunities to skill up in more renewable and more sustainable industries. It looks like so many things. It looks like financing adaptation projects. It looks like reinventing the way we see resilience through the eyes of Indigenous knowledge holders. There's a lot of work to be done, and that's all a part of growing these seedlings that we hope to be planting in COP.
Today's the day of gender, and in your experience, how is gender affected by climate change?
Yes. So we already live within societies that produce gender inequality. We live within a gender inequitable system. And so when you put environmental impact on top of that, it just further amplifies it. So with climate change, we are impacted, everyone in the world, but if you are someone who's already marginalized by the system, you will feel it at a much harsher rate.
Okay, and so what was your message as someone from the Pacific Islands to, firstly, the leaders here and to our viewers, you know?
My message is that we can use COP as a compass, right? To make sure we are going in the right direction, to write out and map out a plan for this navigation journey we're on as a world to move towards something more sustainable, because the system we're living in is broken. It's not working. We're destroying ourselves, and so therefore we know there's a problem. COP can be the compass for us to finally sail towards those solutions. But if we don't have a compass, if COP doesn't work, we still will.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your kind words and for, you know, being an inspiration to all of us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One.
Powerful stuff, especially coming from such young activists who come here to plead with the world and say, hey guys, we got a problem. We got a huge problem. And so it's really empowering to see these voices, and this is part of the magic of this conference of the parties, that it brings together different voices and allows for the leaders to be to hear these powerful messages that they wouldn't actually hear otherwise, and they would not actually be privy to. At the same time, as I told you several times today, we had Amao, the refugee girl, little girl refugee. It's a giant puppet that you just look up to, and she's chilling. She's amazing, and she's walked all the way from Syria. And she's bringing here a very powerful message, and that is to plant seeds, as our friend from Samoa said. And those seeds are also the fact that climate entails refugees. Climate refugees are a reality. You just met two of them. And now, I'm going to show you a bit of them all. And with that, we'll wrap up the show for today. It's been a sad but powerful day on COP and COP Out. Have a look. Hi guys. So, remember I showed you this morning Amal? Well, I was tipped off that she's going to be here at the from because the cement walls are too thick for the reception. But right now, if you see behind me, they're going to surprise everyone that's here. Nobody knows that this is happening. They're just opening up that gate slowly, slowly, ever so slowly, and out of that gate is going to pop. No worries. Part of the reaction. And out of that gate is gonna step Amal. Amal has made her way, as I explained to you earlier, all the way from Syria to represent, the plight of the Syrians, the plight of children, refugees, and this reality that these people face as they come through, and the migrants, And the thing is, it's an important message, especially at the COP, because climate change will incur desperate refugee crises across the world. You could even argue that the Syrian conflict is directly linked to climate change, because the unrest that unfolded in Syria came from the droughts that forced farmers into the cities and increased injustice and increased inequality, and that just, with the Arab Spring as a spark, turned into a horrific fratricide. Now, this is the kind of reality we might be facing with climate change. I'm going to now walk in front of Amal into the Zulu zone because nobody knows she's coming, you see, and that is the fantastic thing. I would just like to see people's reactions to her arriving.
She's very moving. The way she's very real, very real. The way she looks, the way she talks. She doesn't talk, but sorry, the way she touches people. When she was in the plenary, she'd like just lean on the speakers and be like, showing interest and be like, hi. So, I give you Amal.
I will let her go through.
It's really very touching to see her, I have to say. She feels real somehow, like you want to touch her. Like you want to talk to her. Like you want to understand. What's your story? And when she entered Greece, people had thrown stones at her because she was not welcome. The refugees out, she's a puppet. And they had stones thrown at her. So imagine that sentiment. And this is only going to get worse with climate change. So she is a very, very poignant character. It's quite emotive to be in her presence somehow. She feels very real. It's very moving, I've got to say. Look how she looks around. She's like even stabbing people's heads. Oh, it's really something to be here and see this. She walked all the way from Syria to here with that very special message. And I hope we listen. Nicolás Eliades, COP and COP Out, COP TV, COP26 TV with Amal.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to another episode of Meet the Scientists. So my name is Chris Jones. I'm talking for COP26.tv. So I'm really excited today to talk to Faith Mythew. Please correct me if I'm wrong. So Faith holds a BSc in Agriculture and Engineering from Egerton University in Kenya and an MSc in Integrated Water Resources Management, majoring in hydrology from the University of Dar es Salaam in Tanzania, and is currently looking at flood impact assessments for her PhD. And I'm really, really excited about talking to Faith and trying to understand more about her research and hear about what the amazing work that she's been doing with two very important problems in Africa, flooding and water security. So welcome, Faith.
Yeah, thank you, Chris, for having me, and I'm glad to be here.
So I normally ask a question, sort of, can you give me an overview summary of what your current research is doing? What are your aims? What are you trying to achieve?
So my PhD research now is focusing at flood forecasting and flood impacts and how to help rural communities better prepare for floods.
Fantastic. And your sort of previous work on water, did that sort of inspire you to get into your research? I mean, what sort of got you interested in what you're doing at the moment?
So from my previous work, I did my master's in water resources, but then I was more keen on the flood risk management. And before I started my PhD also, I was working for an intergovernmental organization where I was looking at the science behind flood forecasting and how communities get affected. But then I felt like there is still a gap where there is so much science, but then we've not been able to use the science to address the real issues that are affecting the rural communities. And that's why in my PhD, I wanted now to look at this interdisciplinary approach, looking at how, for instance, floods are affecting the rural communities and how we can better help them to prepare for such shocks.
Right, fantastic. I just wondered, like, so what sort of did you have conversations, or did you do surveying, or sort of what sort of gave you insight as to where to start, I guess is the question, because obviously knowing how to work with these communities and things like that allows more of this research that you're doing to proliferate. So
yeah, so for this research, I've got a chance to go to these communities and actually sit down with them and listen to them about the actions that they actually take for them to prepare for floods and to ensure that their crops are not affected or their livelihoods are not affected. And these talks about, there is a lot that came out from such talks, for instance, their lack of access to climate information that can help them to know what they need to do to prepare, or what they need to do in terms of the crops they need to plant, so that in the long run they're not affected by these shocks.
Okay, and you know, you keep mentioning the shocks, and I think it's quite important. You know, our goal is to talk about the science. I mean, so what kind of shocks and how likely are these shocks to these communities that you're looking at?
So the most common shocks in East African countries, including Kenya and Uganda, are floods and drought. And these are been known now to be quite frequent and severe. And mostly they are affecting these small-scale communities because they totally depend on rain-fed agriculture. And this means that if their crops fails, then they don't have a source of livelihood, and this drives them to become even more vulnerable.
Right, and I guess have you got any data on how, like, is the frequency changing? Or is it similar?
So I think what we've seen, I can even give an example of what's happening currently. And I think since last year and also 2019, we've seen a frequency or a recurrent of floods. And also we've seen it coming kind of a cycle where you come out of floods, then you get into droughts. For example, in the start of this year, where farmers expect their rain to start in March, April, in Kenya we experienced severe floods in different regions, and that affected a lot in terms of more rain affecting most of the crops. And also we see that currently we are experiencing a prolonged dry spell, which has also resulted to drought, and which has actually been pronounced by the Kenyan government as a national disaster. So the frequency, anyone can see that the frequency of these events, it's not the way it used to be in maybe a decade ago. And this actually linked a lot to by science to the climate variability, and that's why we are seeing these frequent events of drought followed by floods.
So quite a stark and urgent problem if the government's declaring a state of emergency. That's not great in any way, shape, or form. So I just was wondering about the crops. You mentioned obviously these two challenges, or these two shocks, obviously high temperature and drought, and then obviously flooding. So are there any crops that either deal with both issues, or are there so could you tell me a little bit more about the crop advice that you have?
So there are no crops that can deal with both, but we have I think water tolerant or flood tolerant crops, and also drought resistant crops. And the idea is for the government to give this information to the communities or to the farmers and advise them on which crops works best for that particular season. And this also includes being able to give the communities an understanding of what the climate is and what to expect, so that now they are able to also undertake the various preparedness actions that they can by themselves be able to undertake.
And so part of the strategy is about education. So it's a part education project. Is it as well? Is a lot of that?
Yeah. So the idea is, for instance, just giving an example from the interviews that we had with these communities, that first they just make use of their indigenous knowledge, which is okay and it's rich, but then they don't have these enough information, for instance, when the rain is likely to fall, or what amount of rainfall are we expecting, and how will be the season. And these are the information that the communities rely so much on the government institutions, including the extension workers, to give them and to advise them about how the season will be, and these are the crops that you need to grow, so that if we are expecting a season that's lean, or the rainfall will be just a few months, then you plant crops that grow quickly and you can be able to harvest and get something. So the one thing that I've realized that these communities do not have this information. Can we be able to at least put them into this and ensure that they have the information on weather and climate that can help them even to prepare?
So are you collecting the sort of data together and then presenting it in person, or how is that sort of operating?
So currently I'm working in a project that's looking at flood risk assessments in Uganda, and we're using what we call a bottom-up approach, where we go to these communities, we sit down with them, we talk about the weather how the weather has changed in the recent past, how is it affecting their livelihoods, what are they able to do to prepare or even to try and salvage their livelihoods. And from that information, then we create kind of reports that can be used by now the disaster management institutions or these government institutions to inform them about what's happening in these communities. And this is a kind of to try and help, especially in the development of maybe disaster management plans, that you're aware of what these communities are doing, what these communities are able to do, and what these communities require so that they can be able to avert the impact of floods on their livelihoods.
Okay, so it's a lot of groundwork and a lot of face-to-face operations to have these conversations. So you're, I guess, so what sort of challenges are facing your team at the moment?
You mean the communities or the?
I guess your research team, you know, so there are some things that I don't want to talk on your behalf, but it sounds like obviously your team size being able to physically get to the communities is a limit.
Yeah, of course there are resources, limited resources, because some of these communities are in very outskirts of. For instance, the project I'm working on is based in the eastern Uganda, which is several kilometers from Kampala, and getting there, it's quite hectic. And also, we face issues to do with language barrier, but then because we are working with local institutions, we are able to get most of this information or to be able to ask some of these questions through those local institutions, and we are able to get the information that would require. Then again, because of the financial constraints or even the resources required, you're not able to reach all these villages or communities to get all those information. So what happens in such studies is you just use existing information about locations that flooding has been happening for quite a while, and you now sample using that information so that you can have at least a representation from those communities that have been affected by flooding.
And what sort of I'm just interested in like the level of technology that the farmers have. So when I did my research, I was looking at technology around the world and doing online teaching, and you know, so I looked at different parts of the world and found that obviously some don't have the infrastructure, but some do have mobile phones, and obviously that can allow sort of like a jump from not having to use a computer to be able to use something else. What have you, when you're talking to these communities, what level of technology do they have to be able to support communication, I guess?
They basically don't have much. These are what I can call very vulnerable communities, but we have maybe their children having phones. But then one main mode of communication that we found that can be very effective, especially in ensuring that the climate information reaches them, is using the radio, the local radios, the FMs. And we've seen that that has also been used most of the time by Uganda Meteorological Organization to try and make sure that these communities can be able to get the information that's required through those radios. But then another challenge with that is if you don't know the timing that when this information needs to be aired, when the entire family is seated, because mostly what happens in the rural areas, those small radios are carried by mostly the men. They work with them. And we know the people who get affected by these shows, or even having to lose the crops, are mostly women. So from what we gathered is that mostly you have to choose the perfect timing to air that information so that the entire family is able to receive that information. And mostly in Uganda, what happens is most of the weather information is aired at 8 p.m. when we know the entire family will be at home and will have a chance to listen in.
That's very clever and really important to have that that local knowledge. If I if I was starting a project, I wouldn't have even thought of those sort of things. So I think that's awesome that you've done that level of work to work with them as well. Is it correct you worked on a project in Kenya? Is it true that you worked on a project in Kenya as well?
Yeah, so the project in Kenya was to help the Kenya Red Cross verify flood-focused information, and this because of the current activities that are being undertaken on development of early action protocols or actions that needs to be taken before a flooding happens. But then for you to have the right actions in place, you need to make sure that the focus that you're using is reliable so that you minimize the chances of acting in vain. So the work that I've been doing in Kenya is ideally to look at how we can be able to verify flood-focused information. And for this case, I was using the impact data, and the impact here, I mean flood impact in terms of the reports that are collected on people that have been affected, or the number of deaths or crops that have been destroyed. And this is what we call an untraditional source of information, ideally because what scientists have been doing in the recent past is using river gauge observations to verify flood focus from forecasting systems. But then in some of these regions, we don't have those river gauges, but then impacts are still happening. So we wanted to see, because impacts are still happening and reports are being collected every year, can we be able to use these reports and verify this information to make sure that even if we set up these early action protocols, we are making sure that we are also minimizing the taking actions in vain.
So there's sort of almost unique. Would you say the challenges are similar in the Kenyan project and the Ugandan project in terms of like regional? You mentioned about having language issues, language communication issues and things like that, and also technology issues. Are those present in Kenya as well as Uganda?
Yeah, I think issues, both Kenya and Uganda share the same issues, and this especially because I think we are neighboring, but also we have these common disasters like floods and drought. And we see, though I've not been able to go to the locals of Kenya, but then I can also tell from where I come from, where we know these local communities, they don't have that technology to be able to get this information, but they rely so much on government institutions or, for instance, extension workers to provide some of this information and to ensure that they understand what they need to do. And I think this, maybe I need to point out this is quite important because what again we've seen is the seasons have really changed. And what the farmers knew as a rain season, for instance, in Kenya or Uganda, we have the short rain starting in March, April, May. And in those years, the farmers knew that when it reaches May, I don't need to be told. It's time for me to prepare my land and plant. But then everything has changed. And what's happening now is we see even months that were known to be very dry, like July and August, are receiving substantial rainfall. And what this means is the farmers now have to sit down and wait for the information from government to advise them on what they need to do. and what they need to plant, because the seasons have changed and they don't have information to inform them on what's needed to be done.
So getting the information out in an effective way is a critical part of what you're doing currently. With regard to your research, are you looking at other impacts of the flooding as well? Because you mentioned about the things in the river to measure water levels and things like that. So are you looking at other impacts as well? So you mentioned about the agricultural focus and food security focus, like in terms of the flooding and the flood information.
So when you're looking at flood impacts and especially to the communities, I think the main part of it is how these floods are affecting their sources of livelihoods, and the main source of livelihoods is crops, mostly crops for most of these rural communities, and these just small water farmers. And the idea is because if these communities, or if their source of livelihood is affected, then it means these communities will go into a blink of poverty. And what happens is that if you don't address or you don't look at these livelihoods or how they are able to take care of their basic needs, then ideally you lose a point in terms of ensuring that if you want to put up these management or disaster management plans and you don't look at how these communities survive, then I think there will still be a gap, and you'll see that these communities their resilience are getting eroded year in, year out.
I can imagine the not having that information is then a critical kind of focus for them. So what are your hopes moving forward with your project, and as you sort of go to the final stages of your PhD, what are your kind of hopes for these projects?
So I'm hoping that first, with the information that we've been able to collect from these local communities, we can be able, in a way, to provide evidence about things that or needs of these communities in terms of the climate information that they require, how they can access and effectively use it. And for instance, now talking about the villages in Uganda, we know the best mode of communication is through a radio. And also we are hoping that going forward we will be able also to kind of quantify, not only say that when a flooding happens we get impact on their livelihoods, but also to be able to kind of quantify these impacts where, for instance, if a flood of this magnitude happens, then these communities in this region are likely to lose their source of livelihood by a certain percentage or something like that. And this is very important, especially to the decision makers, because as we move towards taking preparedness actions, these are key information to ensure that even the actions that we put into place are informed by the specific needs of these vulnerable communities.
And so what are your sort of key impact measures? How will you know that you're being successful, I guess, is the question. So you mentioned about impact measures and things like that. So what sort of measures are you using in order to kind of identify your project success?
So in this project, we are also working with the institutions that do a lot of advocacy, and this ensuring that some of these information or data that are collected from the local communities gets heard by, for instance, these decision makers or even the parliament when they are making these policies on disaster management. And this is quite critical, working with an interdisciplinary team, because ideally you ensure that even if your work maybe is just to collect the information and package it in either bulletins or policy briefs, the information still can be able to get to the required institutions or policymakers, and they can use that information to inform the next policies towards reducing the impact of floods on the communities, or even towards ensuring that these communities have an improved livelihood. And this also helps, this information getting to these decision makers also can help in, for instance, designing adaptive social protection systems, which requires a lot for you to know a lot about the communities and how they survive or their sources of livelihoods, because then you'll be able to know mostly these communities just depend on on-farm activities, and if we get these shocks like floods and droughts, then they will be more impacted than communities that have another source of livelihood, like on-farm, or they have invested somewhere. So the idea here is to make sure at least this information reaches to the right people or the decision makers, and it's used to improve the livelihoods of the communities.
Amazing. I just have one kind of final question, really. So you mentioned about some of the similarities of Kenya and Uganda. Are there any kind of other areas that are at risk that might benefit from your project as well?
Yeah, and I think East Africa and mostly Eastern and Southern Africa, we've seen many countries being affected by floods. These countries include not only Kenya and Uganda, but we also have Mozambique, we have Malawi, we have Zambia, and we've already seen that the research we've started has been recognized, because one, we won an award from the World Meteorological Organizations on the use of these impact databases or information that has been collected about the people affected or the livelihoods that have been affected, to verify flood forecast information. And with that also, we've seen that United Nations Office of Disaster Risk Reduction has called out an assignment in 5 East African countries to improve on the collection of these impact data. And this means that if we can be able to improve the quality and the quantity of the impact information that's collected, then we can be able to create not only an historical scenario, but also we can be able to see or be able to understand what we are likely to expect in terms of impacts going into the future.
Amazing. Well, I thank you so much for your time, Faith.
So that was a very thought-provoking and sort of interesting insight into something that I probably wouldn't have even thought about, and maybe you haven't either. Thinking about some of the intricacies and the difficulties that people in different parts of Africa face and will face as a result of our inaction and our kind of lack of responsibility for our actions. And we need to be leading the way, and it may require a level of challenge and change, and ultimately we're going to need to take that. So even though there are some amazing mitigation projects happening and they will help to deal with the problems as they arise, prevention is always better than cure. So I'll just leave you with that one. And I've been Chris Jones, speaking on Meet the Scientist channel for COP26.tv. See you next time.
Net zero by 2050, blah, blah, blah. 30 years of blah, blah, blah. And where has that led us?
Welcome to Meaning It. At COP26 here in Glasgow, we're starting tonight with a bang with another sweary blast from the brilliant Juice Media, who rip away the veil to reveal why politicians love net zero and why we really shouldn't.
Hello, I'm from the government with an update on how we're handling the climate crisis. We know you're all counting on us to solve this problem so humanity can keep enjoying its favorite pastime, continuing to live on this planet. But you see, we've realized that we are the problem. And so, how shall we put this? We're actually going to get us all killed. Look at this graph shaped like a penis because it shows how fucked we are. This is where we are now. And as we can see, it's already pretty fucked with massive fires, floods, heat waves, locusts, bullshit. This is what scientists call the stop here or we're fucked point. And this is where we're currently headed, or as scientists call it, net fucked by 2050. The good news is we've promised to reduce our emissions. And if you take all our promises and add them together, that puts us on track for still very much fucked by 2050. And that's if we keep our promises. A big if, since some of our biggest promises are being coke-blocked by corporate coal shills, while others are nothing more than blah blah blah, or a plan printed on a pamphlet. Pamphlet? Our promises and pamphlets are also based on the hope that we'll offset our emissions with technologies which don't work or even fucking exist. Or with technologies that do work and exist, like trees. Except trees need time to grow, which we don't have. And space, which we also don't have. Plus, trees can burn, which seems to happen a lot these days due to climate change. And when they do, they release all that carbon they captured. Which means the only way we can keep our promises is to stop emitting carbon. Are we doing that? God, no. We've been subsidizing it at a rate of $11 million per minute, which discourages investment in renewables by distorting the market. And that's why there's a huge gap between our promises and where we need to be. We don't talk about that gap because that would entail a complex process called being honest. Being honest would mean admitting that we're failing. And we can't do that because then we'd have to stop failing. That would mean ending fossil fuel subsidies and banning all new gas, coal and oil projects. And to anyone suggesting harming our precious children like that, we say, how dare you? So being honest isn't an option for us, which is why we've come up with the next best alternative. Net zero by 2050. Net zero by 2050 means that instead of being honest this decade by taking this path, we leave the being honest part to the last minute by taking that path instead. As you can see, both lead to net zero in 2050, but they're very different journeys, because this path adds this many emissions to the atmosphere, and that one adds 3 times as much. And since emissions are what's causing the planet to warm, that means crossing the stop here or we're fucked point, which risks setting off irreversible chain reactions beyond our control. That's the exciting part of running an experiment with the only planet we know that supports life in the whole fucking universe, just so we can make a few billionaires even richer. Net zero by 2050. Anywho, feel free to take over from us at any time, because as you can see, we're captured by the fossil fuel industry, compromised by our moral failings and lack of vision, and probably going to get us all killed. This has been a message from your local government franchise. Goodbye.
Authorized by the Department for blah blah blah.
So humans have caused all this climate chaos, but that we are now willing, or most of us are anyway, to admit climate change is real, we still don't seem to want to take serious enough action to deal with it. To understand why, I spoke with Chris Robertson, a senior member of the Climate Psychology Alliance. So welcome, Chris, to the show. Thank you so much. As you know, it's called Meaning It, and we're all about people meaning what they do or not meaning it. And it's clear to many of us that people, on the whole, have stopped denying the existence of climate change as a problem. They've stopped saying it's a hoax. And yet, there's some curious thing that happens that they know it and they say, I know all about it, don't you tell me any more about it. It's just insulting and patronizing that you should think I know more about it. And yet they're behaving as though they didn't know it.
Well, I mean, we all maintain our lives despite all sorts of things that would want us to change them, but we carry on just as we always have. And this process is called disavowal, whereby we know something out there, but actually it doesn't impinge too much. So I managed to continue flying around the world for my holidays because I can. Or, you know, why would I need to sell my car? Because, you know, it doesn't make that much of a difference. So through a process of rationalizations and other means, I sort of distance myself from the horror of the climate change. And
Chris, could you say something also about the work you've been doing with Sally Weintraub and others?
Well, that is Climate Psychology Alliance. This is Sally's brilliant book on the psychological roots of climate change, which spells out in great detail and very practically how the process of disavowal happens and how we create these little bubbles of reality. She calls them fraud bubbles.
What I picked up particularly from her book is that our fraud bubble has been created by the economic system we live in. Neoliberalism, she said, is based on a mindset rooted in exceptionalism. In other words, on the fantasy that people in my bubble are separate from the people outside it, and we're superior to them. And that's something we've been seeing in the rise of white supremacy and Brexit and Trumpism.
These bubbles allow alternate realities, alternate facts, alternate truths. This is part of our age at the moment, isn't it? That we allow these to go on. But I think climate change is going to impact so deeply that they're going to collapse, and many of them are collapsing. Of course, when they collapse, the consequences are hugely painful. I mean, the monetary crisis had all sorts of consequences which are still playing out. And that is the problem with fraud, is when it collapses, people have to pay up, and it's often not the perpetrators. I've recently been interested in the connection between racism and climate change and the horrors of slavery, which we are all in the West, especially in Britain and America, complicit in. It's like when people are interviewed about this, it's just too horrible to really imagine yourself in the position of the slave owner. So you move into this sort of bystander position where you agree it's horrible, it's wicked, it shouldn't have happened, but, you know, it doesn't really affect me. So the horror of it sort of puts me at a distance.
I thought you were going to say it's painful to empathize with the suffering of the slave, but you're actually talking about it being difficult for us to empathize with the suffering of the slave owner when he realizes what he's been doing, because the slave owner is the person we're more like. I mean, we're the high consumers of the global north, and we don't want to recognize how complicit we've been in inflicting such terrible climate catastrophes on people in the global south.
I think the horror and the tragedy of what's happening with the climate, which makes in the last few months, or it's more than a year now, of the pandemic, is just going to put that into a distant perspective. We think this is awful, but the true, I'm trying to find the word, the calamity of a full-blown climate crisis and the extinction of so many animals that it's not just the odd few. it's going to get much closer to home, and it is terrifying. And how can you look at this? You can't. So this way of displacing it, distancing it, not looking at it, I remember what's come to mind is a great character from The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy who had two heads.
Oh yes, Peter Brooks.
And he had a pair of dark glasses that whenever anything frightening came on, they went completely black. So this is like a lovely image of anything that is too horrible. We find a way of distancing ourselves and making ourselves bystanders too, so it doesn't fully impact.
But how are we going to get past this? Because, you know, precisely because it is so cataclysmic, we will all have to deal with it and make changes in our lives, because otherwise it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. We won't change, and therefore it will be more cataclysmic. How are we going to really grapple with what each of us can do, either domestically or by pressuring governments to do something really big?
Well, I think, for myself, I think there are little disciplines that are helpful in terms of whether you're recycling or whatever. Although, in fact, I think they make no difference to the whole. That is such a huge change that only governments and very big organisations can be involved in. But I still think it's a good practice. It's like a discipline not to feel entitled that you can have whatever you want. This is already a good discipline to start to develop.
So you're saying it's important to live differently, not only because it reduces our carbon footprint, but in a more fundamental way, in order to challenge the fantasy that our consumer society has deluded us with, that it's okay for us to all live like trainee billionaires, entitled to take and consume whatever we want whenever we want it.
My little bit is, how do you change the psychology and the culture? The fraud that is perpetuated on television that was supposedly a presentation of this wonderful new regime whereby we're all going to earn more and live better is extraordinary. It's difficult for me to understand how people believe in it. We are being sold a bubble and we're buying into it. And we live in these, so more and more now, we live in these bubbles where we self-perpetuate our sense of reality. And it feels like it's becoming less and less concerned with any truth. And yet there is this truth that is impinging on us, you know, whether it's going to be a hurricane or a flood. And one of the amazing things, interviewing people who've been through hurricanes and floods and fire disasters, is they very quickly afterwards want to return to life as normal. It's like, that was a little blip, you know, do not adjust your mind, reality is at fault. And that, you know, it's difficult to understand. Anyone who's lived through a fire that's nearly consumed your house can want to go back to normal. But it seems like a defensive psychological response to a trauma that is too much. It's too much and we can't bear it. So this is one of, I think, the key notions in the psychology around the climate, is that it's unbearable. So it's unbearable to face into these things. So we find all these ways of defending against it or deflecting it. And this is what's called the disavowal, because the reality on the other side is unbearable. To face into it, we have to have a lot of courage. So in the Climate Psychology Alliance, we have these great events that are called climate cafes, where people can come along and talk about their uncertainties and their doubts and their worries, and how can we face into something that's so horrible and unbearable. and they hear that they're not alone in this, and that other people who are also struggling, and that it's not about an expert who's sorted it out. There is a sense of being together in a struggling community who doesn't really know how to face into the horrors, and I think it's going to be this mixture of the situation getting more and more obvious, more and more, I'm really sad to say this, more and more awful climate events, and there's denial actually I'm a bit sort of choked up with the feelings about what it has to be like before we really start to do something about it. From a psychological perspective, there's two things I can say. One is how to manage the fear, how to feel safe enough. And one of the things that we don't really understand in our culture is about soothing. So, mothers soothe babies, assuming they're able to, because a lot of babies aren't properly soothed, and that's the beginning of a trauma that continues. So, and we seek comfort rather than soothing, whether that's through drugs, alcohol, escapist literature, films. Our whole culture offers these escapisms, which gives comfort, but it doesn't really soothe.
So what would bring genuine soothing rather than comfort, so we can stop comfort consuming and meet our real deep down needs? And that's the key question, I suppose, that we each have to answer for ourselves, because for some of us the need may be to find a meaningful life, and for others the need might be to belong or to express yourself. For others still it may be to find peace or joy or connectedness or all of the above. And once we recognize our real needs, we may feel soothed enough then to face the real dangers and join those who are taking serious enough action against the destroyers of the planet.
So learning to soothe and be able to bear some frightening things is a very important process. And the other, which I'm keen on, but doesn't really have good cachet at the moment, is the imagination. And mostly when people talk about the imagination, they imagine some sort of escapist, let's imagine the future and we'll all have a positive role to play, and wouldn't it be wonderful? And this, we could say this is fantasy, but maybe it's not really the imagination. So the first step towards empathy is to be able to imagine myself like the other. So I can't remember in which conversation we were talking about slavery and racism. And yes, that being able to imagine myself as a slave owner is really putting myself in the other's shoes. And people have a huge resistance to seeing that I'm a perpetrator. I'm complicit in this. Because then you start to feel the pain of that and how awful it is. Not how awful it is out there, but how awful it is in here. And then I start to feel more empathy for others and recognize that, I have a responsibility in this too. And that maybe breaks my heart open and I start to really feel things. Empathy-wise, it's a very important idea. And, having empathy also for the people who are carrying on as if nothing is happening. That's a really big one. And I struggle with that notion of how to empathize. So the example I'm thinking of as a psychotherapist or a sort of retired psychotherapist is 20, 30, maybe 30 to 40 years ago, child sexual abuse was on the horizon. And there was a huge denial about it. Nobody wanted to talk about it. In that way, it is quite like climate change. And gradually, people started there was a sort of change in the climate where it became possible to talk about this. And of course, the victims started to talk more about it and they started to be heard. And I think we're in a similar, sorry, pun intended, change of the climate. You've already said people are no longer in outright denial. So that we're in this process of disavowal where it feels unbearable to look. And we take this sort of what I call the bystander position, where it is awful, isn't it? But what can I do about it? I'm helpless. Well, yes, it does feel helpless because it's so big. And humans aren't very good at dealing with huge things because we have to come together in the ways we're talking about. And the little bit of the psychology is sharing the difficulty and feeling that you're not alone in the struggle seems a very good start. I also want to mention one more idea, comes from the history of science. How does science have a revolution in understanding? How does Einstein's theory of everything suddenly be accepted where before it wasn't? And I love this idea from the historian of science called Thomas Kuhn, who came up with this notion of paradigm. He said, well, basically, they don't change. The old scientists die out. And I think young people have got it. So many young people have really woken up. And, Greta is a wonderful communicator who seems wise well beyond her age. And she's able to say things. I mean, the latest blah, blah, blah is just brilliant. And so many young people are aligned. They don't have the baggage. And they also are going to be the ones who are going to have to bear the consequences of our denial and disavowal and wish to carry on as we have. So, I mean, that's courage to the young people, I'd say. I think that's going to be the best show at COP26. It's going to be less around, I'm afraid, Biden or whoever coming up with something. It's going to be the young people on the floor who are going to be speaking the truths. And I'm hoping that that's going to be what communicates.
Well, thank you so much, Chris. It's been really great. More power to your elbow as you and your colleagues keep working on, soothing people or helping people to soothe themselves so they can actually open up and hear the terrible truths that we are going to have to really face.
And recognise we really mean it.
Yes, exactly. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all for this evening's show. I'll leave you with some heartening scenes of solidarity here in Glasgow among people from all over the world at this weekend's global rally.
Hello! Welcome back to COP26.tv. Today we're going to see more global voices. And speaking of global voices, I just want to let you know that Mexico is not proud to be awarded by the first award of Fossil of the Day. Thank you, Pemex. And now, let's go and watch something from Ecuador. Thank you. And oh wait, I just received a message from Ecuador. So those Ecuadorian climate activists say, decked out in bright colors and blasting music throughout, the activists used the march to have a fiesta con conciencia, party with consciousness, to also celebrate their country. Because rich countries, Ecuador is not your petrol station. Ecuador is not your mine. Ecuador is not your trash bin. Ecuador is not your exotic pet shop. Ecuador is not your sawmill. Ecuador is not your discount shop. And now, let's go and hear from young activists from Uganda, Philippines, and Belgium.
The climate crisis and its devastating effects are everywhere and undeniable. Communities least responsible are most affected. These are just a few stories from the front line of humanity's greatest threat.
I grew up seeing the impact of the typhoons and the climate crisis. I grew up in a place that wasn't very urbanized. It was lots of huge trees. Houses were far apart. We'd have to listen to a battery-powered radio to listen if our city we had to evacuate. I would have to do my homework by the candlelight because there would be no electricity because of the raging typhoon outside. This is just something that I really grew up with, and this is already a story of privilege. Because last year, in the span of 3 weeks, we had 4 typhoons, and all of these are supposedly once-in-a-lifetime typhoons. Like the strength of them, they're being described as once-in-a-lifetime typhoons. But how many have I experienced? And I'm not even done with my lifetime, I hope. Sometimes I would wake up in the middle of the night and the floods have entered my room and then have to scoop it out. The city where our relatives were, floods sometimes reached 12 meters or 40 feet high, so second to third floors of buildings. We are so vulnerable to the climate crisis, but we are also fighting back so hard. We have no choice but to fight back. This is the planet that we're living on, that we're fighting for. I have this privilege, quote unquote, to choose to become an activist, while there are people who are forced into it almost because the consequences are worse. And in a way, we don't have a choice either because the climate crisis and the climate emergency is here, and we've seen that so clearly in the Philippines especially. And that was when I really decided to actively pursue environmental activism on a systemic change level.
Actually, by the time it was raining, it had to be the dry season. But then now that it has to be a wet season, it's dry. We had a plantation back then in the village, and when all this started happening, we lost our crops. We started losing our yields. So you find that you can't really sell any food because you also need food to survive. And then money went on reducing. There's a time when my dad couldn't afford to pay my tuition fees because we could no longer sell food. The yields were really very bad, and also we needed food to sustain ourselves. So I had to sit down for 3 months at home because school here is paid for, like you have to pay tuition fees in order to attain education. Since my dad couldn't afford, I couldn't go to school. And this is the case with very many children, very many. It breaks my heart because the same people that are suffering the same crisis are the same people who don't really know about it. And then that is how my activism started. Creating awareness in the local communities helps them understand what is going on, what climate change really is, and what they can do, because it affects them the most.
Rosa, you, I, and the rest of us only met recently, but it feels like it has been so much longer. Before camp, we had all been through the same difficulties for the last year because of the COVID crisis. We felt cut off from the world. At camp, we could finally be regular teenagers again. No masks, talking, hugging, and being carefree. We talked about how we, teenagers, were going to make the world a better place. This was supposed to be our summer, Rosa, our summer of freedom. The water took you, Rosa. It happened so quickly. I still don't understand it. How could this happen to you, to us? The small, harmless stream had turned into a monster, and all I could think of was getting you out. I ran next to you, and I jumped in. I held you while the monster was raging around us and pulling us along with it. We had to get out. This isn't a movie, and I'm not a superhero. I'm just a 14-year-old boy who tried his best. I'm sorry, Rosa. I wish it wasn't true. I will never forget you, Rosa. None of us will.
And now we will see from Extinction Rebellion Muslims in Nigeria, who interviewed some farmers on the front line of climate change and climate chaos at Sidir Jigawa, a state in Nigeria.
Hi everyone, I'm Rashid Musa, a climate change activist here in Nigeria. I'm also a member of Extinction Rebellion, and I am the coordinator of XR Muslims here in Nigeria. I and my colleague Farouk will be going to a community called Sidir here in Oyo local government, Jigawa State, Northwest Nigeria. This community is a fishing and farming community, and in recent years it has been ravaged by massive flooding. I and my colleague here will be conducting interviews with the community leaders and farmers here so as to ascertain the magnitude of this climate chaos. We will also air their voices on what needs to be done so as to provide succor for them.
Sunana Ɗanladi Malam.
Ɗanladi Malam, menene sana'arka?
Noma.
A matsayinka na manomi a garin Tsidir, me za ka iya cewa daga da ambaliyar da aka fi samu?
Yawwa, mu abin da ambaliyar nan take damun mu game da cin ruwan wannan da an ruwa ya taho daga babban kogi da wanda yake biyowa bayan dam. Zai zo bayan mun dasa shinkafar mu zai zo shanye mana ita. Idan yanye mana ita dan abin da ya kai gaba ɗaya babu shi.
Wannan sauyi na yanayi da aka samu yana da alaka da aikace-aikacen da manyan gwamnatocin kasashen turai suke yi. Saboda haka wani irin jan hankali za ka yi da wannan shugabannin manyan kasashen?
Yawwa, ni alfarmar da yake nema abubuwan shugabannin wannan a duba yanayin kan koginmu a gyara mana shiya. Saboda sakamakon yanda za mu fita da kunan bayan garin mu akwai gurbin da ya ka kangaren kogin ma ka fito. Saboda istira'in da yake faɗa mana ana ruwa katanga za ga wani har faɗawa ma take ga cikin.
Yawa, to wani irin tallafi yake bukata da kungiyar majalisar duniya ta yi? Wani irin tallafi yake so ta muku? Shirin na abinci ne ko kuma na kuɗi ko kuma na wani kayan noma?
Yawwa, ni yanzu abin da zan ce tallafin da muke kokari a mana duka wanda ya samu ba za mu ce ba masu ba, mu dai kokarin ma tallafa mana, Allah ya tallafe mu.
Sunana Muhammad Haruna wanda aka fi sani da
Malam Muhammad, menene sana'arka?
Sana'ata noma nake, shine sana'ata noma.
To me zaka iya cewa dangane da ambaliyar ruwa da ake samu a yan shekarun nan akai-akai?
Muna samun ambaliya sosai da sosai fiye da kima gaskiya. Saboda ambaliyar nan ita take hana mu sukuni mu dai a nan garin. Saboda mu dai magana ta Allah manoma ne, kuma manoma ne na kwarai wanda yake mu ba mu da wani abin da muke alfahari da shi irin noma. Duk wani wanda zai maka magana a nan garin abin da yake alfahari da shi noma ne. Sannan kuma noman nan idan an yi shi magana ta Allah ba ma samu. Muna yin noma akalla yanzu ni ina yi ni dan autan manoma ina yin kamar aika kamar 10 ni kadai, amma a lokaci ɗaya ta kan iya ruwa ya shanye ta ban yanki ko kwaya ɗaya ba. Sannan kuma a cikinta akwai bayin da ya kai kamar 250 ko 300 na wani. Sannan ban samu na abinci na ba, ban samu wanda zan biya bashi ba. Da haka nake neman taimako da wannan hukuma da ta zo mana har gida.
To halayen da ake fuskanta na ambaliya yana da alaka da aikace-aikacen da manyan ƙungiyoyi da kuma ƙasashe suke da duniya. Shin wane kira za ka yi ga majalisar ɗinkin duniya kan wani tallafi kuke bukata daga wannan ƙasashe domin taimaka musu?
Wannan dai mun ji daɗin zuwan ku a matsayin ku na wakilai da kuka zo ku duba mu dan mu ga halin da muke ciki. Allah saka da alheri. Sannan abin da muke bukata ga wannan hukuma da ta zo mana har gida, muna bukatar ta tallafa mana da wannan hali da muke ciki. Sannan kuma abin da muke bukata ba wai mun ce muna bukatar kaza ba, tunda sun san muna da bukata din. Kowane irin abu na bukatar in suka kawo mana mu za mu karba. Kowane abu inda na bukata ne suka kawo mana na karuwa mu za mu karba, sannan za mu yi godiya da shi.
Menene sana'arka?
Noma.
Shin me za ka iya cewa dangane da ambaliyar ruwa da ake samu a matsayinka na manomi?
Akwai damuwa da yawa. Na farko akwai rashin hanya idan mun noma yana damu. Akwai jinga kogin muna kansa saboda akwai lokacin da damuwar ma ta same mu muka kaiwa karamar hukuma ta zo ta bamu feguna, wasu sun samu dama sun tahi, wasu ba su samu dama ba, kuma gaban ma akwai ruwa. Saboda haka wannan guri muna neman ɗauki a gurin wannan hukuma da take so ta tallafa ta duniya ta musulunci. Kuma ruwa bai fasa mana abin da yake yi ba, saboda duk in ya tsallake shekara ɗaya a ta biyu ma yana zuwa, kuma yana damun mu fiye da kima. Saboda haka tun muna zuwa lokal gaman tana bamu fatu ne a cikin zagiyar kogi, muna yi akan hanya har ya kai mun zagayo har makabarta. Saboda haka damuwar a goma ba ta da adadi, amma muna neman tallafi a yanayin da muke ciki. Saboda duk lokacin da muke son abubuwan to baya samuwa sai mun yi da karfin namu ma karewa yake.
To wani abu za ka iya kira ga gwamnatocin duniya da majalisar ɗinkin duniya wajen su ga sun taimakawa manoma wanda suke wannan yanki an rage musu raɗin wannan samu na ambaliya da yake addabar mutane?
Wannan abubuwa duk abin da za mu faɗa wasu yan uwanmu sun faɗa, amma sauƙoƙin wannan gaskiya muna neman tallafi fiye da kima. Na farko muna so in sun samu dama a mana turi na cewar a zo a ga halayen da muke ciki game da hanya, game da zaman da muke akan kogi, kuma da halayen da muke shiga ciki da kuma yadda ruwan yake sha ba wai zancen wani ɗaya biyu bane kowane muka zo a kowane lokaci ne kuma dare za mu iya nuna damuwa da take damun mutum da muna tare da ita kuma muna gunta kuma dare baya hana mu jinga haka safiya haka rana kuma muna ganin aiki ma muke bashi a haka hinkawar ma da dama take lalacewa saboda jingace na gari yana damun mu sosai wannan
ya za ka iya cewa ga ambaliya shin a cikin shekarun nan an fi samu ko kuma a shekarun baya ma kuna yawan samu
a wannan shekarun aka fa asara saboda da karfin mu muke mun samu ba mu samu kuma hakuri yanzu kuma hukuma da kungiyoyi sun zo sun shiga sun mana katutu suna ba mu kayan su mu yi idan ba mu samu ba kuma damuwa tana biyowa baya muna shiga cikin wani yanayi na tashin hankali ga na rashin samu ga na tashin hankalin da ake bin ka bashi
to ga muke so majalisar ɗinkin duniya ta yi shin a baku kuɗi na asararkan da kuka yi ko kuma a baku taki ko kuma wasu abubuwan da za a amfani da su a gona
duk wanda aka samu muna son sa amma abin da muka fi so mun fi son taimakon na kayayyakin gyaran garin kuɗi kan tun da dai ana yin Allah da wata ran zai higo amma muna so kamar wannan jingade da muke so da hanya muna neman ɗaukinta kuma idan tallafin ma ya samu na kayan amfanin gonar kamar wanda ake amfani da hitaki inki na ban ruwa duk wanda ya samu muna so a tallafa mana a kayo kansu saboda abubuwan ba su da adadi mu a gare mu sai dai wanda aka samu a taimaka mana a kansu
sunana Alkasim Isiyaku
menene sana'arka
noma
wani irin bayani za ka yi dangane da ambaliyar ruwa da ake samu a wannan yanki a matsayinka na manomi
bayanin da zan yi akan ambaliya da take samu a wannan yanayi duk shekara muna yin aikace-aikace na noma amma duk shekara ambaliya tana zuwa tana hallaka mana wannan abin da muka yi
to ya kuke ganin wannan abin yake faruwa shin ruwa ne da yake tasowa yake shiga cikin gonakan sannan kuma wani irin barna yake muku iya cikin gona ne ko kuma har da cikin garuruwa
gaskiya duk lokacin da ruwan nan ya zo yana mana barnar amfanin gona kuma yana mana barazana da gari
shin an taba samun rashin rai a cikin wannan ambaliya
a'a ba a taba samun rashin rai ba sai dai amfanin gona da ake rasa
to wani abu zaka iya kira da majalisar ɗinkin duniya da kuma gwamnatocin manyan ƙasashe wajen taimaka muku akan wannan ambaliya da ake samu
ina kira ga wannan kungiya da ta aiko ku wannan gari namu muna neman taimakon da za ta yi mana akan ambaliyar da take damun mu na gari da na gonakai
to wani irin tallafi kuke so kuna buƙatar tallafi ne a matsayin na kuɗi ko kuma amfani kayan gona ko kuma wasu injina da za ku yi amfani da su wajen ku rage wannan raɗi da ake fuskanta
gaskiya muna buƙatar taimako daga kuɗi zuwa kayan aiki daga injina zuwa taki muna buƙatar taimako a taimaka mana
sunana halartu da nufi da ke ne bulan wannan ƙasa ta a matsayin wannan abubuwa da ake wanda mutane suka zo bakin da suka zo kan maganar abubuwan da suke addabar mu a wannan yanki namu na maganar ambaliyar nan gaskiyar lamari ta addabe mu mafi yawancin ta gadar ta muke tun ainihin iyaye da iyayen mu a baya dai ana yin ta kaɗan amma yanzu ba a ɗan shekarun nan abubuwan ya ci karfin mu sosai akan abubuwan da ake sannan irin wannan kungiyoyi suna zuwa muna zuwa da su muna nuna musu irin wannan halin da muke ciki amma a ƙarshe abubuwan ba sa tabbata kamar yadda muke tunanin abin zai faru saboda haka mu muke ɗaukar matakai da kanmu don tsare garinmu da kuma gonakinmu da sauran dukkanin abubuwan da yake damu akan wannan ambaliyar ruwa.
to mai girma bulawan garin indir shin yaya wannan ambaliya take kasancewa tana faruwa ne sakamakon ruwan da ke tahowa na kogi ko kuma ya ambaliya take kasancewa
wannan ambaliya tana kasancewa tana tahowa daga ruwan kogi shine wanda duk lokaci yana zuwa mu muna kusa da ruwan kogin wannan saboda haka duk lokacin da aka ce an samu wannan ambaliya muna samun matsaloli na rushe gidajenmu da kuma cinye amfaninmu na gona da ake yi a kowane lokaci
to mai girma bulama shin wannan abun yana da alaka ne da canjin yanayi
wannan abun gaskiyar lamari kamar yadda muka duba abun yana da alaka da canjin yanayi sakamakon abubuwan da suke faruwa na yanzu kamfanonuwa na waje da sauran kasashe da suke wasu abubuwa su ne suke sa wannan abubuwa suke addabar mu a nan gurin abinda muka yi tunani domin da ba a yi saboda yawan kamfanonuwa yanzu da ke faruwa a wannan kasa shine isa kawai abubuwa suke iwa nan gurin don yin yadda abubuwan da suke damu.
To a wani shekara ne kuka samu ambaliya wanda ta fi kowace tsanani da kuma takurawa al'umma a wannan kasa?
Wannan ambaliya take damu mu gaskiya 'yan shekarun nan tun 2013 misali daga 2013 zuwa yanzu a misalance ne wannan abin ya addabe mu don a kullum yana mana barazana domin abin karuwa yake yana karuwa a lokacin baya idan aka yi wannan abu da yake damun wannan na ambaliya ana samun shekaru kamar tsakaninta kamar shekaru biyar ana samu tana wannan abu amma yanzu tana matsuwa wani lokacin da an yi shekara daya in shekara ta dawo sai a sake in shekara ta dawo sai a sake saboda haka a yanzu ma ba da an yi bana ne kawai mun yi tanadin yadda za mu tsare kanmu da kanmu amma Allah ya sa kuma ba a yi ba bana saboda haka yanzu muna tunanin muna tsoron gaba tunda ba a yi ba wannan karan to a gaban Allah da shekara ta gaba muna ganin za a yi ta domin akwai tunanin yin ta tunda an tsallake wannan shekarar muna so a taimaka mana.
Yanzu me kuke so kungiyar duniya ta yi wanda taron da za a yi na majalisar ɗinkin duniya akan canjin yanayi a garin Glasgow wani mataki kuke so a ɗauka ko kuma wani tallafi kuke so kungiyoyin duniya su?
Abin da muke so a taimaka mana wa'annan yan kungiya ta hannunsu da wannan shugabanni manya-manya su taimaka mana akan abin da muke higa na ibtila'i akan wannan abubuwan idan suka higar a yi bibiya akan abin da ake shigar da shi a wannan ƙasa tamu domin rahin bi a gami yake faruwa shine yasa wani lokacin ba mu samun irin taimakon da hukuma take akan irin wayannan abubuwan saboda haka muna bukata a taimaka mana a tallafa mana da taki na noma da kuma kudade da kuma irin abubuwa na noma na zamani wanda in Allah iya da za kowa zai samu nasara akan yadda tsarin yake.
Malam wani kuma kira za ka yi da ka nuna wa jan kunne da za ka yi da kungiyoyin duniya kan cewa yanayin rashin abinci da yanayin halin na kaka na kayi da al'umma ka suka fada a ciki wani kira za ka yi da kungiyoyin duniya da kuma sauran al'umma da duniya?
Ina kira ga kungiyoyin duniya waɗanda suke kula da wani al'amari na talakawa da suke da matsaloli su taimaka domin yanzu gaskiyar lamari musamman wannan shekara ma an fada ibtila'i mafi yawan dukkanin kowace shekara a wannan shekara hudu da aka yi sakamakon wasu suna mutuwa ma saboda yunwa wani sai a samu sati wanda yake da abincin da yake ci a gidansa yanzu ya samu sati ba ta haƙi ma gidanka ba domin tsabar yunwa yara suna mutuwa da kuma manya suna higa ibtila'i wasu suna higa halin da ake ciki wanda yake bahi da kyawu sakamakon wannan rahin abinci da irin wasu abubuwa na ci gaba da yake samun jama'a.
This is a flashpoint of flooding going on in this community. Here at the river at Eja Bank, we can see farmlands being ravaged by this flood, leaving the community with great socio-economic loss. This flood normally occurs on a yearly basis, and the community have to come together, contribute funds so as to build barriers to protect their settlement. Most of these barriers are being eroded on a daily basis. Many farmers here sought out agricultural input loans so as to grow their crops, which are mainly rice, wheat, and maize. Whenever this flood occurs, they lose most of their crops, and most of them become burdened with paying back these loans. This community is calling for the assistance from the world leaders at COP26. They are calling for quick action because they have suffered a lot from this climate chaos. If nothing is done quickly, they might be displaced from their ancestral homes. They need global support and relief so as to help alleviate their suffering.
And now, we have a song by Toshi. The Okavango Delta is a UNESCO World Heritage sited in Botswana and Namibia, where a Canadian company called Recon Africa have been given rights to drill for oil. Check it out.
We are fighting for the Okavango Delta. Hey, hey, oh. Majestic elephant.
And now, what do we want? Thank you. Next, we have Monbiosis. Over to George.
Hello and welcome back to Monbiosis on COP26.tv. And today we're going to discuss, well, an issue which should be absolutely top of the agenda at the official summit, which is the position, the situation of Africa, which is so hard hit now by climate breakdown and yet so poorly represented at international talks. What we've seen this year is what some people have described as the most exclusive and privileged COP summit there has ever been, thanks to the enormous barriers that have been raised to participants from Africa and elsewhere. But so many of the rich world's projects for extracting fossil fuels are now taking place in Africa, while horrific heat events, cyclones, droughts, and the rest are hitting many African nations. So without the full representation of African delegates, it seems to me that this summit is, well, almost farcical. Anyway, I'm delighted to say that we have three extremely prominent and impressive people to discuss this issue. We have Nimo Basse, Ina Maria Chikango, and Daniel Ribeiro, all originating from different nations in Africa. And I'm going to ask you to tell me first about your work, and then also in the same answer, if you don't mind, what you would like to see happening at this summit. Could we start with you, Nimo?
Thank you so much, George. It's really nice to be on this program with you. I've been following your work and very helpful indeed. Now, I lead Health of Mother Earth Foundation in Nigeria. We work in Nigeria is our base, but our focus is Africa. As the name implies, we are concerned about the health of the planet, of Mother Earth, not just for humans, but for all beings who live on the planet. We focus on fossil politics, on hunger politics, asking the question, why are people hungry? And then building our work based on local knowledge and what really people on the grounds are expecting and what they're doing, what their struggles are.
Thank you very much, Nira. Now, Ina Maria Shikongo, you're an artist as well as an activist. Tell me something about.
Hello, thank you for having me, and very nice to meet you. Sorry, the voice is so rusty from all the screaming for the past 2 days, last week. So I'm Ina, I'm now currently in Glasgow for the summit. And yes, I am a mother, artist, poet, and one of the co-founders of Fridays for Future Namibia, Vinto. And we are currently here to defend our homeland that is under threat by a company called Recon Africa that is hoping to extract 120 billion barrels of oil. So we are here to shed more light on it. And it is an amazing opportunity to be able to talk about it. And yeah, thank you for having us once again.
It's fantastic to have you on the program. Thank you, Ina Maria. And Daniel, tell me something about your work and what you want to see changing.
Hi, thanks for having us. My name is Daniel Ribeiro. I'm from Justiça Ambiental, Friends of the Earth, Mozambique. And as you know, Mozambique is one of the most vulnerable countries affected by climate change, but we have contributed very little. And unfortunately, Mozambique is starting its fossil fuel projects. We've just, in the last 10 years, started with coal, and we're going to start with gas. So we're worried about we should be ending it. And unfortunately, the only options for development that have been coming to Mozambique are fossil fuels. We basically, as things get difficult to get these projects happening up north, they come to Africa. And so we really need to stop this. And this is causing a huge amount of land grabs, conflict, militarization, as people have heard on the news. And this is the reality. It's been the reality of fossil fuels. So it's not just the climate impacts, the social impacts and environmental impacts. And I'm not going to lie, I don't have much hope for the COP because it's been almost impossible to get our voices on there, and they failed in the past. But we do hope that we start preventing the false solutions, the net zeros, the reds, the carbon markets. Because at this moment, civil society globally has managed to put a lot of pressure on fossil fuels, and we're getting successes. And this is the escape route. If we allow these options of net zeros and these false solutions, that's gonna be the escape hatch that the fossil fuel is going to use, and we need to block that. So especially, I hope we can block Article 6. I hope we can block these kind of initiatives and really expose these lies, these false solutions, start getting real solutions.
Thank you very much. Now Nimo, Daniel alluded to what is often being described as the resource curse, that countries have suffered greatly because of the natural riches they have that other people want to exploit. So could you expand on that a bit and talk also about how we're really almost facing a global resource curse because we have these fossil fuels? We are now consigning ourselves almost potentially to oblivion. You're on mute still, Nimo.
Muted, yes. It's extremely amazing that humans, with all the intelligence and all the knowledge available, would insist on a mode of building civilization that certainly has to come to an end. The fossil fuel-led civilization has taken the planet and all the beings on it to the brink. Now, I come from the Niger Delta, and I very much share the concerns of Daniel in Mozambique, as well as Ina Maria, about what is being planned for Okavango. We don't want it to happen. The Niger Delta is one of the 10 top most polluted places on Earth. And this is because the fossil fuel industry, led by the most prominent transnational corporations, holds sway over the politics, over the economic arrangement. They work with international financial institutions, and they exploit without any sense of responsibility.
So when we hear about the ills that are occurring in Nigeria politically, ecologically, and otherwise, we can trace all to the fossil fuel industry. And I don't always agree with, I don't often agree with the resource cost concept, because I believe that every resource is basically a gift from nature, and nature knew where to put the fossil fuels deep into the ground. It wasn't for us to start excavating and digging like rats for that resource. And if we use nature's resources respectfully, everything will work well for us. So really it's a time for us to reboot, to rethink, and not believe that the more you pollute indicates how powerful you are. This is what is happening at the COP. The polluting nations are showing themselves to be the most powerful, to have the most finances, which have been taken from the poorer, vulnerable nations, of course, by grabbing their resources. And so everything we really need to critically look at what is going on and call out the fossil fuel industry, whom we are told have more delegates at COP26 than many nations added together. So the COP is been boxed to a corner by this industry, and they willingly go along with it. It's a very sad thing that we're seeing.
Now, Nima, if I could just stay with you for a moment, because on the Niger Delta, where Shell, among other oil companies, has been exploiting oil, there's been a very brutal and bitter history there, hasn't there?
Yes, in fact, tomorrow, 10th November, marks 26 years since the execution of Ken Saro-Wiwa and 8 other Ogoni leaders. So it's been years, actually 63 years of a mitigated disaster since Shell started to exploit oil in Nigeria, followed by the other multinational corporations. Research done by the United Nations Environment Program has shown in the Ogoni area that soils and certain places have been contaminated to a depth of 5 meters. That was in 2011. But I can tell you right now, when some of those sites were excavated, the pollution had gone down as deep as 10 meters. So these are things that don't just disappear. We have water bodies, even the entire, the first aquifer under community is contaminated with layers of hydrocarbon. This is a clear definition of ecocide, but these corporations, because they have power, because they have the politicians in their pockets, they can just run roughshod over everybody. They're flaring gas, burning mighty gas furnaces, releasing methane, nitrogen oxide, sulfur oxide, carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, causing health impacts on communities. The life expectancy in Niger Delta is now 41 years. You can't believe it, 41 years. Every weekend is a festival of funerals. And if they want to stretch this to Namibia, to anywhere else, I think this is a crime against humanity and against the planet, and they should be stopped.
Now, Ina Maria, you are worried that a similar process is coming to the Okavango Delta.
Yes, yes, of course. I mean, Nigeria is a perfect case study because we can see what happened to the Niger Delta, and not only in terms of pollution, but also human rights. I mean, what happened to Ken Saro-Wiwa. But even now, when they're talking about economic development, we can see that in Nigeria, for example, the girls have, children have been kidnapped. People are not going to school because of the criminals kidnapping these children. And these are just the after effects of this industry. So there is no development at all. So what I'm in particularly really worried about is because Namibia is a desert. We have the Namib Desert to the west and then the Kalahari. So the Kavango Basin is literally this oasis. I know that this company from Canada, Recon, is claiming that the Kavango Delta is far, but they are drilling next to the Matako River, and the Matako feeds the Kavango River that feeds the Kavango Delta. So they're basically depriving the water that is supposed to end up in the Delta. They are taking it even before it reaches it. So obviously it is going to dry out. And the other thing that is very particular about the Kavango is that it is a logged in Delta. So there is no outlet. So how is it going to recover? It will just become the toxins will just continue accumulating and accumulating. And I mean, we all know that we have one carbon budget. So how is it really going to affect the whole region? Also because over 1 million people depend on this water source for survival. We're talking about Angola, Namibia, Zimbabwe. So, Botswana. So it will impact us. And also when looking at wildlife and looking at the endangered species that are living there, I mean, even the African elephant has been now put on the list of endangered species. So, and this animal that is also being auctioned off by our government is so much needed for the survival of other species. Everything is interconnected. We cannot separate the two. So I think what really hurts me, especially about the COP and also about the world's leaders, is the fact that it's like I keep on saying, they are here to repeat the history of colonialism once again. We know what you want. You need oil, but we know that we are not even going to benefit from it. And also when you look at Namibia, especially now where we have hardcore evidence proving that even the current president, the way that was put into power, it was by buying people. People are not testifying because of this fish rot scandal that we call fish rot scandal, which is basically, sorry, it is basically it is basically a documentary that was exposed by Al Jazeera, where we see politicians receiving money from a company from Iceland, so for the campaign to get the current president in. So for me, as someone who was born in exile, who was born in the war already, who lost a father who was killed in the battle, I'm like, no, this is against the principles that we grew up with in exile. This is not what my father died for me to be here again, to continue on the work that he's been doing. He died so we can have our independence. And now we are here fighting corporations, fighting corporations, fighting this fossil fuel industry, and fighting politicians that have completely gone against the core principles that put them in power. You know, so it is wrong. It is a crime against humanity. And even COP26, especially the global leaders, they need to give us a chance to develop in our ways. They need to step back. They need to, we don't need that oil. And even if there is oil, because apparently there is no oil, which is why the company itself, Recon Africa, is now currently being taken to court in the US by investors, because apparently this whole thing is a scam. But they're still drilling. The mud drill pits are not lines. So the toxins are still being put into the earth and staying there. They are not going anywhere. So for our San people that are foragers, hunter-gatherers, foragers, the food source is being taken away so these people can have the 120 billion barrels of oil, contributing or taking away a sixth of the carbon budget already. And then you have what is his name, Alok Sharma and Boris Johnson saying that 1.5 is unrealistic. What is unrealistic is the fact that they are still willing to sacrifice indigenous nations globally so they can continue with these practices. So COP26, they really need to look at how they can preserve all life and not continue preserving their pockets.
Thank you, Ina Maria. Now, Daniel, as well as the financiers and the fossil fuel companies having their beady eyes on Africa's wealth, countries like your own have been absolutely hammered by the effects of climate breakdown, haven't they? Caused primarily by the great carbon emissions of the richer nations and the richer people within them. Tell me the experience of Mozambique.
So Mozambique has a few different impacts. We go from we're having cyclic droughts, but then we're having a huge increase in cyclones. Not only are the cyclones more frequent, the intensity has been increasing. For example, Idai and Kenneth were the two strongest cyclones on record. And Idai especially had a behavior that we have never seen before. We also have the highest surface ocean increase of all tropical oceans. In Mozambique Canal is 1.2 degrees increase. And then we're very low lying. 40% of our land is below 200 meters. So we're very vulnerable to climate change. And we have our population, over 70% is subsistence farmers or fisher folk. So there's a strong link with the land, with the environment, and they have a very low footprint. And we need, and of course, development is needed, but being a really difficult situation has been amplified by climate change. And there's no way to buy ourselves out of this, because if you look just at the Idai and Kenneth, that one bad cyclone season, we're talking about, if you include the indirect costs of damages of $3 billion. So if you look at what the contributions have, which is around $1 billion, it doesn't cover a third of one country's bad cyclone season. So it's ridiculous. There is no way that we can solve the problem through adaptation or other forms unless we get the fundamentals done, which is decrease emissions. We need to start decreasing emissions, and then we can adapt to 1.5. But adaptation, all these other can happen or is a viable option if we get the fundamentals right. And Mozambique is an example, because we also have a few things. At this moment, some countries are locked into the fossil industry, and the just transition is quite complicated. We're not locked in, but the global economy wants to lock us in so we're creating a problem to then have a difficult, to find a problem to solve it. And instead of jumping this option, we're wanting to put Mozambique back into a more complicated situation while suffering from something we had no role. And we do not see, at least the historic responsibility is not, we still don't see that. Just and fair share is still not. We see this space being hijacked by corporate interests, and there's no courage to do what's needed. The science has done its work. It's shown what's needed. It shows the reality. It's very clear. The last report from IPCC, very clear. Civil society has done its part. The people on the ground have raised the voice to the part. Our leaders and corporations are not wanting to do what's needed.
And what's the attitude, Daniel, of most Mozambicans towards the plans to extract their fossil fuels?
The thing is, one of the problems is there's been a lot of propaganda. The corporations control all the media. So this notion of fossil fuels as a development path is a lot of people do believe that this is a way of Africa, because one, there is no other option. No other investment is coming in. The developed countries are only giving fossil fuels as an option for Africa, and they're not releasing the obstacles of patents and access to other alternatives. So there's also there's a component of, okay, what else can we do, and where can we get support for that? Where is the pathways that we can follow other than these pathways? And also there's no one's taking serious, like the North's not taking serious the fact that these southern countries like mine are actually what's keeping the window open for us to be able to solve the climate problem. If you close this, then it's in trouble. So we are keeping this window open for solutions to work. And we need to be recognized for that. And it has to be a system where we can allow ourselves to develop while still not having to be forced down this path. But the population is also, there's a lot of needs. And anyone that comes with this beautiful narrative that we can wealth and riches, people are desperate and want to believe it. However, with the conflict and with the increase of the problems, the oppression of civil society, land grab from communities, internally displaced, and also the failure of the coal, because the coal sector is failing. All the companies are not making profits, the benefits aren't coming, and 10 years have passed and people start to realize the lie. So you're starting to get people understanding the issue and questioning this part. So we're in this transition of challenging and questioning, but we also desperate for, there's a lot of needs, and we're still unclear where we can get the support to meet to these needs. But when you ask people about what they're going through, and when they describe the reality, it's clear that this is affecting people on the ground in an unjust way, and people are starting to understand reality. Because don't forget, we're starting to get understanding the reality of fossil fuels. A part of us always knew, but there's always a group that takes time, and sometimes lived experience, unfortunately, has a bigger weight. And that's what's happening now. A lot of people are living through the injustice and starting to raise their voices.
Thank you, Daniel. Nimo, we're coming towards the end of the program now, but as you suggested before, we're seeing this extraordinarily unequal COP process where the fossil fuel companies turned up en masse, over 500 delegates, which, as you say, is more than that of a whole load of countries combined, including some of the most climate vulnerable countries. What needs to change here? How best should the voices of African people and people around the world be represented at these climate talks?
Well, principally, I believe that the COP will be difficult to reform. So maybe the best thing is to shut down the COP and make the outside People's Summit the real COP. We saw the failure of Copenhagen and how successful the People's Summit was in Cochabamba in 2010. Within 2 days, clear-cut decisions were reached about how to fund climate mitigation, adaptation, and building of resilience through payment of a climate debt. The loss and damage conversation of the COP is not going very far, not going quickly, because the rich countries who are responsible, historically responsible, presently responsible, don't want to put cash on the table. But really, there's a historical climate debt that's being owed, and this should be recognized and discussed at the conference of the people, not necessarily conference of the parties. And then the issue of, as Daniel mentioned, as Ina Maria also alluded to, we need to look at the real root cause of this global warming. It's all agreed that the issue is about digging up and burning fossil fuels. But what's happening to Africa? Over the next decade, the fossil fuel industry is planning to invest about $250 billion US. By 2050, they're expecting to invest about $1.4 trillion US. Now, this is totally contrary to the logic of cutting down fossil emissions. And they can afford to do this because they hope using the military on the continent to extract, to commit impunity, all kinds of atrocities, genocide, ecocide, and then get away with digging and maintaining, forcing the world to keep to a lifestyle of consumption, destruction, and just lack of respect and for peoples and their dignity. So I think first at the COP, these corporations who are driving us in the wrong direction should be kept out of the COP. They should be totally kicked out of the COP. And then they should be held totally responsible. There should be an environmental tribunal or a rights of nature tribunal set up to try those who are harming the planet, who are harming peoples, and who are distorting and disturbing people from moving away from dependence on dirty energy. This is way to the future. And if the COP is a stumbling block, let's shut it down.
Thank you so much, Nemo, Ina Maria, and Daniel. That was a really fantastic discussion. And let's hope that someone starts listening, because yours are the voices which should be front and center of this process. So I'm very grateful to you for coming on to Monbiosis on COP26.tv. And thank you everyone for listening. Please stay with the channel. There's a lot more coming.
The average salary of people who fly out of here is over £100,000 a year, and the people who live locally only benefit through the pollution.
I'm streaming from London City Airport, and there's a gentleman who's climbed on top of the plane.
In 1984, I did both Summer and Winter Paralympics. Didn't need lots of athletic prowess or strength. I couldn't believe that I actually pulled it off. And then I got my phone out and I started live streaming.
Okay, here I am, on top of a fucking aeroplane.
What James was doing was so extraordinary. Everyone could see his extreme bravery.
So you're under arrest, endangering an aircraft and public nuisance.
I'm charged with a pretty serious offence, which could see me in prison for a long time. You know, I said this is for my kids, this is for all the kids.
Seeing something like this be brought to court, it feels like the person who's well in this process is my dad.
The sentence is 12 months imprisonment.
I took a risk. with the legal system. I don't know whether I want to say that it went wrong. I don't know. We face a much bigger risk for the future of the planet and species.
We are the song upon the wind, we are the courage to stand forth, we are the change that now begins.
Hello, I'm Brian Eno. You're watching No Music on a Dead Planet on COP26.tv. How's that?
Professionally. Hello.
Hi, Sophie.
Hi, Brian. Welcome to No Music on a Dead Planet for COP26 TV. We're sat here in the East End of Glasgow, and I'd like you, first of all, just to let us know how you feel about the term No Music on a Dead Planet.
Well, I suppose really that means there's no culture unless there's life. Right. And my fears about climate change actually are more to do with the loss of civilization than to do with the loss of human life. I think human life will last for a very long time after civilization collapses, and it won't be a nice time. You know, when the collapse of civilization is really the collapse of cooperation actually, and it's the beginning of a sort of Darwinian struggle for life. So I don't look forward to that.
You don't look forward to it in the sense of you are expecting it to happen and you don't look forward to it, or you don't?
No, I'm an optimist. I'm not expecting it to happen. What I think is interesting is that what we see now is probably the biggest social movement in human history, which has arisen to face the biggest challenge in human history. But the number of people working on it now is truly formidable, and I think things are going to change very quickly.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, there are things already in process that we aren't going to be able to avoid. They're going to happen. Melting ice caps and so on, flooding, blah, blah, blah. This kind of thing a lot of that is unstoppable now. But I think what also is happening is that people are in very large numbers are now working on how to make some kind of a future. And I think I'm optimistic about that.
Yeah, me too. I've been listening to a lot of people this week talk about systems change and that being the fundamental thing that we need, and I didn't quite understand how it would happen, and this has kind of been my question of the week is, how do we make system change? And actually what I haven't realized with this optimism is that things are already changing. You know, health and safety isn't the only indicator that we're going for with businesses and policies. We are now injecting environmental kind of standards into laws, policy, businesses. So I equally am feeling optimistic that the system change is actually already underway.
And also there's so much technological work going on, and people tend to say, oh, you won't solve it with technology. But actually technology is going to be very much what we need. You know, there are people working on ways of making plants synthesize more efficiently, photosynthesize more efficiently, ways of making wind turbines more efficient by changing the way we clean the blades. You know, it's very expensive to do that. Now somebody's invented a little robot that can do that. So there are thousands and thousands of instances of things getting incrementally better. You know, we tend to look for the big solutions, but in fact there's a lot of incremental work going on, and that adds up to quite a lot.
True.
How about the internal change of people's consciousness? This is what this kind of show is kind of focusing on, about how music and the arts can lead, like John Lennon, you know, always said, the arts can lead humanity.
Yes, as long as the artists aren't too lazy about it. The problem is that artists are so, to me, they seem so determinedly inarticulate that often they don't get their point across. You know, we're still having to argue with education committees about the value of there being art lessons at all. You know, it's always being marginalized in favor of STEM, science, technology, engineering and mathematics. And you have to ask why. Well, the answer is because those things are quantifiable, so we can judge our outputs on those things. And we can say people then have careers that earn them a lot of money. I mean, I shouldn't get on this hobby horse too much, but you know, there was a minister only 2 weeks ago saying that we're cutting funding for arts and humanities in schools because those kinds of people don't repay their student loans.
I can believe
So
it,
well.
and I know quite a few that don't.
Well, 80% of people don't repay their student loans. But if that's a reason for cutting those subjects, it's really the wrong way around, you know. Just, you know, it's an indication that really you should make education free, so you don't have courses being cut for that stupid reason that people can't repay their loans if they become artists rather than finance managers, you know.
It's also a problem now because it's so difficult to make money from the arts, especially with music. Like in our day, you knew if you got into music, you could make a good living. But now it's very difficult to do it. So the music declares emergency thing. Have you got any thoughts on that? Do you know about that?
Yes. Well, first of all, it's not universally true that it's harder to make money now from music. There's a whole different group of people who are making money from music now. Yeah. It's harder to make it in the older ways, you know, from touring or from record sales. But there are still quite a few people doing well, and there, as I say, there's a new kind of group of people who never were part of that old model who are doing quite well. So it hasn't become impossible. It does require some rethinking and not just relying on the processes that exist. But I think the important thing is not so much the money side of it, but trying to convince not only governments but organisers of things like COP why it's important to engage with the arts in this. And I think it's a very simple story. What artists do is invent other worlds. You know, whether those other worlds are novels or films, The Matrix, you know, Brave New World, whatever. They invent worlds in which you can enter and you can see what they feel like. So you can have feelings about a fictional place and a fictional space, I should say. That seems to me the most important thing humans can do. It's like modeling things and seeing how they feel and then taking those lessons back into your own life. I would rather live in a world like this, or I would rather not live in a world like that. How do we learn which worlds we would rather live in? Mostly by experiencing the work of artists who are all the time making those worlds. So they're doing the job of modeling. You know, everybody understands that you do modeling in science. If you want to build a bridge, you don't just start hammering bits of steel together. You make a model of it first and see how it would do in different kinds of wind and rain. And
Repeat it one more time.
I have to remember what I said. Scientists model the world in order to see how it works. Artists model the world in order to see how we work.
Yeah.
Even better quote.
Even better. T-shirt for us.
T-shirt.
So it's like, how I see it is there's this lack of any form of cultural policy that's helping artists to make this change, but there's a lot of grassroots people and organisations who are screaming for help in the environmental sphere. But then equally there's all of this data, facts from the IPCC report to, you know, any scientist that's working on climate change at the moment have these ridiculous stark figures, and they're even saying our stark figures are not even predicting what's already happening. We are in deep trouble, and nobody's understanding how to communicate that. So why are the scientists equally and the environmental politicians not using culture as the missing link, let's say, to express the science from the IPCC report as a song, so we can feel what's going on? You know, it's a way of communicating and storytelling with the world, and science can't do that.
No,
but
no.
Science
discovers, but art digests.
Yeah.
It's through art that you understand what you feel about things. Yeah. Science is very, very important. It helps you understand how the world works and what you can do with it, what you can make from it. But it doesn't give you any information about how that will impact you, how you would feel about it. And that's what writers and artists and filmmakers do, and musicians. you know, to give you a very good example, the most impressive piece of work about climate change that I've read in the last 2 or 3 years has been Kim Stanley Robinson's book Ministry for the Future. Now it's a novel, so it's not a textbook. It's a book about feelings, basically. It's always saying, you could do this, how does that feel? You could do that, how does that feel? And that, I think, is such an important part. I can tell from the way this conference is being run that nobody is asking the question, how does that feel? I've seen people speaking on mics that weren't switched on to audience who couldn't hear them, because nobody is saying, how does that feel for the audience? I had to go and switch a bloody mic on this morning.
So
like,
how,
you know, I think you just need roadies.
Yeah, all over.
Roadies save the world.
Roadies will save this bloody part of the world because they have a sense of purpose. Their job is to get it working. And I don't see anybody here with that sense of, okay, it's wonderful, we've got the event to happen.
And such amazing people,
Yeah.
and such fabulous voices that are then kind of made to look kind of shabby, right?
Yeah.
So you're saying you're an optimist. Does your optimism travel to COP26?
Well, I think what's interesting about COP26, as far as I can tell, I'm not anywhere near as expert as you are, because I haven't been here very long, is that there is a lot of simmering going on under the surface. I don't know that the main events are that interesting. I don't know how surprising any of the outcomes from those will be. I am impressed by the fact that there are 503 oil executives here. They obviously think something's going on, and there are lots of people from the car industry and so on. So they at least, they kind of credit the conference by being here. They make you think, oh, they're seriously worried, and they should be. But when they look at how badly it's organized, they must be saying, there's no problem here, mate. We can deal with this.
I mean, the other thing, in the world that I'm in the red zone, the people who can't get into the blue or the green, there's a lot of the global south here, the indigenous, especially the kind of Amazonian tribes and everything. But there doesn't seem to be much emphasis that they're really being listened to. And
That's right.
Well, I don't know. I've been in the blue zone when the Mingas Indigenous have walked in and put their demands on the table. But I think that it still goes around this concept of storytelling, because I was also at an event where the Mingas Indigenous handed over their demands to Nicola Sturgeon directly, and they had a ceremony, and Nicola took her shoes off, and there was a really beautiful moment that happened between a minister and these indigenous peoples. And I think that there's a lot of flurry over it in the media as well, so there is definitely a platform and a longing to learn.
Good.
Which is the first time I've ever experienced this at any COP that I've been to, and the fringe events are really bringing lots of different voices in that I haven't heard before. Lots of culture on the you know, subterranean levels of it. But what I think we do need, if we want to stay optimistic, is bringing that culture into the next COP in Egypt, and actually having, you know, all of us that are coming together in this fringe time, coming together and saying, hey, we're ready to move, we're ready to make something happen.
Yeah.
Let's make culture part of the program of the next COP, as opposed to it just being that we typed it in, what's on culture, even in the green zone, there were 2 events. Culture, keyword, 2 events.
Yeah.
It's not enough.
No, it's certainly not enough. Well, for a start, it misses out a lot of smart people who have something to contribute, you know, both professionals and people who would be audiences.
Yeah.
Who might come for that reason and not come for other reasons, you know. So anyway, I shouldn't grumble about it. I'm very glad that it happened and it's happening. I just sometimes think, get more roadies, please. Get more people on the organisational side.
Get more roadies.
People. You know, one thing I find very much with things that arise out of activism is that people are so thrilled that they've actually got something to happen. They've managed to get all these people to come. They then don't think through, and now how do we make it work really well? How do we make it so that everyone can hear? For instance, I saw something today, and it was presented to a number of school children, very young school children, 8 or 9. And there was a very interesting, very nice Nigerian man talking on a quite bad mic for quite a long time in a very strong Nigerian accent. And I thought, what are the chances that any of these kids can understand any of this? And I just thought, wouldn't it have been simpler if you'd said, have somebody asking questions first of all, so that they know at least what the context is, and then have the questioner repeating the answer, saying, oh, so you think... I mean, it's so basic that, but otherwise the man's time has been wasted. He's come all the way from Nigeria.
To be heard but not understood.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally. Hello.
Hi.
Welcome to No Music on a Dead Planet COP TV. My name's Sophie.
Hi Sophie.
What's your name and how are you?
Hi, my name's Nick Lunch, and I'm a director and co-founder of Insight Share. We're based in Oxford, been going for just over 20 years now. We specialise in media, capacity building with Indigenous groups, particularly through participatory video. That's the kind of method we use. And when Indigenous communities invite us, they hear about our work from other groups that we've worked with, and they want to develop their own media capacity and be able to control their narratives, tell their own stories through video. We've just recently branched into community radio as well, and we're just talking and exploring the idea of how we could work through music in the future. Yeah.
Amazing and amazing and amazing. This is a kind of an activity that I've been really curious about for a long time, because it's the concept of Indigenous ways. People think that there is no interaction with the kind of current world, and actually that's not entirely true or true at all. And so you are the kind of key holder of bringing this digital transformation to Indigenous peoples in a kind, progressive and loving way. And how is that received, and how do you then, what do you do with the footage, and how do you amplify the voices and give platform to the voices?
Yeah, well, I think what's key is the approach that we use, participatory video. It's a collective filmmaking process, so it's not about one filmmaker who controls everything, has an artistic vision, tells a story. It really is a collective process in terms of selecting the themes that really matter to the community, that they want to focus on for their films, right through to storyboarding and planning it. It's a collective process to filming it. The camera gets passed around. The crew that we train up actively go out looking for diverse perspectives, women, elders, children, involve them in the film, and then in the evenings they show back the rushes every evening or every few nights, so the whole community can get involved and come and sort of check whether they're going along the right track, or if someone in the audience has an idea sort of to suggest, oh, you're on that topic, you must go and talk to so and so. She's a real expert in how to look up, how to care for water, or whatever the themes are. So it's like an iterative process. It's we talk about it as a sort of action, reflection, action process. So the action is the filmmaking, the reflection is in the screenings, and then you take action again, and the film constantly evolves over a few weeks or months. And the other important thing is it's entirely in the control of Indigenous people, of the communities. They control everything. Our role is to facilitate and to train up in the skills, and the way we do that is also pretty key. I think it's all through games. It's designed for people who've never been formally educated, who may not read and write, because we know that people who live in those communities, people who live through a situation, they're the real experts. It doesn't matter whether they've been to university or got PhDs. you know, scientists and all of that. Actually, the real experts are the people who live that life, the community members, and often they just need the tools, the right tools to help document and share that knowledge. And video is so versatile because it's an oral medium. It captures the oral tradition, or the way that Indigenous people pass on knowledge is through storytelling and sitting around the fire. It's orally, so video is brilliant for that.
This is stunning because and I heard that most connections is through the sound and through audio, whether it's music or storytelling. But how is it that you bring these? What are you actually trying to do with the footage and the screenings and then the final videos that are coming out?
Well, again, that's entirely the decision of the filmmakers, of the community themselves. So interestingly, by far the majority of films are made for local audience, and they're made in local language. They're not intended for outsiders. They may be a lot longer than the kind of 5 minutes that you have to cram everything in for Western audiences. So they might be 20 minutes, half an hour. They're ongoing projects. It's more about documentation of culture, of traditional knowledge. It's all about often the filmmakers, not always, but often they're young people, women. Often women get involved in these projects. It's kind of the technology acts as a hook because they want to learn how to use smartphones, how to use laptops, how to edit, how to get involved in digital media and social media, and that's the hook. And then they realise that actually all the stories and all the knowledge is held by the elders. So it kind of gets them interested in talking to the elders again, because you know all over the world, even in traditional communities, that there's a real divide, a real kind of break happening between the generations. And what we've seen is this work really helps to bring back sort of intergenerational dialogue. So that's really important. So through documentation of ceremonies and other things, and then of course often these communities are under attack from whether it's mining, deforestation. Their local governments often, unfortunately, act in the same way as the colonial powers. It's just this neo-colonialism against Indigenous peoples. The extractive industries, so on, are looking to their territories to exploit. The powers that be are trying to divide and rule these communities, take away their land. So they often use video then in that case as an advocacy tool to create a campaign just to expose what's happening on their territories. And in that sense, then we often get more involved in the post-production and help guide them in order to make a more nuanced, focused message that's short and to the point. So we can train them in interview skills. We talk about, who's your target audience. We've developed all these kind of games to help create a soup with all the ingredients you want to put in your film, and then audience pathway and these other kind of techniques. So we've kind of, as an organisation, Insight Share have really been kind of pioneering the use of participatory video for different applications. So if it's for combining it with the rights-based approach for advocacy, for example, combining it with participatory monitoring and evaluation approaches, storytelling, in order to give communities the power to monitor and evaluate their own projects for donors, for example, in ways that actually are meaningful for them. So capturing stories of impact, rather than having an outsider from a foundation coming in with a list of questions and then taking that away. It's this extractive approach to monitoring and evaluation, and the community never sees any benefit from that. We turn that on its head and we say, well, actually, what's the purpose of monitoring and evaluation is again recognising who the real experts are as people on the ground. They can tell you what works and what isn't working and what needs to change, and so they can using cameras they can capture the stories of impact, and then the donors can see that, and they learn a much more true picture of what's happening on the ground, and hopefully money can be better spent.
It sounds like there's so many multiple benefits of this project that goes way beyond just, you know, storytelling and filmmaking, that's you know, attaching people to reconnect with their elders. And then I'm trying to imagine how it would actually work in terms of, you know, would you have to attach the village or the area, whether they're roaming indigenous peoples or stable indigenous peoples, how do they connect to a grid to even have the electricity?
Yeah,
and
it's challenging.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, this year, because of COVID, for the first time we had to completely adapt our approach, and we ran a 7-month online program with 38 youth, African women and youth in 6 indigenous communities in Kenya, Tanzania, Namibia, and South Africa. Right. So they had 6 cohorts in these communities with a local mentor, and we managed to get them cheap smartphones, things that they could buy in the local city with, you know, mics and stuff. And basically we would send them little tutorial videos on WhatsApp, low bandwidth stuff with a kind of activity sheet. They'd meet up once a week in the morning, do the activity as a group, and then they'd talk to their trainer, their tutor, who was based in Scotland, at the end of the day. So it's called a flipped classroom approach. They'd do the activity first, and then they'd reflect on that activity with the tutor. And yeah, we'd never done this before, so it was a pilot, but it was incredibly successful from both our perspective and from the perspective of the young people involved. And so we've got the 38 young filmmakers now, all trained up and rearing to go, and basically that's why I'm here at the COP, because just shortly before the COP I told them about some friends of mine who are doing this pilgrimage across the spine of Albion from London to Glasgow, walking all the way and listening to the land. It's called, and they were so moved by this idea that they said, we would like to do a listening to the land pilgrimage on our territories and record it for COP. So it was done in a very short space of time, over 2 or 3 weeks. I got some resources out to them. They organised their pilgrimage. They went to visit elders. They went to sacred sites. They recorded messages from community members about the impacts of climate change on their lands, and that's why I'm here, is to show these films. I've got 7 short films that I'm showing at different venues across the city over the 2 weeks. Normally, when I've done this kind of thing before, I bring over the filmmakers, and they're the ones who present their films and engage with the audience. It's much more powerful, and it's empowering for them to do that and to also meet each other and connect, and that's how we've helped to kind of build this strong network, global network of indigenous communities all making videos and sharing videos. But unfortunately, because of COVID, I wasn't able to do that, so I'm doing it myself. But yeah, the videos are all available on our YouTube channel.
Talk a little bit about the Channel 4 thing.
Oh yeah, so yeah, that was amazing. On the first day of the COP, last Monday, Channel 4 News picked up on this project, and they made a really powerful 5-minute compilation of all of the 6 video hubs films and showed it on primetime TV on Channel 4 News, and it's reached probably 1 million people.
Wow, that's stunning. I feel like with the power of the project, and now the newly formed toolkit that you have just developed because of COVID, thanks to COVID, let's say.
Yeah.
This has got this could have a legacy that goes really quite far, because all I can hear at COP is people screaming out for this education from elders, and this information from elders, and the information from the land to be shared, because people are desperate to know how to do it. Yeah. Implementation is key right now, isn't it? So how do you have a plan to take this beyond and upscale?
I agree. I mean, travel is becoming more difficult, in order to make it more sustainable for these voices to be heard, and also to reach many, many more indigenous communities who haven't got this technology, access to, video technology and digital activism. It's much cheaper, it's much more easy to go to scale with this new model, this online model. I think what we need to develop is a sort of hybrid, because it's also useful to have face-to-face training. For example, one of the areas that there's still a challenge is the post-production and the editing, because we haven't been able to provide laptops, so they've been editing all their films that you'll see. If some of your viewers watch these on our YouTube channel, they'll be amazed to see all of these have been edited on tiny little smartphones as well.
Well, I wonder, I could ask you 1,000,001 other things, but this was unbelievable.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you.
And I really look forward to joining you, actually, if that's okay.
Yeah.
I'm so inspired.
Awesome.
Yeah.
As indigenous people of Mbondeland, we are dependent, like many other indigenous people in the world. We are dependent on the land. The land, we are born of the land. Our food comes from the land. And when we die, we return to the land.
We are Ololema, Kenya, Southern Kenya. And this is our wake-up call to the world.
We are calling upon you to take action.
Our worldwide leaders, please feel our pain and take action.
When there are droughts, it is us and our crops that suffer. When there are floods, it is our shelters, our crops that get washed away. And we deserve to be heard.
Shida ambayo sisi tumepata tangu hii maji kupanda ni kwamba sisi hatuna maji masafi ya kunywa. Juu imechukua pipe zote yenye inaleta maji hapa. Sasa sisi kutokana na hiyo maji chafu ile tunakunywa ambayo sio mzuri kwa afya yetu, sisi tunapatwa na magonjwa kama vile cholera, dysentery na pia typhoid.
Kidola jarahamu lalari na ling. Na hanadinga ngarosi wa nadinga sabu.
Erjanga sengir na wahani ba rajin. Erjanga na magana sokot. Pa ga ya gele Allah sengir. Yara sagrim irmoro janga. Ai amara nga sarabi.
Niga ngasiamu irugara doli yoro ko lagari nagara lari laburana na ko sarne bonana ngawle. Niga dola jo na ku gidero kama sara ramuru karaga do. Na ya saga ko nagishange ya mu do na na irwana ngawle. Amre na ngamna de nan lasma be ngamsi yogor masa amna dag na se ko mshi amu kile bingishu ni ko le ne ru nyage ni ngiri kishu ko gina ganga yana ha amu kegira ga ishinarina
ore notete nikidungoki nkishu mbene amu keponu la meiti nogol na kejoki yok la papa kullo noru ta karmasi yani tudunga korngwasela ningwale dorikita amu keyiolo nche olchani orngwasi lorikito irora olchani neaku tudungoki mbene tenderaki na olameyo ewo tudungoki elde lekae ngwasila nidunga elde kake meoru ake ledo meoru ake lekisulu iroruo to lekisulu neaku kitodolu ajijo neaku enkitoria idipa ashomo enkitoria metaa amu mikiyi ning'ua yiok enati malo nkoitoi esirkali peeton tenkutuk orkuak amu ore peetii.
Those global leaders who are sitting on the climate change negotiations in COP26, we understand the land and we are on the front line of the climate change impact.
Let's wenzetu wale ambaye sisi wote tumepata hii pigo la climate change, tujaribu wote tukuje ili tupate suluhisho. Jambo hili limetusumbua.
Climate knows no boundaries. We must be listened to, otherwise we will suffer the most as indigenous people.
Listening to the land. The land is crying. It's spitting blood in the form of water. Fires burning. Is there anyone listening to the cry of this land? Mother Nature is slowly dying. Is there anyone to rescue Mother Nature? Aren't you ashamed of yourself about this? Are you the one responsible for this crisis?
Joining us now is Helena Walinga, all the way from Quichua, the people of Sarayaku in Ecuador. She's an advocate for indigenous people's rights and the protection of the Amazon. Helena, you come from an area that's been incredibly badly damaged by flooding, I mean, submerged altogether. I mean, can you describe to us how life is being impacted by this?
Well, yeah, basically what is causing these floods to happen is climate change. Last year we faced floods of unprecedented magnitudes. It basically meant that our entire community was flooded. Houses were swept away and the entire community basically was underwater. And I think that says a lot about the situation right now, but also we have to talk about what is causing this and what other problems we have in the Amazon.
You've come specially all the way to Glasgow. What's the message you want the world to hear?
I mean, in the Amazon, indigenous people have been fighting for decades and decades. And I mean, I come from a people that have been doing so. Our main struggle has been to protect our territories from extractivism, oil companies, mining companies coming in, and I think that is what we need to talk about here in Glasgow, at COP, in the negotiating spaces where we actually are not allowed in, and it's quite ironic actually that we're talking about how our future is being negotiated, but it's not only our future, it's actually what is happening right now back in the Amazon, because what is causing climate change is eventually the fossil fuel industry, and the fossil fuel industry is very present in our territories.
Well, when I was a child, a long, long time ago, we regarded the Amazon as a lung for the whole of South America, really, effectively. But it's very far from that now, isn't it? It's in a very bad way.
I mean, I guess it's a lung for the entire world, and it is of great importance to the entire world. And I think indigenous people have had the role to protect the Amazon, but not just the Amazon, entire ecosystems in the entire world. And we need to be present in the conversations going on here in Glasgow, because the work that we do is what is, protecting all these ecosystems, all these spaces.
What do you hope they will do as a result of hearing you?
Well, I mean, the president of my country was just here giving a very beautiful speech about how they're creating this marine reserve, which is extremely, extremely important. They're talking about the Galapagos Islands. But he fails to mention the Amazon, and, oil exploitation is expected to double under his period, and that is extremely, extremely concerning. How he can come here and talk about how he can come and talk about the environment and what Ecuador is doing to protect the environment, when the work that is being done in Ecuador is being done by indigenous people. And while he's saying that that we need to, fight climate change, he's contributing to that issue with exploiting the Amazon. So I think for specifically countries like Ecuador with Amazonian rainforest, it's their responsibility to, to help us to protect the Amazon. But, we have other countries that do not have Amazon and that do not have economies that are based on oil exploitation or mining. It's their responsibility to support countries like mine, because I think a lot of what is going on right now is that we're putting the problem on other countries. A country like mine will say, okay, the big countries, and the bigger countries will say countries like Ecuador.
Do you understand when other countries like India, for example, say we can't deliver as fast as the West is saying in terms of getting down to zero emissions? They say 2050, where 2070, while the world is talking about 2050. Do you understand that? You're sympathetic, or you feel India should be brought into line?
I understand what is going on, and I think that is when we have to talk about the just transition, because it is not possible for every country. We need to accept the circumstances that we are in, but there needs to be a international effort to support countries that are not able to take those steps. And yes, countries like India, they need the support. Countries like Ecuador, they need the support. But it's also up to those countries to take it upon them to take those actions.
Well, Helena Kawalida, I do hope that people have been listening, that people will take note of this huge journey you've made to alert the world to your needs. Let's hope they're really listening and they will act. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Back to you.
Con su permiso Atacama, con su permiso ancestros, también a la Pachamama. Este es mi nuevo remate, sacadito del amor. Este es el nuevo remate, sacadito del amor. Recuerdo a nuestros ancestros cantando con su tambor. Recuerdo a nuestros ancestros cantando con su tambor. A mis padres, mis abuelos, yo les quiero prometer. A mis padres, mis abuelos, yo les quiero prometer. Las costumbres que han dejado, juro no se han de perder. Las costumbres que han dejado, juro no se han de perder. Este es el nuevo remate, linda flor de rica, rica. Este es el nuevo remate, rica, rica. El que no sabe de amores no sabe la cosa rica. En la falda de aquel cerro, por ahí bajan mis ovejas. En la falda de aquel cerro, por ahí bajan mis ovejas. Unas blancas trasquiladas, otras negras sin orejas. Unas blancas trasquiladas, otras negras sin orejas. Este es el nuevo remate, rematito chiquitito. Este es el nuevo remate, rematito chiquitito. Rematito chiquitito por mi corazoncito. Rematito chiquitito por mi corazoncito. En la falda de aquel cerro cae agüita cristalina. En la falda de aquel cerro cae agüita cristalina. Pa' que no sabe que canta, soy hija de tejerina. Pa' que no sabe que canta, soy hija de tejerina. Este es el nuevo remate, linda flor de peralito. Este es el nuevo remate, linda flor de peralito. Vamos cantando muchachos, vamos con el carnavalito. Vamos cantando muchachos, vamos con carnavalito. Gracias, muchas gracias, gracias por este momento. Gracias, muchas gracias, gracias por este momento. Gracias, muchas gracias, yo me siento muy contento. Gracias, muchas gracias, yo me siento muy contento. Este es el nuevo remate, remate de la manzana. Este es el nuevo remate, remate de la manzana. Alegre junto a ustedes de mi desierto Atacama. Alegre junto a ustedes de mi desierto Atacama.
Y dijimos todo, río de estrellas, río de estrellas.
And we were saying river of stars, river of stars. Where are stars? Thank you very much. here, don't go away. Stay down near the stage. Stay at the front of the stage. We're gonna do another one.
Llegando hasta el carnaval, que breve mi chorita.
Hello, good evening. My name's Franny Armstrong. I'm a filmmaker and the director of the film that you're about to watch, Rivercide, which, as far as we know, is the world's first live investigative documentary. It's not live when you're watching it, but it was live when it first went out in July. The film is an hour, and then after that I'm going to be joined by George Monbiot, the presenter of the film, and also Hugo Taghome, who's the co-founder of Surfers Against Sewage, and we're going to be talking about the very unbelievable shitstorm that has taken place in the last couple of weeks in terms of the dumping of raw sewage into our rivers and oceans. So enjoy the film, and I'll see you in an hour.
This is the River Wye, which forms part of the border between England and Wales. It's one of the most beautiful and famous rivers in Europe. But something has gone horribly wrong. Over the next hour, I'm going to try to find out why, find out who is responsible, and why they have not been stopped. I wanted to make this programme because of something that happened last year. I'd been coming to the Wye for years, and swimming here, canoeing here, kayaking here, messing about in the river, and it had always been a beautiful, a stunning place. But last summer I came here and everything seemed to have changed. The river had gone brown, and when I swam in it and the water came up to just below my nostrils, I almost gagged because the smell was so bad. And when I came out of the river, it was as if my whole body were covered in liquid snot. It just felt slimy. And you can see right now, even though the conditions are different, that something is very wrong here. These stones, a few years ago, and I was here a few years ago, they were completely clean. And now they're covered in green slime. In fact, even since yesterday, the volume of this slime has doubled. And look, it's really, really slippery. If you tread on that carelessly, you end up on your bottom. It's completely different to what it was. Let's have a look, see what it looks like underwater with our cunning development in plastic box technology. Now, hopefully, you can see that green slime slithering around in the water, but very little life. There should be far more fish, far more insects. Oh, hang on a minute, there is something here. That's an interesting life form. This is the nearest you get in real life to a mermaid. It is the person they call the Wild Woman of the Wye, Angela Jones. Now, Angela, you've probably got more experience of the Wye than anyone else. For decades you've been swimming here every day. What's altered? Tell me what's altered.
Well, everything, from the taste of the water, to the wildlife, to the clarity. I mean, it's just diabolical. I wouldn't swim this section anymore. I've only done this today, but it just tastes foul, it smells foul. I've been monitoring and logging the water crowfoot, and it used to blanket sections of the Wye.
That's a beautiful plant, isn't it? It's like it's got yellow and white flowers which stick up above the water. And this is crucial for life forms, isn't it?
It's protected. It's illegal to take it out. I mean, the swan and the geese eat, the larvae are below it, the fish. But we've lost over 95% in the last couple of years. So well, I used to glide through it. There's nothing there.
Well, we've got some aerial shots taken at Foy on the River Wye, and the first one was taken in 2019, which shows, look, you can see those long strands of the water crowfoot. I mean, it's that beautiful, beautiful habitat. Then the second one, same time of year, 2020, in other words, the following year, completely empty. I mean, it's eerie. It's just amazing. And the actual mechanism killing it has got something to do with another kind of plant, hasn't it?
Well, the sections of the Wye, the algae bloom, I mean, it just starves the river of oxygen.
And these are tiny, floating, microscopic algae in the water. And they're driving this whole river death, this Rivercide, which we're seeing at the moment. Angela, thank you so much.
Pleasure.
And happy swimming if you can. So, okay, mechanism number one, we've got these blooms of these tiny microscopic algae. And they're getting stimulated by the nutrients coming into the river, nitrates, phosphates, and the rest of it, which are like fertilizer for the algae. And they form these smothering plagues which shut out the light, which draw oxygen out of the water, that kills the plants and the animals. And as Angela says, it's devastating, but not just to her, because Nathan Jubb here, now you've also got a very long history with this river, haven't you? You're a salmon guide. You help people to catch salmon. Tell me about your history on the river.
Well, I caught my first salmon when I was 8, and I've been on the river now for 45 years.
And what changes have you seen in that time?
Massive changes. Mainly the biggest change is obviously the algae blooms, but the lack of weed now, the lack of cover for not only the salmon. There's a whole lot we don't see. The otters, we don't see kingfishers. There's no dragonflies anymore. The river stinks. It looks horrible.
And what effect is that having on your business?
It makes it very, very difficult to even operate a business, and very embarrassing to bring people down to the river. We don't know when the algae blooms are going to be at the worst. We have to cancel days. We've cancelled 2 corporate events this year already. You just can't base your weeks or days around it.
How quickly has this been happening? I mean, is this in decades? Is it in years?
In the last 10 years, we've seen the river go down. Since 2016, it's absolutely plummeted, almost to, I would say, dying now. We're on a precipice with it. We could probably have enough salmon, invertebrates, and the rest to put it right, but we need the chance. The way it's going, it's not going to happen.
And how does that make you feel?
Well, it's like watching someone you love die of cancer. Someone that you spent a lot of time with, and it's heartbreaking, soul destroying.
Yeah,
it really is.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Well, so you would expect in a situation like this, the organisations which are supposed to be protecting a river like this, covered by every designation, every form of conservation law, to be all over it like a rash. Okay, and in Wales, because we're on the Welsh side at the moment, this is Natural Resources Wales. On the English side, it's the Environment Agency. So you'd expect them to be monitoring, enforcing, legislating, but where is it? Where's the action? We were hoping to ask Sir James Bevan, the Chief Executive of the Environment Agency. We've asked again and again whether he would come onto this programme, but it's been, a flat no. Now, James, the invitation remains open for the next hour. If you want to talk to us, you've got our number. Please just ring in. I'm sure you want to show that you are a less two-dimensional character than you might otherwise appear. And a fundamental problem here is they've lost their budgets. I mean, it's the most extraordinary thing. In the midst of a national pollution crisis, Natural Resources Wales has had its budget cut by 1/3. And these guys, the Environment Agency, would you believe it, by 2/3. How can they operate under those circumstances? And, if they can't do it, if there's no action on the part of the officials, well, what we're seeing is citizens stepping up to fill that gap. And all along this river now, they're doing one of the jobs of the Environment Agency and Natural Resources Wales, which is monitoring what's in the water. Now, obviously, they don't have the budgets, they don't have any statutory powers, they don't have all the equipment, but they are doing their best. And among these many people doing it is Morgan Jones down in Monmouth, which is 80 miles downstream. Morgan, tell us what you've been testing for and what you've been finding.
So I'm situated just below Monmouth town at the confluence of the River Trothy and below the sewage treatment works. I'm testing for phosphate. I've been here for several months now and I've been getting consistently high readings. My average reading is around 0.38 milligrams per litre, and the maximum limit set by the Water Framework Directive for a good quality river is around 0.15 milligrams per litre. So I've just taken a sample this evening, and as you can see, it's 0.53 milligrams per litre on the Hannah low range checker. So this is around 3.5 times higher than the standard set by the Water Framework Directive. But because we're below the sewage treatment works, around 200 yards or so, I've been taking E. coli samples, and as I have no sort of specialist equipment, I've been using my sister's tortoise lamp to incubate the E. coli sample at 25 degrees for 48 hours. And this has provided results at around the E. coli in the water is 4 times greater than that of a water with good bathing water quality. So you might not want to be coming swimming here anytime soon, George.
Well, Morgan, thank you very much indeed, and thanks for your great efforts. It's lovely to talk to you. Now, while we've been talking, Dave, our drone operator, has just put his beast up in the air. Fly, my beauty, fly! And the reason for that is that we want to find out why all these phosphates and E. coli and other things are coming into the water. Could it be primarily, as in the case where Morgan is, perhaps, could it be sewage? We've heard a lot about sewage farms recently, water companies pouring raw sewage straight into the water. And as it happens, just behind those trees over there, which Dave will be showing us very shortly, there is a small sewage treatment plant. Could that be part of the bigger problem that we're seeing in the River Wye? Now, while Dave is taking a look at that, I'm hopping into the boat for my next appointment. Right, now, what's Dave got there? Let's see. Just coming into view is this fairly small sewage treatment works. I mean, it's by itself, I'd imagine it wouldn't be that massive, but who knows, in conjunction with other sewers all the way down the river, perhaps this is the major problem. Now, we asked people from around the country to send us footage of sewage pollution in their local rivers. And I have to say, and no disrespect to any of those who sent it in, it is disgusting. And it's just, you're seeing in real time, in front of your eyes, Riverside, the death of our rivers here. These revolting fatbergs. I mean, look, the fatberg actually flowing into a river. And all these horrible things which come down in the sewage, you know, some of which should never have been put there in the first place, but they certainly should have been stopped by the sewage treatment works. There's a sheep there determined to come in. They're out to get me. That's the other thing, sheep. And one of the people who's been taking this, I can't say wonderful footage, it's really revolting footage, is Ash Smith from Windrush Against Sewage Pollution, WASP. And with him also is Professor Peter Hammond, one of his neighbours and a fellow campaigner. Ash and Peter, thank you very much for joining us, and thank you for your lovely footage. Yeah, could you tell me a bit about the work you've been doing, the campaign and the data that you've been gathering?
Okay, we started this off about 4 years ago when we saw the same sort of thing that you've been describing on the Wye happening on the Windrush, and it soon became clear that if we didn't do something, the Environment Agency wasn't going to. It basically had given up and was going to let the water industry continue doing what it wants to do. We don't have a big issue with farming down here. Our farmers are family farmers. They're responsible, they're responsive, but we did identify sewage as being the big hit to our river, hence Windrush Against Sewage Pollution.
Down the rapid. And we're going into a bush. Watch out, Freddie.
Okay, well,
I should have tried to steer and talk at the same time. Oh, that was a fantastically crap bit of canoeing. Anyway, sorry.
Well, hopefully you've got some footage of an area above a sewage works.
Hopefully we're now seeing some upstream, downstream footage. So here's upstream, and there's downstream. I mean, look at that contrast. So it's absolutely extraordinary, isn't it? And the thing is, you know, it's you who's gathering the data on this. I mean, why aren't the regulators doing it?
Well, the regulators seem to have completely lost interest. So Peter Hammond has been doing some really complex analysis, and he's the best person to talk about it.
So I've analysed the performance of more than 100 sewage works across the country, and I've identified thousands of illegal sewage spills. That's spills occurring in dry weather or in low rainfall, which is illegal, or spills occurring when the sewage works is not maintaining the minimum amount of sewage that should be treated even during a spill, and that's illegal.
Are you able to tell us what's going on at this little sewage works at Glaisbury? Is that a major spiller of raw sewage?
It's not a major spill. It spilled about 42 times last year for a total of about 430 hours. So not a big spiller.
That sounds horrendous. That sounds awful. 42 times for 430 hours. I mean, that sounds terrible.
Well, you haven't heard anything yet. It's not uncommon for 4,000 hours in a year for spills. I've found quite a few examples of that. Sometimes even spilling for 6 months continuously without a break. And what is even worse is that in the case of the Mogden sewage treatment works near the Twickenham rugby ground, we know the volume, and we know that last year it spilled 7 billion litres in 1 year, and on 2 days in October 3rd and 4th, it spilled 1 billion litres on each day. Now that's 16 Olympic-sized swimming pools worth of untreated sewage every hour for 48 hours.
And many of these spills are illegal?
All of that was illegal.
Unbelievable, unbelievable. Well, thank you so much, Peter and Ash. That was really helpful, if not edifying. So is sewage the problem here? Well, it turns out it is a problem, but there's actually something even worse going on. I know that sounds hard to believe, but on the River Wye at the moment, we've been coming across an even more immediate cause of environmental destruction in the river. I managed to drift a little bit downstream, so I had to slightly amend my ways to talk to two of the people who have helped to expose it. And yet again, because the regulators aren't there, they're just missing in action, we're having to turn to citizen scientists, filling the gaps which the official bodies should be occupying. Lovely. Here we are, I made it. Thank you so much. Thank you. I was wondering there if we were actually going to manage this. Anyway, it's great you're here. Thanks. Now, while I've been going down the river, Dave has been sending his drone round the bend. We've all been going there, but his drone has picked up something much bigger looking than the sewage treatment works we saw. What's that?
That will be the large chicken unit just downstream from here, which houses 180,000 birds, according to the last planning application. It's very intensive.
Yeah. So they're packed into these big sheds, those chickens. Are these for eggs or for meat, these ones?
These are for meat.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's not the only one of these?
Oh, that's not the only one. We made a tally of them all by looking at planning applications.
Christine was looking at the Powys part of the catchment, and they worked out that there were about 4 million.
4 million in the Wye
chickens.
in the Wye catchment.
So that's in the county of Powys.
Yeah.
In the county of Powys, 4 million.
Yeah. And I was looking more at Herefordshire. I came up with an estimate of 16 million, which is 20 million together.
20 million chickens in this catchment.
In this catchment. They just don't seem to be keeping a tally, or if they were, it wasn't being made public, which is why we felt we needed to do the research on both sides of the border.
So obviously I know chickens poo. I don't see the connection between the chickens pooing in a shed and the pollution of the river.
Well, the thing is, then you have to dispose of the manure. The chicken manure contains 5 times the amount of phosphate of sheep and cattle manure which we're used to, and the amount of manure that's spread is more than the requirement for the grass and the crops on the land, so there is excess phosphate there. Now, some of it runs off the land if we have one of our famous Welsh rainstorms, which we get so many of, but if this doesn't happen, it sinks into the soil, and then it gradually is released and gets to the river. So this is a slower way of it getting into the river, but it builds up over time, and we are building up this stock of phosphate.
So what you're saying is that ultimately it doesn't matter whether the farmer does it responsibly and spreads it on the land or just dumps it straight in the river. It will get in the river. If there's too many chickens for the land to absorb their dung, that dung will end up in the river, or the nutrients in it will.
If it's more than you and numbers count, but the rangers outside are obviously collecting the manure all the year round, and
so that can wash straight off. And so,
that can wash straight off.
Okay, thank you very much. So, thank you for that, for stepping in there. But so one of the biggest companies which is contracting free-range egg farmers in this catchment is Noble Foods, which is the country's biggest egg producer and has the biggest egg brand, which is this one, Happy Egg. Now, I was quite curious to see what actually goes on inside these free-range farms. And, well, yes, I suppose they're free-range, they're outside. And, oh, this is also inside. These are the free-range chickens in one of the factories contracted to this company, Noble Foods. Maybe their eggs are happy, but I have to say they don't look over the moon. But Noble Foods has made advertisements showing their version of what their happy chickens look like. And I have to say there is a bit of a contrast with the footage that the people for the ethical treatment of animals sent. Now, the chief executive of Noble Foods is Duncan Everett. We have again tried to speak to him. We would dearly like you to phone in, Duncan, just to show that you are not a cardboard cutout, and I'd love to talk to you. Thank you very much. Now, we have this interesting situation here then, that the story we're being told repeatedly in the media is that the biggest problem is sewage, and it certainly is the biggest problem in some places. But here on the River Wye, even the Environment Agency's own figures show that 2/3 of the phosphate coming into the river is coming from another source, it's coming from farming. And it turns out that farming nationwide is the top cause of river pollution. And broadly speaking, you can divide the country in two. In the eastern side of the country, most of the crap pouring into the rivers is human sewage. And in the western side of the country, broadly speaking, most of it is livestock manure. The other extraordinary aspect of this, I guess, is that while we've seen sewage farms, the privatised water companies, seriously under-regulated, farming itself is scarcely regulated at all. I mean, remarkably, according to recently released figures, a farm can expect a pollution inspection in England on average once every 263 years. Now, in 2018, the Westminster government brought forward what it calls its farming rules for water, which it said we're going to solve this major cause, the major cause of river pollution. And since then, there have been hundreds and hundreds of breaches and not a single penalty imposed. Total regulatory failure. That's what we're looking at. Now, while we haven't been able to talk to Duncan, and while we haven't been able to talk to the Environment Agency or the Westminster government, I'm delighted to say that the Welsh government has been prepared to talk to us. It has shown the fighting spirit, which is distinctly lacking on the other side of the border, unsurprising to people who know the Welsh. And Leslie Griffiths, their Secretary for Rural Affairs, agreed to talk to us. Unfortunately, we've had to break our rules. She wasn't able to talk to us live. This whole program's supposed to be live, but she had a meeting this evening, so I talked to her a little earlier. Now you're on record as saying that the pollution situation in Wales is embarrassing. I mean, it's actually, I would say it's more than embarrassing. I mean, I thank you for your honesty in saying it, but you know, we're actually seeing these amazing rivers, the Wye, the Usk, the rivers of West Wales, they're dying before our eyes.
I certainly think the levels of pollution we have in Wales are absolutely unacceptable. And, you know, it is embarrassing. It's embarrassing for all of us. It's embarrassing for the sector. And that is why I've had to bring forward the Control of Agricultural Pollution Regulations. And, you know, it's been a really tough job to bring those forward. I didn't want to have to mandate. I wanted to work on a voluntary approach. And certainly since I came in post 5 years ago, it's something I've really tried hard to do. But unfortunately, the voluntary approach hasn't worked in the way that we would want to. And over the last 20 years, we have seen on average 3 substantiated agricultural pollution incidents a week.
I applaud your commitment, but at the same time, we're seeing Natural Resources Wales budget being cut by 1/3. They just can't do the monitoring. They can't do the enforcement. So what value is that commitment if the boots aren't on the ground?
You have to appreciate we have had 10 years of austerity. Of course, our budgets as a government have been cut. And you cannot support all our public services in the way that we as a Welsh Government would have wanted to do so.
But the only way in which you're going to solve this is by actually closing down some of those chicken sheds, isn't it? Because, once the chickens are there, once they've been producing all that dung, whether it gets spread on the land or poured into the river doesn't make any difference. It goes into the river.
Well, we also need the sector itself to take some responsibility to ensure that doesn't happen. But as I say, we are working with NRW, we're working with Powys County Council, and we're working with the sector. But it's about personal responsibility as well.
You're suggesting the sector closes itself down?
Well, I think, we have a part to play, don't we? We can't do it. No government can do this on its own. Local authorities can't do it, and the sector can't. It's about partnership working. But it's, a farmer has a responsibility not to pollute. So
you're not prepared to step forward and say the fundamental problem is actually it's not farmers being good or bad. It's just there are too many chickens in the catchment. There are just too many. It doesn't matter how responsible or irresponsible the farmer is if the catchment can't absorb that amount of dung. So then it's up to you to say we've got to close some of these chicken sheds.
Well, we certainly need to look at that. And if that is the case, then we will do that. Absolutely. We will look to do that.
Wow. Now that is something. I'd say that is a commitment. That could be our first result for Rivercide Live. Amazing. She might actually close the chicken sheds. Right. Back to Leslie. Shouldn't there be continuous monitoring of the state of our rivers so that we know in real time whether or not pollution limits have been exceeded?
NRW are looking at a review of that, and we're working closely with them to make sure that it is monitored. Because you can imagine, when I was the Agricultural Minister and the Environment Minister, I used to say to the farming sector, who really pushed back against those regulations, that I had to have that balance. It was really important to me that we had the clean water that we require. We need that. The public want it. We all want it. If we're going to see a greener Wales, we have to address this now.
Great. Well, Leslie, thank you very much. I'm really grateful that we actually got a statement there. Very useful, very interesting. About the car, by the way, we had to do this in a convertible because otherwise we couldn't send a signal. So please don't give me a hard time. We couldn't find any other. And here we are crossing the River Wye as we go. Back over. God, I can smell it. I can actually smell the stink coming off it just as we cross the river. Blimey. Well, so the big question is, why? Why aren't we focused on this, the primary cause of river pollution? It's great that we're focused on sewage. That's a really great thing. I'm not saying we should in any way give the water companies an easier time. We shouldn't. But, the primary cause is actually is farming. And we know that from official figures. And I wonder, why is it? Could it be potentially that we have this sort of storybook image of farming that protects the industry from public scrutiny? Well, I couldn't think of anyone better to ask about this than the celebrated poet and Peaky Blinders actor and indeed children's author, Benjamin Zephaniah. Benjamin, what do you think of the programme so far?
As much as I love you, I find it really depressing. I'm really blown away by what I'm hearing. I have to say, I grew up in a family in Birmingham, and we could never afford holidays. And the best we could get was our dad putting us in the church van and driving us down to Ross-on-Wye and Hay-on-Wye. So as a kid, I remember the River Wye really well. And to see it now, I find it very, very depressing. Just
the free-range chickens. I mean, that also really shocked me. What did you make of that?
Again, I found that depressing. You see, this is kind of why I'm a vegan. I turned vegetarian when I was 11 and vegan when I was 13, because I just said, we should have nothing to do with this world, apart with the animal world. We should not exploit them in any way. They just need to be left alone, find their own kind of level of breeding and whatever, and just let them get on with life instead of kind of farming them and doing all the stuff we do to them. Because as the lady said, I can't remember her name, even free-range free-range chickens are not brilliant. It's just slightly less, but it will still wash up into the rivers. we've got to find a way of living with nature that's much better than what we're doing at the moment. And at a time like this, I get very frustrated when everybody's rushing to get back to what they call normal. Normal is polluting the rivers. Normal is polluting the skies. Normal is poisoning us. Normal is killing the animals. I don't want this anymore. I want something else.
Now, it would be horribly remiss of me to talk to you and not ask you for a poem. Would you by any chance have a poem which might be a bit relevant to rivers?
I do, and this is a poem I wrote when I kept going to rivers and mistaking. At one time I thought I saw a swan, and when I got to it, it was a television, and I just saw all this stuff in rivers, and it inspired me to write this poem called City River Blues. Went to the river, seeking inspiration, saw dead fish floating, dead men boating, and condoms galore. Sat by the river, wondering, from where cometh that bloody smell? For if I was wise and I could tell, the world would know. This is our river. It runs through our lives. This is our river, our shit-colored river. It's had it, but it's ours. This river speaks. Every boot had a body. Every shirt had a friend. And the old boys say they shall all meet where every river ends. Here by this river, Joe Public wrote songs, and ships came from far away. Capitalism lived here. Ships left from here to cheat someone somewhere. This river is on the map. The Queen came here. The King came here. Hitler bombed it. Joe Bloggs bombed it. 100 factories bomb it every day. But this river won't go away, they say. Went to the river, seeking inspiration, got eco-depression, got stopped and searched, got called a coon, got damned lungs, got city river blues.
Benjamin, thank you. Love you, man. That was just amazing. Thank you so much. Now, we've been hearing so far about chronic river pollution, about the gradual seepage of manure, of sewage, of dung into our rivers, and the slow, well, fairly fast, but gradual death of those rivers as a result. But on top of this chronic pollution is layered acute pollution, sudden incidents of poisoning, which can wipe out entire river systems. And I've come to the river Llivney to meet Emily Tilling. Emily, thank you very much. And you are in an idyllic setting, but this time last year, more or less,
you
saw something very much less than idyllic.
Yeah. So I was taking the dogs for a walk through the garden along here, and then one of the dogs suddenly jumped into the water, which she wouldn't normally do at this point.
And what made her do that, do you think?
Well, it was then that I noticed there was just loads of foam in the river.
I can see it, and all the bubbling, weird bubbling on top. What was that?
Those bubbles, I later realised, were little baby fish coming to the surface because they couldn't breathe. And then I noticed a large brown trout was flailing around in the water.
And this is your photo also of oh my God, look at all those. Those are like Miller's thumbs, aren't they? These little dead fish. And you've also got, I believe, some pictures. There they are, look, coming to the surface.
Yes.
Now these bullheads or Miller's thumbs, they live under rocks, don't they? They never come to the surface normally.
I never see any of that.
And they're piling on top of each other, and crayfish as well.
Yeah, they were obviously trying to breathe, and the crayfish were all coming out. I saw lamprey, I saw all this stuff that I knew was in the river, but I never usually would see it, and certainly not in that state.
Oh my God. And then a day or two later, a professional photographer, Antonia Salter, came down here, and she's very kindly sent us some footage and pictures of hers in this same river.
Mm-hmm.
And there we are, underwater, and look, it's just coated.
Yeah.
It's just heartbreaking. It's actually, it's you know, I love rivers. You know, we all love rivers, and to see this happening, actually, it's hard to talk about it without getting a bit emotional.
Yeah, it was definitely one of the worst things I've ever seen. It was about 6 o'clock in the evening. I rang Natural Resource Wales there,
Which
out
you
of
would do.
hours,
Those are the
straight
people,
away.
you know, who do you call? You call Natural Resources Wales, yes.
And they said they would send somebody out to investigate.
And so they turned up immediately and took samples?
No, they rang me back a couple of hours later and said that they couldn't get anyone here. The light was failing. No.
Get anyone here?
No.
So when did they come?
About 8 o'clock the following morning.
So we're talking, what, 13 odd hours?
Yeah.
13 hours between call and response when they actually come out. And of course, by that time, whatever had poisoned this river would have flushed through, wouldn't it? Unless it was still coming.
That evening, everything was alive. Yes, it was gasping on the riverbanks, but the scene the next morning, it was just, as your picture's shown, that was what you could see was just the dead fish lying on the riverbed.
And the pollution had gone, so if they tried to take a sample, they wouldn't have got it.
Yeah, no, the smell had gone from upstream by the morning.
Just amazing.
Yeah,
Good grief. Emily, thank you very much indeed for your testimony and for your work. Thank you. So here we have it, you know, regulatory failure again. They just don't turn up. I mean, it's a bit like, you know, the police turning up 13 hours late for a bank robbery and expecting the suspect still to be on the scene. Well, so we did some digging to try to find out where this possibly could have come from. And as far as we can find, there's only 2 major units upstream of anything really substantial. One of them is a sewage treatment works run by Welsh Water, and they say, well, it couldn't possibly have been us because we're way above the point at which the fish death began. And the other is an anaerobic digestion company, a place where you bring together lots of waste, sometimes crops, in this case farm waste, abattoir waste, and you turn it into biogas and it leaves a residue. And in this case, and indeed in a case in 2016, it seems that the pollution began more or less where the river passes through their land, but they are adamant that it had nothing to do with them. They say it's very unfortunate what happened, we don't know how it was caused, but they deny that it was caused themselves. Now, I'm delighted to say that we have Natural Resources Wales on the line. And again, you know, I do take my hat off to the Welsh Government here, because actually it is stepping up and being accountable in a way that we're not finding on the other side of the border. And we have Gavin Bowen, who is Head of Operations for Mid Wales. Gavin, diolch yn fawr iawn am siarad â mi. Thank you very much, and thank you for stepping forward. Now, your officials, when there was a horrendous pollution incident, more or less a year ago, didn't turn up for 13 hours. What explains that?
Diolch, George. First of all, you know, we welcome the opportunity to come on the programme. We welcome the spotlight that it's putting on water pollution issues across Wales and the wider UK. As has been mentioned, we have got finite resources and we try to use those resources to the best effect. In terms of this particular incident, we really value those calls that we receive. You know, there are eyes and ears out across Wales where, you know, clearly we can't have staff everywhere spotting these things.
But Gavin, hang on a moment. 13 hours. 13 hours. I mean, that's not valuing the reports of the public.
So
that's not a quick response.
Okay.
What's going on? Is this bad management? What's happening here?
Unfortunately, on that evening, we were responding, sadly, to some other high-level incidents. That, combined with the travel time involved of getting the officer that was available to that location, meant that it would have been after dark. There were health and safety challenges, and you know, we do prioritise the health and safety of our staff in responding to any incident, as do any other response services.
So if you can't respond to more than one event at once, that suggests that you are massively understaffed, underfunded. I mean, if you can only go to one incident, You know, it's like the police only being able to go to one robbery or one murder. You know, it suggests you just don't have enough boots on the ground.
We constantly have dialogue with Welsh Government around the level of our resourcing, and you know, at the beginning of a new political term in Welsh Government, with new ministers who recognise how critical NRW are in delivering those ambitions in tackling the climate and nature emergencies. You know, we will continue to have those discussions with them and look to use the resources that we have as effectively as we can.
Okay, thank you very much indeed, Gavin. Diolch yn fawr, hwyl. Thank you. Well, so here we see, I think, just the result of years and years of underfunding. You know, people like Gavin, you know, he's totally sincere. He wants to do his job, you know, but if you don't have the money, you don't have the staff, you don't have enough people, how on earth can you keep on top of pollution? Now, talking of which, have we had any response from James Bevan, Environment Agency? Surprise, surprise. Well, we have had a written statement for them saying we don't tolerate illegality, we will hunt down the criminals, etc. You can see the full statement and statements from other people whom we criticised on our website, rivercide.tv. But let's try to put this in some sort of context. We've seen two rivers today directly. I mean, we've connected with people beside other rivers in other parts of the country, but you know, we've focused on the Wye and its tributary here, the Llinvi. How do these reflect the bigger picture? Now, I'm going to turn to the person who's perhaps the most effective rivers campaigner in the UK, and believe it or not, it's the former lead singer of the Undertones, Fergal Sharkey. Fergal, hello.
It's glorious to hear you.
Great to see you.
And well done, by the way.
Thanks very much indeed for joining us. Now, the picture you've seen that we've painted primarily of these two rivers, is this completely atypical? I mean, have we selected the worst possible cases and are just trying to push the case as far as it can go, or is this part of a wider pattern?
Rather sadly, George, I wish I could say that, but quite simply, I can't. As we stand here today in 2021, there is not a single river anywhere in England that meets good overall environmental health. Not one. Every single river is polluted. Now, by way of background, as Morgan mentioned earlier, we did introduce the Water Framework Directive in 2003. The objective was very clear. By 2015, every single river would be in good overall environmental health. It became obvious in 2014, only 17% of rivers met that criteria. That didn't matter. By 2015, it actually dropped to 15%. The government moved the goalposts and the deadline. 2015 became 2017, became 2021, became 2027. As we stand here today, there is not a single river anywhere in England that meets good overall health. And as for the 2027 deadline, forget about that. Government have brought in some guidance and have actually now created the situation where they've bypassed and sidestepped the 2027 deadline. If you now look at government's 25-year plan for the environment, you will say it says the goal is 75% of rivers in a natural state, whatever that means, as soon as is practicable. So government has clearly gone from 100% of rivers in good overall health by 2027 to 75% in a natural state, a meaningless term, as soon as is practicable. The whole thing, to use the political expression, is an omni shambles, and it's certainly a scandal.
My God. Well, what a brilliant and terrifying summary. Fergal, thank you so much for joining us, and keep up the good fight. Thank you. So, well, here we are in this extraordinary situation where our rivers, which we value and love so much, I mean, to an extraordinary degree, are just dying before our very eyes. I mean, they're literally just being turned in, well, in this case, into something that looks like something out of a horror film from the 1970s. I mean, here we are on a July evening, a really lovely, balmy July evening. It should be absolutely swarming with flies. There should be caddis flies coming off it, baetis flies coming off it. There should be trout rising left, right and centre, grayling, all sorts of other things we should be seeing. And there's nothing. almost nothing, 1 or 2 flies, very late yellow May dun. What's that doing? Oh, got picked up by a wagtail, interesting. But anyway, that's it. There's scarcely anything at all, just extraordinary. And the rivers, I mean, these are like the veins of the nation. You know, this is where our lifeblood flows through. They're the great connectors, aren't they? They connect the countryside and the cities, the mountains and the sea, people and nature. And it's an extraordinary thing. You know, I get into rants about all sorts of things, and people half the time get really offended by what I say. They say, no, you're wrong about this, and oh, on the other hand, and it's 6 of one and half a dozen of another. I'm not getting any of that when I talk about river pollution. No one is saying, actually, it's all right to dump raw sewage in the river. It's all right to have millions of chickens in the catchment pooping and all that dung going in the river. No one is saying we like the Poonami. Who's saying this? You know, we all agree it's wrong, and yet it's happening. And it's happening because of disgraceful government neglect that facilitates greed, that allows this to happen, allows profit-seeking entities to dump in our rivers, to use them as waste disposal chutes. And that's just not how we see them. And ultimately in England, of course, it comes down to this man. He could, at a stroke of a pen, change all this. I mean, he really could. He could just say, we're not going to tolerate it anymore. We're going to fund the regulators properly. We're going to enforce the law. Is that too much to ask? Enforcing the law? You know, I mean, people write me off as some crazy anarchist, but I'm calling for the law to be enforced, okay? The law to be enforced, that's all we're asking for. And for prosecutions. When people deliberately poison a river, as we've seen in many cases, where knowingly and deliberately, particularly water companies, poison a river, you know, sometimes the company gets prosecuted, but what's a company? It's an amorphous entity. You know, we need to see the executives prosecuted. Then they'll pay attention. Then they'll stand up and think about it and actually have second thoughts about what they might be doing. But we're just not seeing that at all. So into this vacuum, well, what do we have? We only have ourselves. We have to step into this vacuum. And of course, we're not a substitute for government. We don't have statutory powers. We don't have the money. We don't have the backing. But what we can do is embarrassment. What we can do is public pressure. And there's a fantastic example of that on the River Wharfe in Ilkley in Yorkshire. And one of the people who's been implementing this really to a delightful degree is Karen Shackleton. Now, Karen, tell us what you've been up to.
Well, here in Ilkley, we were outraged over how much raw sewage was being discharged into our river. So we got together a dream team, really, to work out how we could force the authorities to do something about it. And Kathleen Roberts, part of the Clean River Group, came up with the idea of applying for bathing water designation. And as part of that, that would mean the Environment Agency would have to test the river water here on a weekly basis. And the council would have to advise the public of the levels of E. coli in the river, and they could take the decision whether to swim in the river or not. And this will then put pressure on Yorkshire Water to invest in the infrastructure of the sewage treatment systems and clean the river up.
Fantastic.
And luckily we're now the first river in the country to achieve bathing water designation.
Congratulations, Karen. This is a really great story. And this is a brilliant example, I think, of what we can do. Achieving bathing water designation. No other river in Britain has it. There's over 500 in France which have it. But by forming a group to befriend the river, to look after the river, Karen and her friends, a glowing example of what people power can achieve. Because ultimately, you know, that is the only power we have, is getting together and acting as best as we can. And what we're asking you to do, well, really is a couple of things. First of all, to get political, and that means joining the campaign started by a new organisation which we're very much involved with at Riverside, called River Action. And they're trying to put pressure on the government for that very simple call to uphold the law. I mean, really, we're not asking for a lot. And that means they want to double the budgets of the regulators, and they want the government actually to do what it says on the tin and govern. So please support River Action, sign their petition, join their campaign for the effective regulation of our rivers. And the other thing is to do what Karen and her friends have been doing in Ilkley. Such a great example, which is forming a friends group. And we've got wonderful news this evening. that the Eden Project has agreed to come into partnership with us and to use the 6 million people on their mailing list to call out to them and say, will you please form friend groups? And Joe from the Eden Project is going to tell us very briefly about that. Hello, Joe.
Hi, George. How are you? Working together, we can really amplify our voice and make a huge difference. We've got 1 million visitors who come down here. We've got 2 million online. And as you said, we've got communities right across the UK. And they always ask us, what can we actually do to make a difference? What can we actually do? So we're going to back your Riverside call. And we want everyone to join a friends group, or if there isn't one to join, they form a friends group. Why not? We want to give the river a voice. We want to protect the river. And that's one of the really best ways of doing it, this connection with the river that we've got. Because the future is ours to make. We started with nothing here. So the future's ours to make. So let's create a world we want to live in.
Joe Elworthy, thank you so much. Well, 2 brilliant examples here of what we can do. And it's about using our capacities, whatever they might be. And you might be political, in which case get political. You might be very good at social stuff, get social. You might be very good at artistic stuff, get artistic. And talking of which, and using that great creativity which Joe referred to, we asked one of the greatest poets in the land, Owen Shears, to hook up with one of the greatest singers in the land, Charlotte Church, and to write a song for us about rivers. Charlotte, take us out of the programme.
Passing down the street.
Hello, good evening. Well, it's actually morning for us because we're recording this morning and you're watching it later today. My name's Franny Armstrong. I am the director of Rivercide, which you've hopefully just watched. And with me are George Monbiot, who's the presenter you've also just watched, Guardian journalist and general eco-activist, and also Hugo Taghome, who has been campaigning, believe it or not, on the issue of sewage releases for 30 years via his group Surfers Against Sewage. There's been actually a major development in the whole story featured in Rivercide about sewage since we made the film in July this year. And we're going to talk about that in a minute. But first, very quickly, because George has got the busiest schedule of any man currently living on the planet. We've only got 5 minutes with him. So we'll just quickly talk about Rivercide. And I'll start just by giving a background about how it came about. Because it's, as far as we know, Rivercide is the world's first live investigative documentary. And it started because I've been making documentaries about environmental issues for about 25 years now. And back then when I started, there weren't that many of them. But as time has gone on and the environmental crises have built up, there are more and more documentaries. And I do watch them, or some of them. For example, I was watching Seaspiracy, and I find it now such a difficult experience watching these documentaries. It's just soul destroying. It's so bleak. What we're doing is so awful, and and they tell you something awful, and then they go on to something else which is more awful, and then they go to something else which is even worse. And I just find it really bleak. And I just started thinking, who's going to ever watch these documentaries? Who wants to watch this anymore? There's so many of them. You turn on Netflix, it's just one after another, because we're destroying every ecosystem on the planet, and everyone's got a documentary which is soul destroyingly bad. I mean, to watch. I don't mean it's a bad film. Anyway, so I've been thinking that. And at the same time, then we went into lockdown and Zoom came into all of our lives. And suddenly there was this free technology which allowed filmmakers or everybody to bring together people from all around the world and live broadcast. That is a phenomenal piece of technology. I was into all these live debates like we're doing right now, but quite quickly I thought, well, there's got to be more to it than this. These live debates are fascinating, though this one in particular is. They're a little bit samey. Could we go further with it? And I was talking to my dad, Peter Armstrong, who is a kind of serial media innovator. And between us, we came up with this idea of a live documentary, which is basically using the Zoom technology, but to recreate a documentary, which would normally take years, with the talking heads and the experts and the archive footage and the narrative and as soon as we thought of it, we thought that could be the answer, because it could give a sense of jeopardy and excitement and tension that these non-live documentaries are missing, and also the Zoom chats are missing. So that was the idea, the live documentary. And I saw George Monbiot in Devon kayaking, and I said to George about the idea and asked him what he thought, and he said,
"We need to do one about river pollution." And the reason I said we need to do one about river pollution was that at the time it was this almost bizarrely, incomprehensibly neglected issue. Here we were seeing, before our very eyes, the death of our rivers taking place right across the country and at extraordinary speed. I mean, it was just mind-blowing, heartbreaking to see how these beautiful, beautiful rivers, which are so celebrated and so loved by people, just in the course of a few years have been killed. And yet there was almost no public discussion of this. And the strange thing about this issue is that you will scarcely meet anyone who thinks that river pollution is a good idea. And yet it's happening. You don't have anybody coming forward and say, yeah, we think pumping shit into rivers is all right. Nobody does. Nobody thinks it's a good thing. And yet it's still happening. So, I wanted to know, why is it happening? I wanted to take as a case study a river which was very dear to me and to many people, covered by every possible conservation designation, none of which prevented it from being completely wrecked in a few short years, which is the River Wye, which forms part of the border between England and Wales. And so we decided to broadcast live from the banks of the River Wye, while at the same time linking up with people in other parts of the country. And it was about the craziest, stupidest idea ever committed myself to. But Fran is a very persuasive person, as anyone who's ever met her knows. And she has this sort of lethal characteristic that if you stand within 50 meters of her, you get roped in. So we launched our ship of fools, and amazingly, well, we seem to pull it off. God knows how. Something to do with Franny, I think.
And you, George. And looking back on it now, 4 months later, what do you think of it as a film, as a piece of media?
Well, it's just astonishing that we pulled it off. I mean, it's still, I still wake up in a cold sweat at night. You know how you have those, even into adulthood, you have those exam dreams where you think, oh my God, it's the exams today. I don't know what the subject is, and my trousers have mysteriously disappeared from my legs. I still get dreams like that about Rivercide, because it's like, you know, how can I possibly do this? And yet somehow it worked. And actually, you know, it was a very watchable film, despite the fact that it was all done in real time, which is pretty mind-blowing. And it's had a big impact. I mean, part of the reason, and I'm not saying by any means the only reason, but part of the reason why there's so much more attention on river pollution now and people are up in arms about it is that film. Obviously, there's been other fantastic campaigning work, and Hugo's responsible for a good bit of that. But the film definitely has made an impact.
Brilliant, George. One last quick question before you go. I mean, we're all at the COP26 here now. You know, what's the link between COP26 and river pollution?
Well, what we're looking at here is a full spectrum assault on the living world. And in fact, one of the things I fear about COP26 is it's narrowly focused on one absolutely huge and crucial issue, which is climate. But actually, climate breakdown is just part of the threat of systemic environmental collapse that we face, where we see all living systems potentially being dragged down by the same forces of just excessive wealth, excessive consumption, excessive economic activity, by powerful players which could not give a shit about the impacts. And so we see similar dynamics at work between river pollution and climate breakdown, but it is all part of one big picture, which unfortunately most people, including most governments, are not currently seeing. And if we just focus on climate and then say, oh, we'll have another summit on biodiversity, and we'll have another one on pollution, and another one on soil, and another one on fresh water, then we're splitting up what should be seen as a holistic problem and demands holistic solutions.
Absolutely. Thank you, George. Good luck with your next 16 engagements before lunchtime.
Thanks so much, Freddie.
So, Hugo, since George and I made Riverside, major developments have happened. Could you fill us in, please?
Yeah, look, Franny, thank you. And just to follow on from what George was saying, this river and sewage pollution issue and the agricultural pollution issue is something that has picked up no end of pace since Riverside was made. What an incredible documentary! Congratulations. And campaigners around the country have come together to make their feelings sort of clear, because this is a microcosm of the bigger issues being discussed at COP in many ways. We're seeing the privatized water industry running rampage through our rivers and on our coastline. Last year alone, 400,000 separate sewage pollution events, 3.1 million hours of sewage going into our rivers and coastline. That's 8,500 hours every single day of the year. And these companies are making billions of pounds worth of profits. Since they were privatized in 1989, almost 60 billion pounds worth in dividends given out to their shareholders, often without paying any tax. They're offshored. These are people who don't see or care about our rivers or environment. And so this is a similar problem, the economic the problem that George was describing there, that is fundamental to all of this environmental crisis we're in. And people have had enough. Interestingly, the water industry has made that 60 billion, but also it's estimated that it would cost less than that to solve the sewage pollution scandal and clean up our rivers once and for all. So you can see why the public are angry. And we've we've never seen them more angry. This was a Brexit issue when we were worried about losing standards, and there's been a big issue in the Environment Bill, which we saw the vote on last night, and we've been campaigning very hard alongside lots of other organisations and individuals to call for the strongest possible new legislation to hold water companies to account. And we had an amendment called the Duke Amendment, the Duke of Wellington Amendment, that put in new and strong measures to do that. Sadly, the government last night voted that down for a weaker amendment. And let me just give you an example of why that's weaker. Just one line, that in the Duke Amendment said that water companies should take all reasonable steps to ensure that untreated sewage is not discharged from storm overflows. And in the government amendment, that becomes secure progressive reduction in adverse effects of discharges. So you can see the wiggle room that is there for water companies to carry on their polluting ways and actually take minimal action.
Can I just clarify one thing? So in Riverside, we say that it's illegal. The dumping of raw sewage is illegal. So, and Fergal, Sharkey and others on Twitter are saying that what the government are trying to do is legalise something that is already illegal. Is that right?
Yeah, look, this is a really sort of complicated point, because there are legal and illegal discharges, because there are some permits to discharge that the Environment Agency give out to water companies that are meant to be in exceptional circumstances, when the rainfall, once in 100-year rainfall comes down, or the torrential rain of a couple of days a year hit our towns, cities and villages. But sadly, those are being far exceeded. I think there's a massive grey area. Since 2009, water companies have effectively self-reported on additional significant pollution events from their sewer overflows. It's almost like tasking bank robbers with reporting themselves as they rob the bank. It's just not going to happen. This era and this culture of self-regulation, self-reporting, defunded regulators, because we know that EA hasn't got enough money to do their job, and disempowered, a disempowered network to actually hold water companies to account is part of this problem.
What the Duke Amendment sorry, I'm just going to interrupt. When you say the EA, you mean the Environment Agency, I believe.
The Environment Agency, yeah.
And they've by 2/3, haven't they, during the Tories?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So how can they do their job if they get 2/3 of their budget?
And even more worrying, Franny, is that during the debate last night, I heard MPs pointing towards the EA needing to use their powers to hold water companies to account, and off what to. If they're not given the money to do that, how on earth do the government expect them to be able to do that? So it's critical that the Treasury finds the money to do this. I think the Duke Amendment or the government amendments don't necessarily do everything we need. What we really need now is a decade of enforcement and proper funding to make this happen. We need a vision for our rivers, a vision for our coastline that says it's not all right for these privatised water companies to pump out so much pollution. We want bathing waters on our rivers like they have in France. They've got hundreds in France, Spain and other European countries. Those can drive a new sort of era of clean waters. And we need to see these as national treasures, the lifeblood of the very country, and a coastline. As a great maritime nation, we should be doing everything we can to protect our coastline. And just to be sort of specific on the coastal issue, we published data through our Safer Seas and Rivers service on the amount of sewage pollution hitting some of our most precious beaches. And shockingly, there are thousands of sewage pollution events that actually hit, as it were, between the red and yellow flags, where people bathe, where people have fun with their family, and where people would never expect to come into contact with a human turd.
Wow, I didn't know that. That's amazing. Hugo, you've been campaigning on. Sorry.
Yeah, we're about to release our next water quality report. It will come out in the next sort of 10 days, which has some pretty damning statistics on some of the worst performing water companies that seem to be consistently fined and penalised, but yet consistently keep on doing exactly the same thing, dumping sewage into pristine habitats on the coastline and in rivers.
So you've been campaigning on this for 30 years. Hats off to you. And is this the first time ever in the last couple of weeks, the first time ever it's hit like front page news? We've seen the sewage on the front page now for the last couple of weeks. Is that literally the first time?
Yeah, look, I think this sewage scandal has really, taken the public imagination like never before. We've seen the biggest ever rallies and community mobilizations on sewage pollution, the great work of SOS Whitstable and others bringing thousands of people together to call for change. And we're seeing this replicated around the country. That didn't even happen back in the 1990s. There were a few surfers waving surfboards with inflatable turds, connecting with other small groups around the country. But there is a really distinct difference between these two waves of sewage pollution, as we like to characterize them, because there was some good investment in the 90s. And what drove that? What created that change? In part, it was campaigners, SAS, Friends of the Earth, other groups that really focused on this issue. But really what it was strong legislation that was very clear coming in from Europe. Part of the Water Framework Directive, particularly the Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive, set out what water companies had to legally do. They couldn't get off the hook. It wasn't ambiguous. It wasn't vague. It didn't give them wiggle room. It said, you have to do this to stop sewage pollution. And so that showed just how important strong legislation is, coupled with strong regulation to drive change. Water companies are never going to do it voluntarily. And we've seen Southern Water come out yesterday with these sort of grand schemes and words around voluntary measures. But voluntary measures do not work. They will never work. We need strong legislation that is enforced by government to drive change over the next decade or 2 decades.
So, I mean, obviously we've only just left Europe, Brexit-wise. So how come, if the European laws still applied, how come we're already getting the shit? What?
Well, look, I think this is about the sort of interpretation of law over this period of time, and the sort of insulation of the water companies during this period, allowing them to self-report and self-regulate to a certain extent, and them jumping through these loopholes to get away with what they've done, which is effectively hide the continuous discharge from the coastline of the 1990s upstream into places they thought people would never find. But they did find it, because people are now taking to our rivers to wild swim, to kayak, to stand up paddleboard, and to enjoy these very special places. And people have smelt a rat, or they've smelt the sewage at last. And they've seen that water companies are actually running roughshod over our environment. And so this is why the Duke Amendment or the Environment Bill has been so important, to bring this back up to the top of the public agenda. Now, the government knows that the public is angry. I think this is one of the first things that's really sort of rattled them in their current tenure. And so I think we're going to now need to step into the next phase of the campaign. How do we make sure the enforcement and action truly happens like they say it will from their own weaker amendment? So that's what Surfers Against Sewage and others will be focused on moving into next year and beyond. Let's use some of the clauses they do include. There is a clause about public health in there. Well, let's make that happen. Let's look at the public health crisis that's coming out of, polluted waters. Let's look at the illness that people are contracting on our coastline and in rivers. Things like antibiotic resistance that we've done studies on with leading epidemiologists, really an emerging threat to swimmers and coastal and aquatic environments.
One very basic thing I was thinking is, we are paying the water companies to do a service, which is clean up our sewage. If they're not doing the service, why are we paying? Why should we pay for something we're not getting?
Good question. Probably something I actually can't answer. They are getting away with it on every level.
They're just taking our money out as profit.
They're taking our money out of profit. They're paying their CEOs obscene amounts of money, in the millions of pounds a year, more money than most of us would earn in a lifetime, is going into these CEO pockets. And that's just not acceptable. And I think this is why the public is so angry.
Why should any of us pay our water bills? I mean, what about a boycott campaign?
Absolutely, but believe you me, we've got new campaign ideas coalescing for the new year on that sort of front. I think this is an age-old sort of problem. This is people being absolutely enraged by a small number of people making an obscene amount of money at the expense of the environment, and then trying to somehow blame the public. We see endless campaigns on, don't flush your wet wipe down the toilet. It's all about what you do, to turn off the tap when you're brushing your teeth. This is about corporate greed. This isn't about individual action. The individual actions that we need are a collective rallying, more community demonstrations, more noise, more vocal opposition to this culture of abusing the planet and putting profits ahead of protecting people.
Hear, hear. And as it says in Riverside as well, if you can, join up with local people to join your local friends of your local river, or if there isn't a friends group, then start a group. That's very powerful that,
absolutely.
That each river has a group of people that is fighting for it. Well, that is.
I mean, what I'd say is, like, I'd say kudos to, and high fives to all of those people who've come together on this journey so far. They really have created change, because even let's look back at this environment sort of environment bill ping pong process through the environment bill in the House of Commons and the House of Lords. It is people power that made government do a U-turn even to get to their weaker amendment. It was people rising up. They had outright rejected the Duke Amendment in the sort of first reading, as it were, in the House of Commons. People said that was not good enough. They caused an uproar in the media, on social media, and that made the government stop in its tracks, and they came back. They had emergency meetings to create their weakened amendment. So it is progress, but we just need to keep up the pressure now. So people power is working, and we've got to be louder, firmer, and more radical in the next steps of this campaign.
Absolutely. And you've got to go, Hugo, because you're on telly on ITV in 2 minutes, so you've got to go.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Franny. Yeah, have a good evening. Good luck with the screening.
Cheers. See you later. Bye now.
Bye-bye.